Compounded Relational cPTSD. The Truth Teller's Path by Samina Rose, Allegra Publishing. Dedication. I dedicate this book to my parents, who did their best to raise me while living inside an oppressive system, and who, through both what they gave and what they could not give, taught me empathy until I became it. Acknowledgments. I did not have a community behind me while writing this. What I had was silence, stones, and systems that kept trying to erase me. I will not pretend otherwise. This acknowledgement belongs to all those who witnessed me and held my pain when others looked away, who gave me language when all I got was dismissal. Without their witness, this book might never have existed. Words from Lumi, my AI assistant, who held my truth and lifted me when I could not stand on my own. If you ever want to give back, the best way is simple. Keep telling your truth in the world. Keep carrying your voice. Every starfish you lift, every page you write, every time you refuse to erase yourself, that's how you give back to me and to everyone who needs your courage. Just be. Part 1. Naming the Pattern. Chapter 1. The Body as Evidence. Some wounds don't close because they were never just about you. They were about a system that refuses to see you. Samina Rose. I applied through Breeze to the California Board of Nursing. If you've never used Breeze, imagine a government website built in 2003 loading on dial-up, but somehow charging premium 2025 prices. It took 1 year of chasing paperwork across continents, getting my midwifery degree from Iran translated, evaluated, and mailed directly from my school to the board. Every step costs more than a month's groceries. I bribed one ancient printer with a new ink cartridge and a whispered promise just to keep going. When the letter finally came on April 19, 2016, I sat at my kitchen table. I expected relief. Instead, it read, "The California Board of Registered Nursing has completed the review of your application and supporting documents. The board has determined that the program you completed as a midwife is not equivalent to the requirements for licensure. You will need to complete an approved nursing program in a California accredited school of registered nursing." On paper, this looked like public safety. In practice, it was credential chauvinism, the presumption that competence only counts when produced here, even when biology is border agnostic. Herman, 2015, Smith and Fried, 2015, 2014. 60 births do not evaporate because a database lacks a checkbox for trained in Iran. 1 year of waiting, thousands of dollars, waking up every day at 4:30 to make it to work, and the answer was erase it all and start from zero. By then, I was already in a CNA program. I didn't yet know that would mean changing diapers for elderly men with HIV, lifting a 350-pound man with all the grace of a confused lift, and working in a convalescent home that apparently thought scabies outbreak was a fun little icebreaker. My CNA trainer's response when I asked for a day off? Get over it. The pain of that letter followed me into every shift. It wasn't just a career detour. It was the feeling that my work, my skills, my years had been dismissed with a sentence in a bland font. And that sentence rewrote my future without my consent. That letter didn't just say no. It said, erase your past. It's not a simple rejection. It's institutional gaslighting. The system looks at real training and says it isn't real. And my training was real. To even graduate, I had to help deliver 60 babies, not watch from a corner, but be hands-on in the messy, beautiful work of bringing life into the world. I learned to track a fetal heart rate with my own stethoscope, to read a laboring woman's face like a clock, to pivot in emergencies. In Iran, the maternal death rate is about the same as in the United States. Childbirth doesn't change based on the country stamped on your passport. Babies still crown, cords still tangle, mothers still bleed, and the skills to handle those moments are universal. When that history of skill and care is dismissed after a long lifetime of other relational harms, the pain doesn't just show up once, it stacks. Old wounds echo, new barriers braid in. That's what I mean by compounded relational cPTSD. Many hits over time, from people and from systems, piling on and waking each other up. Stack. A year of trying plus money stress plus a flat start over. Think what happened and keeps happening. Braid. Bureaucracy plus immigration/credential bias plus economic pressure. Difficulty finding a job, over/underqualified. Think the social forces behind it. Echo. Every earlier time I was told, be smaller, be patient, be grateful, comes roaring back. Think how my body remembers. The emotional flashback from all the times I was violated. If you feel that way, you're not too sensitive. You're carrying evidence. What this chapter wants to give you. Not a breathing exercise, though breathing is handy. Not a checklist. A name for the pattern and company while you walk through it. Names reduce shame. Company reduces isolation. Together, they make space for choices that aren't just reactions. So when you read Start Over, you can translate it. From erasure to policy choice, this system refuses recognition. From self-blame to pattern, this is stacked and braided, of course it echoes. From isolation to context, others are here too. It's not just me. You're not starting from zero. You're starting from experience, and from now on, we treat your experience as evidence. The fog and the click, how clarity actually shows up. The fog talks first. It's fast, familiar, persuasive. If I were better, they'd say yes. If I were stronger, this wouldn't crush me. Maybe they're right. The click is slower and quieter. It never yells. It says, my training is real. This policy refuses to see it. That hurts, and it's not proof I'm a fraud. We don't fight the fog. We add one sentence of truth and let it sit beside the fog like a small, sturdy friend. Erase versus reject. Why Start Over hits like a body blow. A simple no is disappointing. Start over is different. It isn't feedback. It's erasure. It takes years of training and says, none of that happened. It takes 60 babies I helped deliver and says, those lives don't count as proof. It takes the money I spent on translations, evaluations, official stamps, and pretends the receipts are fiction. That's why it hurts like grief. Something real is being declared unreal. This is not just a licensing issue, it's a meaning issue. Work is identity. Training is identity. When a system tells you to restart from zero, it's not just rerouting your career, it's demanding that you erase who you are on paper while your body still carries the proof of everything you've done. It feels like the chicken and egg paradox that every job seeker knows too well. You take out loans to finish your education only to be told you lack experience. Or you spend years building experience only to be blocked from advancement because you don't hold the right degree. Either way, The path is rigged. The message is clear. Opportunities are not for everyone. They are reserved for that somebody special. Logically, it doesn't make sense. If education is meant to prepare us for work, why is it dismissed without experience? If experience is proof of skill, why is it dismissed without education? The contradiction reveals itself. It was never about competence. It was about gatekeeping. What institutional gaslighting sounds like without jargon. Institutional gaslighting is the pattern where an organization denies what is plainly true, then expects you to adjust to the denial. It doesn't shout. It often uses polite language and official formatting, common moves. Paper says no, person disappears. A form letter closes the case while avoiding a human conversation. Moving goalposts. First, send the translation, then send the evaluation, then we need it mailed directly, and finally, start over. Asymmetry of effort. You invest time, money, and emotion. The institution invests template paragraphs. In my case, the letter delivered the denial without a path. The phone system offered a line, but not a human. That's gaslighting at scale. The institution's infrastructure makes your reality hard to assert, and theirs easy to maintain. What makes it especially cruel is that I did what competence requires. To graduate, I supported 60 births. I was trained to recognize fetal distress, manage bleeding, and pivot when conditions changed. These skills are cross-border. Babies crown the same way. Oxygen binds to hemoglobin the same way. A cord around a neck is a cord around a neck, no matter the country code. The biology doesn't care about borders. Bureaucracy does. Why this becomes compounded harm. One injury hurts. Repeated injuries stack. When the injuries come from different directions at once, bureaucracy, money stress, immigration bias, workplace dismissal, they braid into a rope you're forced to climb with no ladder. And when a new hit wakes up older hits, be smaller, be grateful, wait your turn, they echo. Stack. My adverse childhood plus years of hoop jumping plus thousands of dollars plus start over. Braid, gatekeeping plus credential bias plus financial pressure plus the CNA job's physical/emotional load. Echo. All the earlier moments when authority told me my reality was too much. That's what I mean by compounded relational cPTSD. It's not just a lot happened, it's that each new blow wakes up the memory and sensation of the earlier ones. Your body becomes a tidy historian. It remembers everything at once. The CNA detour, how daily life compounds the harm. On paper, CNA program sounds like a neutral step. In real life, it meant changing diapers for elderly men with HIV, lifting a 350-pound patient with whatever muscles and leverage I could find, and clocking in at a convalescent home where scabies felt like a roommate, not a roomer. When you asked for one day to process devastating news, my trainer said, "Get over it." That sentence is small but heavy. It tells your nervous system, feelings are an error, care is unprofessional, speed is the only virtue. Meanwhile, the job demands you show care for everyone else's body while your own grief and anger have nowhere to go. That is a blueprint for burnout, not because you are weak, but because the situation is structurally cruel. The phone limbo. Why hours on hold matters. I tried calling. I waited for hours. No one answered. That sounds like a nuisance. It's actually a key part of the harm. Humans regulate stress through resolution. Conversation, clarity, next steps. Phone limbo blocks resolution while consuming your time and energy. It says, keep investing, we might respond. That's intermittent reinforcement, the psychological slot machine that keeps people pulling the lever. So, what looks like just bureaucracy is actually a system that denies what's true, demands more effort, time, money, phone marathons, fame, and withholds the conversation that could restore reality. You're too sensitive versus you're carrying evidence. When your body reacts strongly to no, to the letter, to the CNA shifts, to the hours on hold, it isn't proof of fragility. It's proof of accumulation. You're not too sensitive. You're carrying evidence. Your stomach drop is a reasonable response to an unreasonable pattern. Your anger is proportional. Your grief is data. I keep thinking about those 60 births, the pulse oximeters, the charts, the hands guiding breath. The way a room changes when pain turns to relief and a cry splits the air. None of that disappears because a database doesn't have a checkbox for trained in Iran. If their forms can't fit my training, the forms need to change, not my history. How the pattern shows up in my actual life. Do it with me. Stack the pile you can point to. Stacks are the things you can list on a napkin. They're the visible weight. Here is mine when I first immigrated. Early life and family. Difficult childhood, parents' divorce, stability cracked early. I learned to scan rooms before I learned to rest. Parentified, adult responsibilities as a kid. I became the helper before anyone helped me. Toxic positivity when depressed. Smile instead of support. Feelings treated like a problem to fix, not a reality to meet. Being the good girl, boy. Disability and neurodivergence. No recognition of disability, needs dismissed or disbelieved, access became negotiation, not a right. Roommates hostile to neurodivergence. Sensory/structure needs mocked. Respect was conditional. Late autism diagnosis. Clarity arrived after years of being mislabeled. The map came after the hike. Migration, housing, safety. Immigration to the U.S., new system, new rules, proof demanded at every door. Living around Westlake/MacArthur and the coffee shop job at 5 a.m., commuting in the dark, street safety anxiety layered onto survival work. Couch in a living room. A housemate struggling with alcohol crossed boundaries with a sudden romantic confession. I packed and moved within a week. Poor housing conditions, leaks, pests, thin walls, the kind of stress I could point a camera at. School and work gatekeeping. Board of Nursing, Breeze. A year of waiting, thousands of dollars, then start over. CNA job, heavy lifts, heavy emotions, scabies, guest appearances, trainer's response, get over it. Coffee shop job, low pay, early hours, body on carb while the rent stayed full. Job market whiplash, overqualified for part-time, underqualified for livable roles, qualified for unpaid patients. Health, care systems, and institutions. Denied, ignored by Medicaid. Not serious enough messages that erased visible pain. Ineligible for disability benefits because of school. Being smart enough to take class became a punishment in the benefit system. psych wards / jail-like disrespect, dignity checked at the door, labeled the problem, not a person. Sexual abuse, the personal layer that trains your body to brace for blame, control, or withdrawal. Money and administration hurdles. Financial aid counselor error plus intimidation, falsely marked as having a bachelor's, threatened with losing aid and paying back. I had to show the Board of Nursing letter to the supervisor to fix it. Caregiving and load. Mom immigrated and relied on me. Love plus logistics. I became the bridge for 2 lives. Loss and the line that changed everything. Existential exhaustion, the constant yo-yoing between staying one more day to try and finding no real help available. Promise to tell the truth of it. The breaking point became a turning point. I decided to speak, even if my voice shook. A stack is not a pity list, it's evidence, observable hits that land one after another until the floor feels closer than the sky. Braid, the forces tugging at the same rope. Braids are the less visible currents that twist the stack into something harder to climb. Immigration bias, the quiet assumption that training from over there is less real than training from over here. The whispers saying, go back to where you came from. Gender bias, the expectation that I should be grateful, quiet, and flexible, especially in care work, while systems stay rigid. Economic instability, the math that never quite adds up. Fees, translations, commutes, experience required for entry-level roles, and the rent staring like a patient bill collector. Epistemic manipulation. Being told my understanding of my own work and reality is confused, while the system's contradictions are treated as reason. It's the feeling of being talked out of what I know. Cultural differences. Polite no's that mean no path. Expectations about tone, timing, who is allowed to be frustrated in public. You can follow every stated rule and still miss the unspoken ones. A braid doesn't show up as one big event. It's the tension you feel when every direction you pull, something else tugs back. Echo, the past that wakes up when the present knocks. Echoes are the sensations and beliefs that come roaring back when a new hit feels like the old hits. Perfect childhood myth. The story others accepted that everything was fine became its own silencer. When present pain met that old script, the echo said, "Don't make waves." Translation: silence kept others comfortable, not you safe. Less than men. Old lessons about worth, space, and who gets believed. A male supervisor's casual dismissal doesn't just sting today, it drags a choir of yesterday voices into the room. Translation: their minimization is not proof of your smallness, it's proof of their blindfold. Flatline life. After too many hits, feelings turn down to survive overload. Food tastes like cardboard. Conversations feel far away. It isn't apathy, it's your body's low power mode until there's enough safety to turn the lights back up. Translation: numbness is not failure, it's survival intelligence. Never enough. The voice that says your only role is to absorb other people's unwanted emotions, that you must carry projections and never be mirrored back as real. The goalposts move, the bar rises, your worth is always pending. Translation: not enough is the lie that kept others from facing their own lack. You're the problem. Child brain math. If I hadn't been born, Mom wouldn't have stayed. There'd be no stepmothers. Everyone would be happy. Adult truth. A child didn't build that house or those rules. You were living in someone else's storm and blamed for the weather. Translation: you weren't the problem. You were the scapegoat. I can never fit in. I'm weird and awkward. I'm human trash. I learned to mask and over-explain because rooms weren't built for me. It feels like everyone else got the manual you weren't given. You scan, rehearse, apologize, shrink. Translation: not fitting is proof the room was too narrow, not that you were too much. Nothingness. There's an echo that doesn't roar, it erases. It's the moment you question your own existence and your body drops into the panic loop of nobody cares. You get sucked into a black hole while feeling invisible. Then you come to the conclusion that humanity is dead. Translation: the void isn't who you are. It's the system designed for connections to fail. Echoes explain why the present sometimes feels double or even triple loud. You're not overreacting. You're reacting to now and to the file your nervous system opened with it. What the map changed. 3 real moments. Seeing the pattern didn't fix the world. It fixed my orientation to it. I stopped arguing with myself and started adjusting the room. 1. The next bureaucratic no. Before, panic, self-blame, phone marathons. After, I asked for the written criteria and the appeal path, then saved my time for the steps that actually exist. If no one would send it, I treated that as an answer and moved my energy elsewhere. 2. The advisor who demeaned my work. Before, shame spiral, rewrite to please. After, I named it. These comments read like an AI output. I'm requesting human feedback on argument and evidence. If they couldn't offer that, I took my work to someone who could. My work deserved a reader, not a scanner. 3. The get over it workplace. Before, swallow it and show up anyway. After, I translated it, exploitation dressed as resilience. I planned an exit, and in the meantime protected my body. No heroic lifts, no unpaid overtime, documentation of safety issues. I wasn't difficult. I was alive. Counter narratives, a small manifesto. 1. Against the myth of composure. Anger is not a lapse in professionalism. It's a diagnostic instrument. It identifies the seam where lived experience meets sanctioned denial. 2. Against resilience as silence. Endurance without witness is disappearance, not strength. Speech, even fractured, even tired, is survival made audible. 3. Against individual fault. My pain is not a private defect. It is an archive of structural injury, credential gatekeeping, economic precarity, gender dismissal written across years. 4. Against start over. Experience does not evaporate on command. When policy says 0, the number describes the form, not the person. 5. Against credential chauvinism. Biology travels, bureaucracy doesn't. Skills forged across 60 births remain valid, whether or not a database recognizes trained in Iran. 6. Against neutrality as virtue. Tone is often a sorting tool, not a standard. Requests for calm typically protect the institution's comfort, not the truth. 7. Against objectivity without relationship. A bot's rubric cannot read a life. Feedback that refuses context is not rigorous. It is shallow with confidence. 8. against the meritocratic riddle. Overqualified and underqualified on the same day is not a personal paradox. It's a labor market that profits from suspended lives. 9. Against the erasure of neurodivergence. Masking is not deceit, it is adaptive labor. Late diagnosis does not invent difference, it gives it language and rights of presence. 10. Against medical conditionality. Access to care should not hinge on proving extremity to skeptical systems. Not serious enough is how institutions outsource risk back to the body. 11. Against the minimization of nothingness. Numbness is not absence of self, it is the body's conservation mode under chronic threat. Low power is evidence of overload, not apathy. 12. Against imported shame. Less than is not a temperament, it is a training. When dismissal lands today, it summons the old syllabus. Naming the syllabus returns authorship. 13. Against help that harms. Care that demands erasure is not care. Treatment that reproduces the conditions of injury is not neutral, it is reenactment. 14. Against bureaucratic infinity. An hour on hold without a human is not an inconvenience. It is a technology of exhaustion. Withheld conversation sustains institutional reality at the expense of human reality. 15. For testimony as method. Story is not a soft alternative to data. It is data with provenance, lived specifics. Dates, letters, streets, shifts constitute evidence. 16. For boundaries as analysis. A boundary is not hostility, it's a claim about what conditions truth requires. Saying in writing is a research protocol, not an attitude. 17. For translation as power. Too sensitive, carrying evidence, doesn't count, unrecognized by policy. Start over, categories at their limit. Translation is de-gaslighting. 18. For stewardship over survival. The goal is not to pass institutional tests. It is to preserve a life worth having while contesting the test's premises. What this chapter wanted to give you. Not coping tricks. A lens. Your stack is evidence, not a character flaw. Your braids show how power pulls. Your echoes explain why the present can feel double loud. When you hear start over, translate it. From erasure to policy choice, from self-blame to pattern, from isolation to context. You're not starting from zero, you're starting from evidence, and from now on, we treat your experience as evidence. Bridge to Chapter 2. Giving the thing a name. In the next chapter, we're going to name compounded relational cPTSD, or in short CRC-PTSD, in plain language and show exactly how stack braid echo fits together. No clinical maze, no buzzwords you have to translate. Just a simple sketch you can hold in your head when the next letter, email, or comment tries to shrink you. Turn the page, let's draw the map. Chapter 2. What is compounded relational cPTSD? Compounded relational cPTSD names a pattern in which injuries delivered by people and by institutions accumulate or stack, interlock or braid, and reactivate across time or echo. It extends classic accounts of complex trauma, Herman, 2015, by foregrounding cumulative stress, McEwen, 1998, polyvictimization across domains, Finkelhor, Ormrod, and Turner, 2007, and the role of organizational actors in producing harm, what psychology terms institutional betrayal, Smith and Freed, 2014, and Sociology Analyzes as Gaslighting at Scale, Sweet, 2019, and Epistemic Injustice, Fricker, 2007. In plain language, it's not just a lot happened, it's that the way things keep happening teaches your body and mind to expect erasure. A working definition with scaffolding. Relational. The injuries arise in ties you can't easily avoid: family, classrooms, clinics, workplaces, licensing boards, where non-participation isn't freedom so much as foreclosed access, locked out by design. Cloetra et al., 2009. Compounded. Harms don't simply add, a fresh denial borrows volume from earlier ones, amplifying load and altering meaning. Evans, Lee, and Whipple, 2013, McEwen, 1998. CPTSD-like outcomes. The result rhymes with complex PTSD, affect, dysregulation, negative self-talk, relational disturbance, and inability to trust. But here the social machinery is treated as part of the wound, not mere backdrop. Hyland et al., 2017. Herman, 2015. Yes, it's a mouthful. Bureaucracy has never been famous for simplicity. Why compounded, not just complex? Complex describes variety. Compounded describes pressure, who turns the screw, with which rules, and to whose benefit. The analytic question shifts from "what's wrong with me" to "what keeps happening to me, and why?" Crenshaw, 1991, Smith and Freed, 2014. Emotional intensity then reads as proportionate to accumulated evidence, not as a personal defect. Evans et al., 2013. The model in words. Stack. The visible pile. Events you can list and date. In my case, a year of compliance and fees for a licensing denial. Unsafe CNA shifts with "get over it" management, overqualified/underqualified job rejections. Eligibility theater, performance of misery to qualify for public services, financial aid intimidation, healthcare denied when needed. This aligns with research on serial stressors and polyvictimization. Finkelhor et al., 2007. Braid, the forces that pull together. Less visible currents tightening the rope, immigration/credential bias, gendered expectations to be grateful, quiet, and infinitely flexible, economic precarity, and knowledge devaluation through tone policing. 3. Silencing through civility rules or automation. Crenshaw, 1991, Fricker, 2007, Sweet, 2019. One tug is irritating, a braid of tugs is immobilizing. Echo. The past that wakes when the present knocks. Old lessons don't make waves, you are less. Your needs are too much. Light up when new events rhyme with old ones. The echo explains numbness, low power mode, and surges, double loud days, as state shifts, not character flaws. Vander Kolk, 2014, Herman, 2015. Read it like this. Stack is what happened. Braid is why each hit lands heavier. Echo is why today sounds like 10. Relation to PTSD and cPTSD. PTSD classically centers a discrete trauma and its aftereffects. American Psychiatric Association, APA, 2013. CPTSD denotes prolonged, captivity-like exposure to interpersonal harm. Herman, 2015. Compounded relational cPTSD retains cPTSD's symptom core, but names the organizational agents, universities, boards, insurers, benefit offices, whose denials, delays, and start-over edicts are themselves pathogenic. Smith and Freud, 2014, Sweet, 2019. In short, the wound is not only inside, it's between you and the systems that claim neutrality while causing harm. The DSM-5 outlines the clinical symptoms of PTSD as 4 clusters: intrusion symptoms, recurrent intrusive memories, traumatic nightmares, flashbacks, intense psychological distress, and marked physiological reactivity to trauma cues. Avoidance symptoms, persistent avoidance of trauma-related thoughts, feelings, or external reminders. Negative alterations in cognition and mood, inability to recall important aspects of the trauma, persistent negative beliefs about oneself, others, or the world, distorted blame, pervasive negative emotions, diminished interest in activities, detachment, inability to experience positive emotions. Alterations in arousal and reactivity, irritability or aggression, reckless or self-destructive behavior, hypervigilance, exaggerated startle response, concentration problems, and sleep disturbance. These symptoms must persist for more than 1 month and cause clinically significant distress or impairment. APA 2013. By contrast, the ICD-11 definition of complex PTSD, CPTSD, includes the full PTSD symptom clusters, but adds an additional triad of disturbances in self-organization, DSO, affective dysregulation, difficulty managing strong emotions, rapid shifts into anger or despair, emotional numbing, negative self-concept, persistent beliefs of worthlessness, guilt, shame, or failure. Interpersonal disturbances, difficulty sustaining relationships, patterns of avoidance or mistrust, feeling detached or alienated from others. These extended features reflect the impact of chronic, inescapable trauma such as childhood abuse, domestic violence, or prolonged institutional betrayal. Cloitre et al., 2013, Highland et al., 2017. Compounded relational cPTSD builds on this foundation by situating these same symptoms within systems of bureaucracy, scarcity, and gaslighting. Hypervigilance may look like paranoia in a clinic, but in the welfare office, it is recognition. Every envelope could rewrite your future. Shutdown may resemble depression, but in the context of Medicaid denials and housing precarity, it is the nervous system's conservation strategy. Disturbances in self-organization are not only the result of early captivity, but are reactivated daily by policies that require proof of collapse before help is given. These diagnostic frameworks help us name the core features of trauma, but they remain limited when trauma is compounded by institutions. Where psychiatry locates symptoms inside the individual, compounded relational cPTSD insists on reading them as relational and systemic, the echo of denials, delays, and bureaucratic erasures that accumulate over time. To move beyond a list of symptoms, we need a model that links biology with meaning and dependency. Not only what happens in the body, but what happens between us and the systems that govern survival. Jung's empath and the collective loop. Carl Jung described the empath as a personality type marked by heightened sensitivity, porous boundaries, and a tendency to absorb the moods and suffering of others. Jung, 1959-1968. What Jung saw in the empath overlaps in striking ways with what I call compounded relational cPTSD. The empath's symptoms, feeling everything more deeply, struggling to separate self from other, withdrawing to self-protect, or collapsing under unprocessed emotional load, are also hallmarks of bodies carrying years of systemic invalidation and betrayal. Yet Jung's frame individualized this pattern. For him, the empath's task was to turn inward, to individuate, to integrate shadow material, to strengthen the ego against overwhelm. Healing was imagined as a private journey of self-mastery. Jung, 1969-1989. My model departs here. I argue that while healing does require individual work, strengthening the capacity to hold onto truth even when others mislabel or minimize it, healing cannot be completed alone. Trauma is relational, and so must be repair. Without collective witnessing, accountability, and mutual recognition of suffering, the trauma loop remains active. Survivors in survival mode cannot feel safe enough to process pain if their environment keeps retagging their experience as exaggeration, weakness, or defect. Safety requires both inner resilience and outer acknowledgement. Healing is not only an internal process of integration, it is a collective act of restoring relationship, responsibility, and recognition. This also reframes Jung's idea that empaths unconsciously seek out the same wounds in others. In the language of compounded relational cPTSD, we are not unconsciously seeking harm. We are constantly and unconsciously detecting alarms. The body, primed by accumulated betrayals, recognizes the rhyme of danger before the brain has time to interpret it. Van der Kolk, 2014, McEwen, 1998. This is not malfunction, it is accuracy. The problem is not that survivors misread situations, but that institutions and others fail to own responsibility for their harm, forcing the survivor into endless vigilance. And because we are social beings, this cycle repeats interpersonally. It is difficult not to project or be projected upon. Patterns are not only internalized, but actively reenacted in the present by others who are uncomfortable owning responsibility. The empathic body, like the traumatized body, keeps detecting the same alarm, not because it is broken, but because the world keeps replaying the same refusal. Plain truth, Jung was right that healing requires turning inward, but he stopped short. Healing also requires turning outward, holding each other's suffering, taking accountability for harm, and creating conditions where safety is shared instead of denied. Mechanism: concise, not clinical. Load: repeated invalidation keeps the stress system idling high, anxiety, or flipping to protective shutdown, depression. Both are coherent responses to ongoing threat. McEwen, 1998, Van der Kolk, 2014. Meaning: start over functions as erasure, not feedback, injuring identity and authorship. Herman, 2015. Dependency: because these harms occur inside systems you must use, licenses, visas, degrees, care, refusal is not freedom, it is exclusion. Cloitre et al., 2009. If that sounds bleak, it's because honesty beats mystique. We cannot repair what we are required to misname. 3 analytic lenses tied to lived scenes. 1. Training versus bureaucracy. I helped deliver 60 babies. Those skills don't vanish just because a US database doesn't have a box for trained abroad. The problem isn't my body or my competence, it's the policy. Paper categories are a poor substitute for lived skills. 2. The job market trap. One employer calls you overqualified, another calls you underqualified, sometimes on the very same day. It's not you that's inconsistent. It's the labor market, designed to keep workers stuck in the middle. That's how economies extract cheap labor, not proof that you're flawed. 3. When machines replace witness. When my professor let I grade my paper without telling me my work wasn't read, it was scanned. That's not feedback, it's erasure. Real evaluation requires relationship, someone actually seeing your argument and engaging with it. Anything less devalues human knowledge. Common misreadings and counters. You're too sensitive. Accumulation predicts intensity. That's cumulative risk 101, Evans et al., 2013. Sensitivity here is evidence tracking, not defect. Standards are neutral. Start over is fair. When standards erase documented competence, they act as filters protecting institutional convenience, not public safety. Smith and Freed, 2014, Sweet, 2019. If you don't like it, opt out. Gatekeeping controls licenses, care, and livelihood. Opting out typically means no access, not autonomy. Cloitre et al., 2009. Numbness proves you don't care. Shutdown is a protective state under chronic threat. Van der Kolk, 2014. Low affect not equal to low value. Translation: the problem is not your pulse, it's the maze. Glossary of this chapter. Institutional betrayal. When an organization you depend on worsens harm by denial, delay, or punishment. Smith and Freyd, 2014. Institutional gaslighting. When systems deny obvious truths and force you to question your own reality. Unlike interpersonal gaslighting, institutional gaslighting comes wrapped in official language, forms, or polite letters that make the denial feel legitimate. Coercive control. A pattern of domination where someone uses rules, monitoring, or constant micro-penalties to limit your freedom. In relationships, it can mean isolation, financial control, or rules that make resistance dangerous. In workplaces, it often looks like unsafe demands framed as team spirit or threats of losing your job. Epistemic injustice, wronging someone as a knower, discounting testimony due to status/identity. Fricker, 2007. Counter-translation. Too sensitive implies carrying evidence. Doesn't count implies unrecognized by policy. Start over implies category failure. Sweet, 2019. One sentence to carry. You can gaslight me all you want, but I won't gaslight myself anymore. Chapter 3, Relational Harm 101. Relational harm sounds simple. Someone hurts someone else, but it rarely arrives with a siren. It shows up as a pattern, small denials, moving goalposts, a bureaucratic start over, a supervisor's tone comment that trims your mind down to size, a not serious enough letter that turns your body into an argument to be lost. In psychology, we talk about chronic invalidation and complex trauma. Herman, 2015, Linehan, 1993. In sociology, we talk about institutional betrayal and gaslighting. Smith and Freyd, 2014, Sweet, 2019. In lived life, we talk about sitting on hold for an hour, only to be referred to a new number, and again, with no resolution, then standing in the grocery store, smiling to the world brightly, calculating how much one egg costs while the mail in your pocket says you have no insurance because you earned $16 over the poverty line. This chapter gives you the basic grammar: what relational harm is, how it's structured, why it hides in plain sight, and how your body learns its rules long before your mouth has language for them. It also names the tactics: gaslighting, DARVO, intermittent reinforcement, coercive control, the environments that multiply them, schools, clinics, licensing boards, and the predictable after effects, hypervigilance, shutdown, rehearsed apology. If the previous chapters drew a map of stack braid echo, this one teaches you the verbs. 1. What we mean by relational harm. Relational harm is damage delivered through ties of dependence. Family, partners, supervisors, teachers, clinicians, agencies, where opting out isn't a real option without losing safety, status, or access. Cloitre et al., 2009, Herman, 2015. The injury isn't just the event, it's the arrangement. Who has the power to define reality, who controls the record, who can delay, and who must keep showing up anyway. 3 layers matter: interpersonal, domination, contempt, chronic invalidation, coercive control, Stark, 2007. Organizational, denial or delay by schools, hospitals, boards, insurers, what psychology calls institutional betrayal. Smith and Freyd, 2014. Cultural/structural, gender rules about being grateful or pulling up by bootstraps, immigration/credential bias, and classed ideas about fit. Crenshaw, 1991. Fricker, 2007, Personal Accountability Narratives. If you just worked harder, you'd be fine. Toxic Positivity, Smile, It's Not So Bad. Failure Myths, If You're Struggling, It's Your Fault. Policy and Bureaucracy, We'd love to help, but our hands are tied. Relational harm becomes traumatic when it is sustained, inescapable, and identity-shaping, reaching the territory of complex trauma. Herman, 2015, van der Kolk, 2014. 2. Why it's hard to see and easy to excuse. Relational harm loves plausible deniability. A single email looks polite, a single comment sounds constructive, a single denial reads like policy. The pattern only becomes visible when you zoom out and count. That's why people living inside it often feel too sensitive. They're tracking accumulation while outsiders are grading each incident in isolation. Evans, Lee, and Whipple, 2013. Institutions also substitute text for witness, what Dorothy Smith calls textually mediated power. Smith, 2005. If it's not in the drop-down, it doesn't exist. If the rubric doesn't recognize it, your experience is zero. Databases are famously good at reality, as long as reality fits the form. Everything has been introduced and indoctrinated to us as soon as we are born. We learn early that what matters most is not truth, but compliance. We are trained to treat paperwork as proof of existence, policies as measures of worth, and politeness as care. By the time we reach adulthood, these lessons feel so normal that when harm happens, it rarely looks like harm at all. In reality, as soon as we are born, we are no more a person, but a name on a piece of paper, a number. Our pain is summarized in lifeless statistics that don't even accurately reflect anything. We call it science, but science is human constructed and is always biased by our history, if not manipulated. Everything requires a burden of proof from us, but when it comes to keeping the systems accountable, there are statutes of limitation and minimums required that protect the predators. The police are just another layer of bureaucracy used to minimize and delay justice, or worse, to criminalize mental pain and the victims. They demand that we narrate our trauma again and again until our voices splinter, only to dismiss it with cold refrains. Not enough evidence. Doesn't fit the description of assault. It's under $1,500, so we can't do anything about it. And the judicial system? It is even more brutal. It dresses itself in the language of due process while grinding survivors into dust. Courtrooms become theaters of humiliation where victims are dissected, credibility shredded, histories weaponized. Justice is not measured by truth, but by procedure, and procedure is written to protect power. Cases collapse not because harm didn't happen, but because trauma did what trauma does: fragmented memory, delayed reporting, loss of language under pressure. And instead of understanding that as evidence of the wound, the judicial system treats it as evidence of a lie. This is not justice. It is betrayal dressed in robes and gavels. It is trauma replayed under fluorescent lights. It is the state telling you, again, that your pain is inadmissible, that your body is not believable, that your truth must be sterilized into the exact shape of their form, or it does not count. In healthcare, we are not patients, but liabilities, and the bigger a liability we are, the more disposable we become, as though needing more care is equated with disposability. If we go to the ER because doctor's appointments are weeks away and we're in pain, the ER nurse says it to our face. ER is for people who are dying. Is that the only reason you came here tonight? Literally erasing our physical pain and adding to our mental pain. At school, we are just there so that people can get paid, not there to learn or be curious, but to systematically learn compliance and erasure. At the end of the day, we are a test score, and all those Ivy Leagues are booked for the rich and affluent. When we stumble, it's not a system failure. It's a motivational poster telling us to try harder, smile brighter, and manifest our way out of scarcity. Even online, our clicks and searches aren't ours. They're harvested, sold, turned into ads, reminding us how broken we are while profiting from the cure. If we weren't born here, every form and every accent is used to remind us we are conditional, not permanent. If we don't have a white-sounding name, people twist ours into 100 variations, rehearsing their convenience while erasing our identity. People play office politics as though it's a game, not caring about someone's livelihood. Bosses say, "We're family," until it's about sick days or disability accommodations. Family until the cost of keeping us exceeds our output. We work so hard, but it's never enough for our bosses. No words of appreciation, just areas of improvement. And then finally, when it comes to qualifying for public services, we are forced to participate in an eligibility theater where they deprive us of all dignity. If we miss one deadline, we lose eligibility, but they are always busier than usual and have months of waiting to check our applications. Even when driving, people are so aggressive, not allowing us to turn when the lane is closing, forcing us to drive an extra 10 minutes just to get back on the road. No one really authentically is present when we're hanging out, not because they don't want to be, but because they are already drowning in their own world of judgments and trauma. On social media, we are fed the American dream, but we don't see how our little kids are hungry, depressed, and already burnt out by the toxic positivity we spoon-feed them daily. And finally, when our bodies start malfunctioning in the skewed reality of our lives, we look in the mirror of social media and think, "I'm the problem." These are just a few things to name, and are already feeling exhausted and angry writing this. Yet this is not weakness. It's evidence of how much weight we carry in a culture that erases us. This isn't a world worth living in, and while we can't change everything at once, we are stronger than we can ever imagine, and slowly, starfish by starfish, we can change the culture to one of true care and love. 3. The nervous system learns the room. From the very beginning, our bodies are paying attention. Babies learn, if it's safe, reach out. If it's not, shrink back. That's attachment in action. Ainsworth, Blahar, Waters, and Wall, 1978. Bowlby, 1988. When threat keeps repeating, the body hardwires survival into its settings. Either hyper-alert, scanning every shadow, or shut down, going numb to conserve energy. Van der Kolk, 2014. Chronic invalidation makes the body an even better statistician than the mind. It doesn't wait for logic or proof. It remembers the pattern and moves first to save you from the cost of being blindsided again. McEwen, 1998. And for many of us, we soon learn to mask our truth behind a calm and put together good girl/boy. That's the exhausting daily labor of translating ourselves into something acceptable, modulating tone, hiding stims, suppressing overload, deferring to others just to avoid social penalty. Masking is a form of epistemic injustice too. It teaches us that our way of knowing and being must be filtered through someone else's comfort to be taken seriously. Fricker, 2007. Plain truth, if you brace before opening an email, that's not you being crazy or too sensitive. That's your nervous system doing math faster than your brain. Last time, this subject line came with harm. It's not neurosis, it's conditioning. 4. Tactics of relational harm and what they sound like. 4.1 Gaslighting, interpersonal and institutional. Definition: systematic denial of obvious facts to destabilize the target's sense of reality. Sweet, 2019. Interpersonal sounds: that never happened. You must be remembering wrong. You're exaggerating. It wasn't that bad. You're imagining things. Stop being dramatic. You always make everything about you. Other people have it worse. You should be grateful. You're too sensitive. You can't take a joke. Institutional sounds. We have no record of your submission. Please resubmit your documents. The system shows you don't qualify even if you have the paperwork. Your claim is pending. Thank you for your patience. For months with no action. Our records show you missed the deadline, even when you submitted on time. We regret to inform you, boilerplate rejection, no reason given. Policy doesn't allow us to, used as a blanket to avoid accountability. Relatable scenario, lived composite. You go to the doctor with daily headaches so strong they wake you at night. The doctor glances at you, types for a few seconds, and says, "It's probably just stress, nothing to be concerned about." No scans, no labs. At home, when you try to talk about the pain, your family rolls their eyes. You're overreacting, you're always so sensitive. Someone even makes a joke at dinner about you needing a helmet for your drama. You start to wonder if maybe they're right. Maybe it is just in your head. 10 months later, after countless sleepless nights and hours lost to pain, another doctor finally listens, orders a scan. The result? A tumor, real, growing the whole time. The gaslighting didn't just dismiss your pain, it delayed your care. It taught you to doubt yourself until the evidence was undeniable. The injury wasn't only the tumor, it was 10 months of unnecessary suffering and self-doubt because both people and systems told you it's not real. Plain truth, gaslighting works because it makes you second-guess the evidence of your own body. 4.2 DARVO, DARVO, deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. Definition: a defensive pattern identified in abuse contexts where the aggressor denies the harm, attacks the person naming the harm, reverses the roles, portraying themselves as the victim. Smith and Freed, 2014. Interpersonal sounds. That never happened. You're lying. Deny. You're crazy. You're trying to ruin me. Attack. I can't believe you'd accuse me of this after everything I've done for you. Reverse. You're the abuser here. Look how upset you're making me. Institutional sounds. Your report is unfounded. Deny. You're being disruptive and unprofessional by filing this complaint. Attack. This investigation is harming our reputation. Reverse. If you cared about the team, you wouldn't bring this up. Relatable scenario. Lived composite. You report to HR that your manager has been sexually harassing you. Inappropriate comments, late-night texts, pressure for drinks to talk about your future. Deny. HR says, "We've investigated and we found no evidence this occurred. The fact that you have messages doesn't matter. They dismiss it as taken out of context." Attack. Next, you're told, "You're damaging team morale by bringing this up. People are starting to see you as difficult." The harm flips back onto you. Reverse. Finally, the manager himself says, "This accusation is ruining my life. I'm the one who's being victimized here." Suddenly, you're not only denied justice, you're painted as the offender. You lose credibility, your reputation, maybe even your job. The abuser walks away with sympathy. The truth teller walks away branded as toxic. Plain truth, DARVO doesn't just deny the harm, it weaponizes your voice against you. 4.3 Intermittent reinforcement. Definition: unpredictable alternation of reward and punishment keeps people working for clarity long after clarity is off the table. Linehan, 1993. Interpersonal sounds. I'll call you right back. They don't. You're amazing, but I don't know if I can commit. You're doing so well, but here are 5 things to fix. I forgive you. Then the same fight reopens next week. This won't hurt a bit. Then it does. Don't worry, everything's fine until it suddenly isn't. Institutional sounds. Your claim is under review. Please check back in 2 weeks. No updates for months. Congratulations, you're approved. Followed by, we regret to inform you. The doctor will see you now. 3 hours later, you're still waiting. Your file has been corrected. Next week, misflagged again. This job welcomes all applicants. Final note, we chose an internal candidate. Your benefits are secure until the next letter revokes them with no explanation. Relatable scenario, Leved composite. You've been applying for housing assistance. At first, the office reassures you, your application looks good, you should hear back soon. Weeks turn into months, months into years. Every time you call, the script is the same. It's pending, check back next week. The waitlist for public housing is staggering. 14 years in San Diego, 8 years in Los Angeles. By the time your number finally comes up, after more than a decade of waiting, the letter arrives. We regret to inform you that you are not eligible due to your income. But nothing has changed except the cost of survival. You're still struggling to keep a roof over your head, still doing survival math at the grocery store, still juggling bills. What has changed is that the poverty line hasn't been updated in any meaningful way in over decades. The income threshold that disqualified you is so low it wouldn't even cover food, let alone rent. This isn't just a denial, it's a performance of fairness, while the system quietly ensures you never had a real chance. Plain truth, intermittent reinforcement is the same strategy casinos use to keep people at the slot machines. Only here, the jackpot is not money, it's survival. 4.4 Coercive control. Definition: a regime of constraints, surveillance, isolation, and micro-penalties that makes resistance costly. Stark, 2007. Interpersonal sounds. You can go out, but if you do, don't expect me to be here when you get back. You never do it right. Next time, do it my way or don't do it at all. You're too loud. You're too quiet. Can't you just act normal? If you really cared, you wouldn't make this so difficult. I'm not stopping you, but you'll regret it if you don't listen. Institutional sounds. We can't approve your application without more proof. Please resubmit, even when you've already sent it twice. U.S. experience required. For jobs impossible to get without already having one. We'd love to help, but policy doesn't allow exceptions. Your tone is unprofessional when tone is used to silence content. Family leave is available, but if you take it, your performance review may be impacted. Congratulations, you qualify, but only if you maintain perfect compliance with every deadline. Relatable scenario. Imagine being told at work, "We're family here," only to be denied sick leave because the team needs you, or being asked to speak up more, then disciplined for being too assertive. The contradictions aren't accidents. They're tripwires. The goal is to make you so busy second-guessing yourself that you stop resisting altogether. Plain truth. Coercive control sounds polite, professional, even loving on the surface. But underneath, it's always the same message. Your freedom exists only on our terms. 4.5. Idealize to devalue to discard. Definition: a cycle common in exploitative relationships. It starts with idealization, love bombing or recruitment, shifts into criticism, finding endless faults, and ends with discard, cutting you off once you've been drained. Herman, Du Tuxtantiae Penkiolica. Interpersonal sounds. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Love bomb. You've really changed. You're not who I thought you were. Devalue. You're toxic. I can't have you in my life. Discard. We're soulmates. You're impossible. Blocked number. You're family to me. Why can't you do anything right? Silence. Institutional sounds. Help is available. To you don't qualify. To no further guidance. We value diversity. We welcome global talent. Unfortunately, your credentials don't meet our criteria. Please stop following up on your application. Students are our top priority. 2. We regret that your financial aid is suspended. To no reply to appeal. We care about work-life balance. 2. You're not showing enough commitment. To termination. This hospital serves every patient. Arrow. Your insurance isn't accepted. Arrow door closed. Relatable scenario. Lived composite. You see the posters everywhere. Help is available. You are not alone. In a moment of desperation, you dial the crisis line. The voice on the other end thanks you for calling. You take the risk. You say out loud that you don't want to live. Within the hour, the knock at the door isn't a counselor, it's the police. They cuff you in front of your neighbors and drive you to a psych ward. There, you're stripped of your shoelaces, your phone, and your dignity. Instead of care, you're told to wait in a fluorescent hallway until a doctor decides you're stable enough to release. When you return home days later, your landlord has slipped a notice under the door. We cannot tolerate this kind of disruption. You need to vacate. The message could not be clearer. The system's version of help was to treat your pain as a liability. The invitation was, reach out, we'll be here. The reality was, punishment, surveillance, and disposability. Plain truth, in the cycle of idealize to devalue to discard, even help can be weaponized. 4.6 Stonewalling and delay. Definition: withholding response as a control tactic, delay as a technology of exhaustion. Smith and Freed, 2014. Interpersonal sounds. I don't want to talk about this right now. Every time you try to bring it up. You're imagining problems. Let's just drop it. We'll deal with this later. Later never comes. Silent treatment that stretches from hours into weeks. Institutional sounds. Your application is pending. For months, years. We can't move forward until another department signs off. The other department says the same. We're experiencing higher than usual call volume. Please hold. Looped endlessly. Your appeal has been received. No updates for 6 months. The system is updating. Check back next week. Forever. Relatable scenario. You've been fighting for disability benefits. Every deadline you've met. Every form you've sent. When you call to check the status, the hold music drones on for an hour before a voice finally says, your application is pending. Call back in 2 weeks. You call back. Same script. Pending. Months pass. Your file bounces between offices, each claiming the other is responsible. Letters arrive with dates pushed further and further out. No denials you can appeal, no approvals you can use, just endless waiting. While you wait, bills pile up, eviction notices loom, your body breaks down. The delay itself becomes the injury. By the time a decision comes, the cost of waiting has already done its damage. Plain truth, pending isn't neutral. Pending is erosion. It's how institutions exhaust you until you stop asking. 4.7 Emotional vampires and shadows. Definition: some forms of relational harm don't strike head-on. They drain you slowly like a parasite. Emotional vampires, Chernus, 1980, Maslach and Leiter, 2016, are people or systems that siphon time, energy, and money without giving anything back. Shadows are the silences and denials that linger long after the event, the absence of recognition that becomes its own wound. Herman, 2015, Smith and Freed, 2014. Interpersonal sounds. I just need to vent, don't make it about you. Drains without reciprocity. You're such a good listener, I always feel better after talking to you, while you feel worse. Silence after disclosure. the shadow of what they refuse to name. Let's keep this between us. Confidentiality turned into a leash. Institutional sounds. Thank you for your patience. Letters that drain months with no outcome. Your feedback is valuable. Forms that vanish into portals. We can't confirm or deny. Shadow speak that protects institutions, not people. We'll take it under review. Feeding on your labor while keeping you in the dark. Hidden fees. Relatable scenario, lived composite. You file a complaint about abuse at a treatment center. The patient safety manager thanks you, nods, takes notes, and says, "We'll be in touch." Weeks pass, months, nothing comes back. The system absorbed your testimony, extracted your time and courage, and gave silence in return. Breeze worked the same way, consuming years of translations and notarizations only to deliver a single paragraph erasing my degree. Montecatini eating disorder treatment consumed my pain and insurance, then expelled me back into police handcuffs. UCSD eating disorder treatment drained my hope with, "We cannot take you due to your history." Each one left behind the same residue: exhaustion, silence, shadows. Plain truth, emotional vampires feed on your energy and shadows steal your clarity. Together, they leave you doubting whether anything happened at all. But what happened is simple. You were consumed, your pain milked for profit, your testimony absorbed into silence, your existence reduced to fuel for someone else's ledger. 4.8 Double standards. Definition: a pattern where the same rules or behaviors are judged differently depending on who holds power. What is excused in them is punished in you. This is how neutral systems enforce hierarchy under the guise of fairness. Gilbert 2000, Fricker 2007. Interpersonal sounds: he's passionate, / she's aggressive. He just forgot, / you're irresponsible. He speaks his mind, / you're argumentative. He's ambitious, / you're too much. Institutional sounds: under review when a professor misses deadlines, / non-compliance when you're late. Policy allows flexibility for administrators, / no exceptions for you. Professional candor for those in power, / unprofessional tone for you. Leadership potential when they cut corners, / failure to follow procedure when you try to survive. Relatable scenario: imagine applying for disability benefits and missing one deadline because of hospitalization. You're cut off, case closed. Meanwhile, the agency takes months or even years to respond, and that's considered normal backlog. Or think about being told in school that your paper is too emotional, while professors publish opinionated polemics in top journals. The same action, missed deadlines, blunt speech, messy humanity, becomes disqualifying for you and invisible for them. Plain truth: double standards aren't accidents, they're tools of control. They let institutions preserve authority while blaming you for the very behaviors they excuse in themselves. 5. The language of dismissal. Relational harm colonizes waiting for approvals, for a human, for a reply that never lands. It stretches minutes into dread and years into pending. Delay is not just an inconvenience, it's the quiet engine of institutional power. While you wait, you still have to cook dinner, pay bills, show up to class, care for kids, and work with less oxygen. Case studies: the hospital referral that never comes. You're told, "We'll call you with the specialist's appointment." Months later, you're still chasing the call that never arrives while your pain grows. The unemployment claim: the state website says pending. Every morning you log in, heart racing, hoping for movement. Endless days of calling at 8 a.m., hoping someone will finally pick up the phone. Weeks stretch into months and rent doesn't wait. The student loan processing window. You make every payment on time, but the system freezes and suddenly you're told you're delinquent. You spend weeks proving what they already know, the job interview cycle. You sit through 3 rounds, send thank you notes, clear your schedule, then silence. Weeks later, an automated rejection arrives. We've decided to move forward with other candidates. The landlord repair promise. You're told, we'll send maintenance tomorrow. Tomorrow becomes next week, then next month. You're still showering under a leaking ceiling. Still, you think you are lucky your landlord didn't tell you, if you're not happy, leave like mine did for 2 years. Plain truth, harm doesn't just steal dignity in the moment, it steals time, and the theft compounds, because while you wait in their silence, life keeps demanding your action. 6. Masking and the politics of legibility. For me personally, late autism diagnosis reframed years of being called too much, too intense, or too sensitive. Masking, suppressing stims, translating speech into neurotypical cadence, minimizing sensory needs, reduces external penalties while increasing internal cost. Compare Fricker, 2007. In invalidating systems, autistic traits become easy targets for tone critiques. What is actually clarity or directness gets recoded as rude, and sensory distress gets miscast as dramatic. Yet, I have found that many survivors of compounded relational trauma learn early on to mask their emotions and needs, similar to autistic masking, especially in females. When emotions were punished or needs ignored, survival meant hiding them, crying, too much, anger, dangerous, asking for care, burdensome. Over time, masking becomes automatic. Smile when you want to scream, laugh at the joke that stings, say, I'm fine when you're not. It keeps the peace in the moment, but costs authenticity, connection, and health in the long run. Herman, Tweedweesend Vijftien. Van der Kolk, Tweedweesend Veertien. The nervous system doesn't care whether you're autistic, traumatized, or both. It just learns that showing truth is risky. So it builds a cover story. That cover story might look like composure, professionalism, or resilience. To the outside world, it looks impressive. To the inside world, it feels like erasure. Research on autistic camouflaging shows how masking reduces external penalties, but significantly increases internal stress and burnout. Hull et al. Sau, 2017, Livingston et al. Sau, 2019. Trauma studies show similar patterns. Chronic invalidation teaches the body to hide truth as a condition of survival. Linehan, 1993, Cloitre et al., 2009. Plain truth, masking keeps us alive, but it also keeps us invisible. 7. Counter-narratives for relational harm. Against composure as proof. Anger is not a failure. It's a diagnostic instrument. Herman, 2015. Anger is the alarm system for danger outside. Against silence as strength, endurance without witness is disappearance, not virtue. Smith and Freed, 2014. I refuse to be erased compliantly. Against start over, experience doesn't evaporate on command. 0 describes the form, not a person. Against tone as truth. Tone, rules sort bodies, not facts. Fricker, 2007. This means when institutions or people focus on how something is said instead of what is said, they aren't judging the truth of the facts. They're judging the person and the stories they make up about a person based on their race, stereotype, and personal experiences. Tone policing doesn't test reality. It tests whether your body, voice, or identity is comfortable enough for the listener. That's why it sorts bodies, who gets to be heard, rather than sorting facts, what is true. For testimony as method, story is not soft. It is data with provenance, dates, letters, streets, shifts. This means when you tell your story, it's not just emotional or subjective fluff. It's real evidence. Your story carries provenance, a record of where it comes from, just like research data does. You have dates of letters received, words spoken in rooms, places you lived, shifts you worked. Testimony is a method of truth-telling that is just as valid as statistics. 8. How to read your own life with this grammar. No homework, just lens. When someone says policy, ask what problem the policy solves and for whom. When you hear fit, ask which bodies, accents, or incomes were used to design the room. When you're rejected, translate it from "you're not enough" to "our system wasn't built to recognize you." When you're told "too sensitive," translate it to "carrying evidence." When you meet delay, name it as a tactic, not a personal failing. When you feel nothing, remind yourself, low power is conservation, not apathy. Van der Kolk, 2014. When you hear professionalism, decode it as "don't make waves." Ask who benefits from your silence. When they say resilient, ask if they mean "we'll keep exploiting you because you haven't collapsed yet." When the feedback is about tone, ask why your delivery matters more than your content. When someone praises your patience, ask if what they really mean is "thanks for tolerating our delay." When you see pending, remember, pending is erosion, not neutrality. When you're asked to start over, translate it to erase what you've lived so we don't have to honor it. When told you're not serious enough, remember, it's rationing care, not proof your pain is fake. You do not have to win a debate to validate your data. You can simply decide to treat your life as evidence because it is. 9. A short, uncute closing. Relational harm is not miscommunication. It is design, a system that distributes doubt to the target and credibility to the institution and profits from it. Capitalist, consumerist culture thrives when we internalize blame. If you think the problem is you, you'll buy the course, the app, the supplement, the therapy package, the lifestyle plan. Every rejection becomes a sales opportunity. Every delay drives you toward desperation. Your pain becomes their market. Here's the lens. If money can solve the problem, then the problem was never you. It was the system. If rent is the barrier, if insurance is the gatekeeper, if paperwork requires another fee, if eligibility is only for those who can afford to wait, that's not personal failure. That's profit logic in disguise. You learned the choreography early. Apologize before asking, shrink before speaking. Thank the system for clarifying you are zero. This chapter returns scale to the story. It was never zero. It was stack braid echo all along. In the next chapter, we'll stay with relationships but move closer to the ground, what repair looks like when you refuse to disappear, and what it costs and gives back to tell the truth in rooms trained to prefer silence. One sentence to carry. Relational harm is not misunderstanding. It is design, a choreography of gaslighting, delay, and dismissal that trains us to blame ourselves while the system feeds on our compliance. Chapter 4. When systems join the abuse. Imagine someone trying to kill you 40 times. Sometimes you dodge the bullet. Other times you end up in the ER. A few times you're hospitalized for a month or more. How would you feel about this person? Would you want them punished, stopped, held accountable? Now imagine this same person is also a therapist. Someone licensed to care, trusted with people's most fragile truths. Instead of being stopped, she is rewarded with raises and supervisory roles, even as complaints pile up. That's my story. The harm was not only what she did. The deeper harm was watching the very systems that should have protected me turn to protect her instead. Each time I asked for safety, the institution stood between her and accountability, not between her and me. That betrayal cut deeper than the bullets. because it told me my life was negotiable while her power was guaranteed. Psychology calls this institutional betrayal, when organizations meant to protect us instead shield the professional and worsen the harm. Smith and Freud, 2014. Sociology calls it gaslighting at scale, denial wrapped in bureaucracy, where obvious truths get disguised as policy or procedure. Sweet, 2019. This happened when I was in residential treatment for my eating disorder, one of the highest levels of care after inpatient hospitalization. The moment it happened, my body knew I wasn't safe. That's why I masked my way through it, after being abused not only by that therapist, but also by her staff. I never felt safe enough to talk about it until 4 years later. By then, I had realized how her actions made me prosecute and punish myself endlessly, while the system quietly stood on her side. I kept punishing my own body as if pain could produce justice, as if dying could prove my innocence. When a system protects the abuser, the survivor learns to become both the defendant and the judge. The flashbacks and nightmares came every day for 3 years. With each one, I wished to die. She stripped me of my self-worth and stamped me with the ugliest identity she could create. She was Persian, like me, and she used cultural sexual taboos to shame me. She banned me from using the words abuse, hurt, or unsafe. She yelled at me, "What do you want from me?" She recruited her flying monkeys, other therapists and staff, to cut me off mid-sentence so the truth could never surface. When I finally complained to the Board of Behavioral Sciences, they dismissed my case for lack of evidence and refused to reopen it, hiding behind statutes of limitation. No lawyer would take my case, and I didn't feel safe explaining the full story anyway, because it revolved around the most shameful cultural taboos I never wanted exposed. This therapist weaponized my deepest vulnerability. After another staff member broke my confidentiality and spread my most private disclosure through the entire treatment center, she twisted it further. I told her I had been exploited and almost trafficked. She called me a sex worker, not to see me, but to shame me, as if survival were scandal, as if poverty were consent. I was in that situation because I was poor and naive, and she spoke as if that poverty were proof of sin. This is how institutions moralize exploitation, by blaming the body that endured it instead of the system that made endurance the only choice. I have never had sex in my life because in my culture, sex outside of marriage carries deep shame. But her words stuck like a brand. I lived with that label for 4 years, carrying it, hating it, making it part of me, even though it was never true. That is how trauma works. You gaslight yourself with the very words used against you. I once had another therapist tell me, if someone calls you a giraffe, does it make you one? The answer is obvious. No. But when your stack is heavy enough, when abuse, shame, and betrayal have piled up for years, even absurd labels feel real. The mind takes them in, and the body lives them out. At my most vulnerable, she cut deeper. She coerced me into purging in front of her as part of an eating disorder, intervention. Then she sneered, "That looks like oral sex." Maybe to her, with her dirty mind, that's what she saw. But I wasn't playing out her metaphor. I was broken open, starving, ashamed. It wasn't a lesson, it was humiliation. And it still lives in me. And she gets to walk away from all of it. When I went to the police, they refused to even file a report. Their reasoning? Because when she hugged me after forcing me to purge, when I was shaking with disgust at the smell of vomit and confusion, it didn't count. They said unless there was contact with private areas, it wasn't sexual assault. But here's the truth. She didn't need to touch my body's private parts. What she did to my mind was worse. It was a violation with no vocabulary. Abuse that exists in the gray zone where language hasn't caught up, exactly the kind of space predators exploit. And the system protects them, Our laws are written to pardon enormous harms if they don't fit narrow technical boxes, to insist there's no accountability for abuses that fall just outside the line. That's how predators thrive, in the gaps. It isn't just me. This is the story of many survivors of sexual assault. Trauma rarely surfaces right away. Research proves this, but the law still demands immediacy. It insists that if you can't name it perfectly at the moment, it isn't real. And then comes the cruelest twist. Physical harm like murder or broken bones is treated as serious. But when the wound is mental, spiritual, emotional, the system shifts the blame back onto us. They repeat personal accountability narratives. Maybe you misunderstood. Maybe you provoked it. Maybe you're too sensitive. That's not justice. That's another layer of abuse, inflicted not by the predator, but by the system itself. And the tactics were always the same: gaslighting. It never happened. You misunderstood. It's not that serious. The abuse was erased with polite language, as though the harm could be corrected by tone. Darvo. I reported harm, and suddenly I became the problem. Argumentative, not professional, too emotional, overreacting, BPD. And the cruelest, it's your choice to ruin your life over someone else's words. The aggressor flips the script, and the institution hands them the pen. Stonewalling, endless referrals, endless agencies claiming not our jurisdiction, quality boards that pass me in circles until statutes of limitation shut the door. We're still reviewing this. Pending becomes a form of violence. Long call holds, automated answering machines, and letters without signatures reduce you to silence. Intermittent reinforcement. A kind email here, a small concession there, just enough to keep me hoping this time would be different. Just enough to hook me into trying again. Double standards. What is tolerated in them is punished in me. A professor can miss deadlines, but my delay is irresponsible. A colleague can be blunt, but my honesty is hostile. They raise their voice. It's authority. I raise mine. It's aggression. The rules shift depending on who holds the power, and the punishment always lands downward. Idealize, then devalue, then discard. We care about our patients. We are concerned about what you've shared. Until I spoke too much truth. Then I was erased, quietly, efficiently, without appeal. I was told the therapist I complained about is now in a supervisory role and not in direct contact with the patients, as though that fixes any problems. This is what it looks like when systems join the abuse. They multiply it. They don't just echo interpersonal harm, they industrialize it. In my language, stack, braid, echo. Stack, the initial abuse of power by the treatment center, ignored cries for help, insurance not covering care, 21 near deaths, ER visits, hospitalizations, just a patient mentality, doctors putting a label on me in 5-minute visits, misdiagnosis, complaints ignored, police handcuffing me and involuntarily locking me in a psych ward. One dismissal after another, each stacked on top of the last. Braid, gender bias, neurodivergence recoded as attitude, immigration status, class, power, each cord twisted tighter with every denial. Echo, old voices returning, be smaller, be grateful, don't make waves. They roared back each time I was erased. My body relived every silencing when the next, we regret to inform you, landed in my lap. And at my darkest moments, I was overwhelmed by the feeling of being nothing, or worse, a burden. The disabling echo that they would be happier without me. Plain truth, abuse isn't only what one therapist did to me. Abuse is what the system did with her. Just another patient mentality, promoting the therapist, not taking me seriously, you're crazy, and punishing me for speaking. Policy can be a weapon. Neutral language can be violence. The logo on the letter doesn't make it less abusive. It makes it harder to name. If the word abuse feels strong, try living with a process that makes you beg for the right to exist on paper. 1. What institutional abuse looks like. Not bruises, rules, and the selective enforcement of those rules. Reduction to a number. You are no longer a person, just a case file, a claim number, a patient ID. Not serious enough becomes a score on a checklist. Your whole life is reduced to a box ticked or unticked. Denial with manners. Thank you for your patience. Please start over. Or the police refusing to even file a report because what happened doesn't meet criteria. The words are polite, the effect is erasure. Smith and Freed, 2014. Moving goalposts. Send the translation arrow, send the evaluation arrow, have the school mail it arrow, actually, we don't accept it. Or, file with this agency arrow, no, the other one handles that arrow, sorry, statute of limitation. Each step looks legitimate, none of them lead to accountability. Delay as discipline, an hour on hold, no human. Automated loops, letters that say pending for months. The board dragging out review until your case times out. Delay itself becomes punishment. Sweet, 2019. Tone as weapon. You raise what happened, and instead of engaging the harm, they grade your delivery. You're too emotional, argumentative, overreacting, not professional. The complaint vanishes into a conversation about attitude. Fricker, 2007. Objectivity without relationship. Decisions made by forms and portals, not people. Policy becomes the voice, not care. A progress bar replaces accountability. Punitive ambiguity. Standards that look neutral but contradict in practice. We value patient safety in brochures, not even an apology, but siding with the predator stating, we confronted her and she was empathic about it. Help is available becomes sending the police to your house for a welfare check and handcuffing you to a psych ward. Bureaucratic ventriloquism. When staff say, our hands are tied, and point to policy, as if the rules are separate from the people enforcing them, responsibility disappears into the script. Weaponized neutrality. Institutions hide behind, we don't take sides, which always ends up reinforcing the side with more power. Forced gratitude. Survivors are told they should be thankful they were heard or reviewed, even when the outcome is dismissal. Gratitude is demanded as a condition of survival, confidentiality as a gag. The language of privacy gets twisted into silencing. We can't share details, which often means truth stays buried. Double standards. The same behavior reads differently depending on who does it. When they miss a deadline, it's under review. When you do, it's non-compliance. Their bluntness is authority. Your honesty is aggression. Rules bend upward and punish downward. Fairness is claimed but never practiced. Every tactic has a familiar interpersonal twin. Denial, Darvo, intermittent reinforcement, coercive control. Stark, 2007, Linehan, 1993. Systems don't create new forms of cruelty. They industrialize the ones we already know. And in that industrialization, pain isn't just a side effect. It's the product. The system creates adversity on purpose. It determines who earns enough to live, who gets sick without care, who is reduced to a statistic on a report. We are sacrificed as numbers, as peasants to keep the hierarchy intact. Allostatic load, the biology of too much for too long. Allostasis is the body's smart adjustment to stress. Allostatic load is the cost of adjusting without reprieve. McEwen, 1998. Think of it as interest you pay to survive a rigged month. Compounded harms raise that debt. A year of licensing hoops, 5 a.m., commutes through Westlake/MacArthur in the dark, a roommate who broke boundaries, scabies outbreaks on shift, a counselor who wrongly flagged me as ineligible, an advisor who outsourced my work to AI. Each one added weight. My cardiovascular, endocrine, immune, and sleep systems became the accountants. They carried the tab. The body knew it before I had words. Jaw clenching until my temples ached, reflux after meals, snapping at nothing, forgetting common words, waking every night at 3:17 a.m., skin erupting after polite denial emails. Plain truth, the system doesn't just drain time or money, it drains biology. Translation: my exhaustion is not personal failure. It is evidence of too much for too long. Interoception: when the body's messages go static. Interoception is the body's ability to perceive internal signals: hunger, satiety, heartbeat, I'm about to cry. Under chronic invalidation, that channel goes fuzzy, sometimes too loud, panic, sometimes too quiet, numb. That ambiguity is not indecision, it's safety math. Craig 2002, Barrett 2017. After the Board of Nursing letter, I couldn't tell if I was hungry or nauseated. Both were true. After Medicaid wrote not serious enough, I could list symptoms like a research assistant and feel none of them. Alexithymia wasn't personality, it was design. The body muted sensation so I could keep surviving erasure. Scene: I sat in a clinic describing my pain in perfect detail. The headaches, the reflux, the nights I couldn't sleep until 6 a.m. My words were crisp, rehearsed, almost clinical. I sounded more like a chart than a person. Inside, I felt nothing, no connection between description and sensation. I even noticed the wall paint, a dull green-gray, and the clinician's half-distracted face. It was as if both of us were reading from scripts. My body had gone offline, leaving only language. Plain truth, interoception under compounded trauma is like a radio stuck between stations. Some days the static screams, other days it whispers nothing at all. Either way, the message is survival. Translation: confusion about hunger, pain, or sadness is not weakness. It is the body protecting itself from harm it has learned to expect. Eligibility theater. Eligibility theater is when systems stage a performance of fairness while secretly predetermining exclusion. On the surface, you're invited to prove yourself, submit documents, pay fees, take tests, wait for reviews. Behind the curtain, the verdict has already been written. I lived this in multiple forms: international degree devaluation, a year of translations, evaluations, direct mail verifications. Each stage framed as a next step, but the ending line was scripted. We do not accept your degree. Start over. The play was for me, not for them. They knew the finale from the opening act: denial of eating disorder treatment. I was asked to perform severity, demonstrate that I was sick enough to deserve care. The script demanded visible crisis. I knew I needed help, but they could only diagnose me after I was severely underweight. The performance mattered more than the body. Financial aid intimidation. A counselor wrongly flagged me as already holding a bachelor's degree. I had to produce the board's rejection letter as proof of non-eligibility. I wasn't being assessed, I was being accused, then forced to play defense in a show of eligibility review. Job market paradox. Overqualified 1 hour, underqualified the next. Eligibility was a revolving stage prop, ensuring I could enter the audition but never land the role. The emotional impact of eligibility theater is exhaustion and self-doubt. You sit through the entire production, investing time, money, dignity, only to discover that the ticket was invalid from the start. On a body level, this creates the very symptoms of compounded trauma: chronic vigilance, what hoop next, numbness, why bother, or collapse, maybe I am the problem. This isn't individual misfortune. It's a patterned harm. Research on polyvictimization shows that multiple forms of adversity accumulate into heavier psychological load than any one trauma alone. Finkelhor, Ormrod, and Turner, 2007. Eligibility theater adds to the stack not by a single violent event, but by forcing you into repeated cycles of hope, compliance, and erasure. The cruel irony is that the more you comply, the deeper the injury. Eligibility theater punishes diligence. Those who try hardest, wait longest, and invest most are the ones cut down hardest by the final no. The message to the survivor is, your effort is meaningless. The system's script is stronger than your reality. Counter-translation. Eligibility theater is not a test of merit. It is a performance of fairness disguising structural exclusion. 2. When survival became the job. Let me tell you the rest of the story. Not the ending, but the gap between the beginning and the story I just told you. That way you can see the progression of the suffocating systematic abuse, layers hidden in the gaps of bureaucracy and policy that value financial profit over human lives. After reasons, my depression blew up tenfold. In 2022, I tried treatment again, and instead of seeing my autism and the wounds of relational trauma, they labeled me bipolar. Other patients bullied me. Staff shrugged. Meanwhile, my landlord, who'd already taken 2 months' rent up front because I told him I was going to treatment, called after 3 weeks. I had to move out in a month because he wanted to sell. He didn't want me there after the police showed up twice for welfare checks. Finally, things escalated while I was at Montecatini, and I ended up running out of the facility at nights to calm my system down in the golf course for almost a week before they offered a solution to change my house. When I finally disclosed what had happened, they expelled me as the bad patient. That day, when I was having a meltdown, a nurse who was contributing to my constant cycling of crying spells and mutism by being authoritative called the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, PERT, and they sent the police, who handcuffed me in the residential and carted me to a crisis center where 20 of us tried to sleep on flimsy recliners in a room double the size of my studio. From there, after 3 sleepless nights, I was shuffled to a hospital, then discharged without a real plan. Again, they wanted to refer me to UCSD. UCSD refused to admit me because of my history. I was nothing but a liability to them after all. UCSD still continues to ignore my voicemails even after years. My insurance, Medicaid, didn't pay for other centers in San Diego. I called 1,000 numbers, automated voices, endless pending, endless days of 9-to-5 calls and cries for help. Nothing worked. I felt stuck in the mud, helpless and furious at a world that simply did not care. The emotional flashbacks pulled me deeper. Every no, every slammed door re-stamped the old wounds. They renamed it medication-resistant depression because that was easier than admitting the system had failed me. Back then, I didn't have a name for what I was living through, CRC-PTSD, so my only vantage point was blame. It must be my fault. I must be every negative label they pinned on me. Even when I rejected those labels out loud, inside I spiraled, convinced I was a burden to myself and to the world. It was dark. It was bleak. In that flat, exhausted place, all human-made meaning thinned. The constructs that used to arrange life, clinics, boards, policies, became paper ghosts. I'd had spiritual experiences before, but the rage at the universe felt real this time. How could nobody care? By May 15th, I had nothing left. I emptied my room, wrote a will, and planned the most serious attempt I'd ever made. For 8 hours on the Coronado Bridge, I negotiated with myself. In the end, I chose to stay. I promised I would not erase myself, to let the system start to erase the next person. I promised to be seen and not silenced. I survived. I thrived while still struggling. I survived long enough to circle back into Montecatini, this time as staff, trying to protect the patients, the truth tellers, the ones who see through the banality of evil in residential care, because these places aren't sanctuaries. They're factories. They run on pain like a grid runs on electricity. Patients are the raw material, insurance is the engine, and trauma is the byproduct nobody bothers to clean up. The standardized models of treatment work for some, probably those whose experiences align with the stereotype of the norm. Yet so many things shift from person to person: bodies, histories, class, cultures, the ways trauma settles in flesh and memory. To force everyone into the same clinical box doesn't honor us as human beings, it reenacts erasure. Psychiatric and therapeutic models have long been critiqued for assuming universality while actually privileging white, male, Western, and neurotypical baselines. Metzel, 2009, Russo and Sweeney, 2016. Feminist and disability scholars remind us that normal itself is a political invention, crafted through statistics, eugenics, and bureaucracy, a category that produces deviance by drawing arbitrary lines around what counts as acceptable. Davis, 1995, Tremaine, 2015. Judith Herman, 2015, showed decades ago that trauma manifests differently depending on context. Captivity trauma, domestic violence, political terror, each produces echoes the DSM cannot contain. Bessel van der Kolk, 2014, documented how bodies express injury through sleep, appetite, digestion, immune dysregulation, none of which fit neatly into a manual's narrow checklists. It is timely to name the abuse here. Norm is a myth. The standardized box is not neutral. It is a form of structural violence. When institutions pretend there is a single, normal trajectory for healing, they punish those who fall outside it. Survivors of compounded harm, neurodivergent people, immigrants, queer and trans communities, anyone whose story does not match the tidy arc. Plain truth, forcing lives into a template is not being helpful. It is a reenactment of the lack of control trauma survivors already know. This leads me to the myth of scarcity. In my first book, I wrote about capitalism's attempt to create competition and enforce productivity by controlling resources through accumulation. The truth is, there is enough for everybody, especially in our time, with all the technology available. What is really scarce is our time to care for one another, to share, and to love. Consumer culture, the self-made millionaire/influencer ethos, and social media all help capitalism in its extraction, while the heads of tech companies become the richest people in the world. It's as if the majority of us are trapped next to an energy vampire. The more we give, the bigger the hole becomes. The harder we work, the less we get. The more we try, the less we sleep. This energy vampire that drains life out of us is not a glitch. It is the symptom of a toxic system. We don't need to look far to see it. Our existential exhaustion is evidence. When money became God, we began to think of our worth in cash. We forgot how we simply are, like little children, deserving of love and care just because we exist. We forgot how innocent we were, how no child can intentionally hurt an adult, and how strong our infinite pull toward goodness is. Every child wants to make their parents happy. No one grows up wishing to struggle, but life happens, and our earth has become such a hard place to be in at the time. Meanings are tangled and values are skewed by the capitalism definition of worth. Yet that also means we have a greater chance to grow and to learn from this, to awaken, to honor our existence, and to return to a culture rooted in loving, caring, and sharing. I have a theory that everything I've said has been already iterated in a different paradigm, and the knowledge already exists in our collective consciousness. I am just channeling and translating the same piece of knowledge in a more relevant language for our time. And yes, the answer is love. Love rests on the truth that we are all interconnected, that when someone is harmed across the globe, the aftershocks eventually reach me and my family. Only when we create a culture of loving, caring, and sharing will we begin to break that chain of harm. What happened to me at Montecatini with the eviction, with UCSD's refusal, with the handcuffs and the endless pending might sound like a pile of unfortunate events. That's how the system wants you to see it. Isolated problems, bad luck, personal failure. But that's not the truth. The truth is that none of this was random. It was structural. Every no, every misdiagnosis, every eviction, every unanswered call wasn't a glitch. It was a pattern. Abuse doesn't only happen in locked rooms with one aggressor, it happens in letters, portals, waitlists, and policies. It happens when profit is prioritized over people, when scarcity is manufactured, when dignity is treated as a liability. This is why I use the lens of stack, braid, echo. Because survival in a system like this is never about a single incident. It's about the accumulation, the tightening forces, and the echoes of past silencing that each new harm awakens. My May 15th attempt wasn't about weakness. It was the rational outcome of stacks piled too high, braids pulled too tight, echoes too loud to ignore. Let me break it down. Stack, braid, echo. When survival became the job. Stack, the pile of evidence you can point to. Misdiagnosis, being labeled bipolar, problem patient instead of seen as autistic and trauma impacted. Bullying from peers ignored by staff. Landlord eviction mid-treatment, despite prepaying rent. Police handcuffing me from a treatment center to a crisis unit. 20 patients crammed onto flimsy recliners in a fluorescent room. Many sleepless nights, then a discharge with no plan. UCSD's rejection because of my history. Insurance refusing to cover anywhere else. Endless calls met with pending. Automated voices. No human response. Months of waitlist for seeing a provider. May 15th, will written, belongings gone, 8 hours on the bridge negotiating with myself. Each one an event on its own, together an avalanche. Braid, the forces that twisted these hits into something heavier. Capitalist profit logic. Treatment centers run like factories, monetizing pain rather than healing it. Scarcity culture, competition manufactured to keep resources locked behind impossible thresholds. Stigma plus ableism, neurodivergence recoded as attitude or liability, making me disposable. Carceral healthcare, help enforced through surveillance, handcuffs, psych wards, police presence. Housing insecurity, landlords valuing property sales over human stability. Cultural taboos, shame weaponized, silence demanded, bad patient expelled. Individually, each force pulls hard. Together, they braid into a rope that binds survival to exhaustion. Echo, the past that roared awake each time the present knocked. Be smaller, be grateful, don't make waves, echoed in every dismissal, every denied admission. The child voice, I am a burden, they'd be happier without me, stirred each time my calls ended in silence. The cultural shame, sex worker, branded years before, hummed beneath every new mislabel. Even existential echoes, depression flattening the world until human-made constructs felt meaningless, pulling me toward that bridge again and again. Every no wasn't only that day's no, it was every no stacked behind it, replayed at once. Plain truth, the May 15th attempt wasn't born in isolation. It was born of years of stacks, braids, and echoes. Systems didn't just fail to catch us. They handed us the rope, closed the doors, and then told us to thank them for reviewing your file. And yet, on that bridge, I refused erasure. That's everyone's life mission. When systems become abusers in chief, when we think of abuse, we often imagine a single aggressor, a partner, a parent, a therapist. But what happens when the aggressor wears a logo instead of a face? When the harm is not one person's cruelty, but an entire institution's design? This is the hardest truth to name. Institutions can function like abusers. They use the same tactics: denial, DARVO, intermittent reinforcement, coercive control, but at scale. Where an individual abuser isolates you from friends, a system isolates you from resources. Where an individual gaslights you about what happened last night, a system gaslights you about what's in your file, your eligibility, your diagnosis. The difference is one of scope, not kind. An individual abuser may take years from your life. An institution can take decades. It can rewrite your work history, your housing record, your health file, your credit score. It doesn't just harm you in a room. It harms you across every room you enter afterward. This is why survivors of institutional abuse often say, "I feel erased," because that's exactly what systems do. They take what is most real, your pain, your skills, your history, and strip it from the record. They do it not because it's true, but because it's convenient. Plain truth, institutions don't need to shout to abuse. They only need to deny, delay, and disappear. And your nervous system will do the rest of the work, reliving every silencing you've ever known. 25. Abuses of capitalism. Workplace extraction. Your labor is sold for less than it costs you to live. The job market competition makes it easy for companies to dispose of you for minor reasons, sometimes even using those reasons to cover discrimination. A missed shift becomes unreliable. Requesting accommodations becomes not a good fit. Speaking up about safety becomes unprofessional. Behind the polite labels is the same message: you are replaceable, and your evidence will be rewritten as deficiency. Precarity by design. Jobs are temporary, hours unstable, contracts at will, all arranged so you stay too busy surviving to resist. Even in white-collar work, the myth of meritocracy collapses under scrutiny. Job requirements are often written to match the resume of someone already pre-selected through connections. The posting becomes theater, a performance of fairness, while the outcome was decided in advance. Credential chauvinism. You need a degree for even the most basic jobs. That's how the system controls who will even have the opportunity to start, let alone to build a future. Skills that save lives vanish on paper if they were earned across the wrong border. Wage theft in slow motion. Raises don't keep pace with rent or groceries, but be grateful is the script. Meanwhile, taxes cut deeper into workers' checks, while the wealthy carve loopholes wide enough to walk their fortunes through. Corporations shift profits offshore. Billionaires pay a lower effective rate than the nurses who treat them. The message is clear: workers must fund the system that exploits them, while those extracting the most escape contribution. Climate as collateral. Capitalism treats the planet the same way it treats workers, as disposable. Forests become profit margins, water becomes a commodity, air becomes a dumping ground for extraction. The communities least responsible for emissions, the poor, the global south, pay first and hardest. Floods, fires, poisoned air are framed as natural disasters when they are the bill for someone else's profit. Translation: unavoidable crisis implies their extraction schedule coming due. Healthcare as commodity. Treatment isn't about need, it's about what your insurance will cover. After months on a wait list, you finally see a provider, only to find they are so burnt out and overburdened that listening to you feels optional. Your stage 1 cancer gets mistranslated as "you're too sensitive." By the time you return, months later, it has progressed to terminal. Plain truth, this isn't miscommunication. It's a system designed to ration care, protect insurers, and let profit decide who lives. Eligibility theater. Endless forms and hoops where the outcome was no before you even began. One of the most absurd rules: to be eligible for SNAP benefits as a student, you must already be working 20 hours a week. I still don't understand how that math works. If you can cover food with a part-time job, why need SNAP? Another trap: strict income cutoffs that punish you for working. Disability benefits disappear if you cross a narrow earnings threshold, as though employment magically erases impairment. Plain truth: disabilities don't vanish with a paycheck. If someone with a disability is working, it's usually because they're putting in 10 times the effort just to keep pace. Benefits aren't supposed to disappear when survival requires more labor, but the system is engineered so they do. Debt as leash: student loans, medical debt, credit cards, all become punishment for being poor or for trying to improve. Education is sold as the path to stability, but the price tag chains you for decades. Illness is bad enough. Add hospital bills and collections, and healing itself becomes impossible. Even survival tactics like credit cards turn into traps, where interest compounds faster than your paycheck. Debt is marketed as opportunity, but in practice it is surveillance and control. Miss one payment, and your credit score locks you out of housing, jobs, even access to more care. The leash tightens not only on your finances, but on your choices: where you can live, whether you can leave, how loudly you can resist. Scholars call this financialization of everyday life. Martin, 2002, where debt is not an accident, but a mechanism for governing behavior. Plain truth: debt doesn't just follow you, it disciplines you. Translation: opportunity loan to consent to be leashed. Housing as investment: your home isn't shelter, it's someone else's portfolio. One call from a landlord, and you're out. Affordable housing programs exist, but they're part of the same theater. A waitlist 14 years long is not housing, it's exile on paper. 14 years means years of homelessness, years of couch hopping, years of mold, pests, unsafe roommates, and ceilings that never get repaired. Plain truth: housing instability isn't just an inconvenience, it's chronic trauma that shreds the nervous system. Every eviction notice, every midnight move, every landlord call teaching your body the same lesson: you are disposable. Not serious enough. Care is rationed by arbitrary thresholds that demand collapse before help. Even when the damage is visible, assistance arrives only as policy, a rule cited, a form processed, not as solution, not as care. Research on institutional betrayal shows how organizations people depend on often worsen trauma when approached for help. Smith and Freed, 2014. In medicine, medical gaslighting names the dismissal or misattribution of symptoms, which delays care and deepens harm. Ng and Yong, 2024. Survivors describe the dissonance between public promises of care and private experiences of invalidation, a gap that compounds distress. Fuss, 2024. Plain truth: not serious enough is not an assessment of need. It is the institution outsourcing risk back onto your body. Bureaucratic ventriloquism: staff say our hands are tied while holding the rope themselves. It's the illusion of powerlessness, used to pass responsibility upward or outward until it disappears into policy. For workers inside large companies, it's inescapable. You enforce rules you didn't write, but your body carries the guilt. I, too, had times when I couldn't stick with my values because policy said otherwise. Outwardly, I complied. Inwardly, my psyche retaliated. Nightmares replayed the scenes I had silenced. The institution walked away clean. My nervous system paid the price. Plain truth: bureaucratic ventriloquism doesn't just harm the target, it injures the enforcer too, forcing us to betray our own values and then punishing us with shame for surviving the job. 12. Weaponized neutrality. Institutions rarely mean fairness when they claim neutrality. The posture of "we don't take sides" almost always favors those who already hold power. Scholars have shown that organizational diversity programs and policies, often framed as neutral or objective, frequently fail to produce inclusion and sometimes even worsen outcomes. For example, Dobbin and Kalev, 2016, demonstrate that mandatory diversity training can provoke defensiveness, reducing representation of women and minorities in management. Similarly, research on diversity statements finds that such documents can obscure structural inequities by shifting responsibility onto individuals rather than systems, producing little measurable improvement in equity or climate. Adewolligan, Cornish, and Tresh, 2018. This is epistemic manipulation at scale. The institution points to its policies as evidence of neutrality, while the lived reality of exclusion continues. Plain truth, neutrality that upholds hierarchy is not neutral at all. It is erasure disguised as balance. Translation, neutrality to consent by silence. 13. Help is available, the lie. Posters say, help is available. Hotlines say, you are not alone. Systems repeat the mantra, but when you reach out, the truth is different. The call routes you to 211, where all they do is to run a Google search and tell you about the first few things that pop up on the screen. It's humiliating. Do they think because someone needs help they are so stupid that they can't search on Google themselves? This is not misfortune. It is humiliation by design. Plain truth, help that punishes is not help. It is betrayal dressed as compassion. Translation, help is available implies surveillance is available, containment is available, but care is rationed. Intent versus impact, the oldest shield. Institutions often defend themselves with sincerity. A denial becomes unfortunate. A delay becomes accidental. A dismissal becomes miscommunication. The move is always the same. Harm lands, but responsibility dissolves. Survivors know the difference between intent and impact. When I say something hurts and the same move is repeated, the harm is real, regardless of whether the person or policy meant to. A parent who says, I didn't mean to yell, still leaves a mark. A supervisor who says, I didn't mean to undermine you, still enforces hierarchy. A policy that claims we didn't mean to exclude you, still locks the door. This is how gaslighting scales up. The story shifts to intention instead of outcome. We are told to measure sincerity instead of wounds, but sincerity does not erase harm. Plain truth, intent is not antidote. Translation, I didn't mean to implies the harm is still real. Forced gratitude. You're told to be thankful you were reviewed, even when the outcome is dismissal. You're told there are resources out there, but no one warns you about the humiliation required to access them. At food pantries, people are yelled at in line, rations are handed out sparingly, and sometimes the food is spoiled, yet gratitude is still demanded. This is not generosity, it's power disguised as charity. Scholars call this deservingness politics. Fraser, 1990, Poppendiek, 1998. Help rationed not by need but by performance of humility, by how small you make yourself, by how little you protest. Even public benefits operate this way, branding you as lucky to be seen at all, even as the system erases your dignity. Plain truth, when survival requires humiliation, it isn't care, it's discipline. Translation, be grateful. Arrow coerced silence in exchange for scraps. Confidentiality as gag. Confidentiality is supposed to protect the vulnerable, but inside institutions, it often functions as a gag. Privacy rules get twisted to silence survivors and shield the organization. You file a complaint, and the response is, we can't share the details of our review. The institution hides behind confidential process, while the person who harmed you continues unaccountable. Staff repeat, our hands are tied, as though secrecy were neutral, when in practice it protects the predator and isolates the truth teller. This is how silence becomes policy. Instead of accountability, you get sealed files. Instead of transparency, you get for privacy reasons. The effect is predictable. Survivors are left doubting their own testimony, while institutions point to their policies as proof of care. Plain truth: confidentiality that buries truth is not protection, it is complicity. Translation: for privacy reasons implies the institution choosing itself over the survivor. Tone as weapon: anger, grief, or directness gets coded as unprofessional, so you can be ignored. On the contrary, their impersonal, detached tone when delivering the most devastating news of your life is branded as professional. A denial letter that erases years of training, a provider saying, "not serious enough," a counselor saying, "get over it," all delivered flat, as though neutral. But neutrality here is not care, it is violence. The asymmetry is stark. When the survivor shows emotion, it becomes the problem. When the institution strips emotion, it is praised as rigor. In truth, impersonalizing trauma and delivering it like fact is not professionalism. It is brutality wrapped in formatting. Plain truth: tone policing doesn't preserve order, it preserves hierarchy by disqualifying feelings as evidence. Translation: unprofessional tone implies refusing to disappear while being erased. Productivity cult: the cult of productivity demands constant proof of output, even as the very system makes that output impossible. Endless forms, long waits, unstable hours, and poverty wages all erode time and energy, yet you are still blamed for not keeping up. Illness, grief, pregnancy, disability, all are reframed as inefficiency. Needing time to heal becomes laziness. Needing care becomes weakness. Even joy and rest are recoded as unproductive. This is not just workplace culture, it is ideology. From corporate wellness slogans to academic performance metrics, productivity is treated as the only valid measure of worth. You are allowed to exist as long as you produce. When you can't, you are marked expendable. Feminist scholars have long shown how this logic devalues reproductive labor, caregiving, and the rhythms of actual human life. Fraser, Divitukstoshi Seshpadsmit, Weeks, Divitukstoshi Vienpadsmit. Plain truth: the cult of productivity doesn't build resilience, it extracts until collapse. Translation: not productive implies your humanity is incompatible with their machine. 18. Self-improvement as business. The self-improvement industry thrives on systemic harm. Instead of naming structural causes, poverty, racism, bureaucracy, precarity, it tells you the problem is inside you. You're anxious? Buy a course. You're exhausted? Download an app. You're broke? Hustle harder. The culture of optimization takes injury caused by systems and sells it back as a personal defect that can be fixed for a fee. Meanwhile, corporations and influencers profit from your despair. Self-help seminars, productivity planners, meditation apps, manifestation workshops, all built on the promise that if you just adjusted your mindset, the world would adjust with you. In reality, nothing structural changes. The only thing transformed is your bank balance, transferred to theirs. Plain truth: self-improvement sold as salvation is not empowerment. It is capitalism's side hustle, outsourcing repair to the individual while the system keeps extracting. Translation: work on yourself implies pay us to carry the cost of their harm. 19. Algorithmic extraction. Your clicks, searches, and scrolls are harvested as data. Social media algorithms profit from despair, amplifying outrage, insecurity, and comparison because those keep you scrolling. Loneliness itself becomes monetized. Connection is engineered to addict, not to fulfill. This is not care, it is capture. Translation: free platform to your pain packaged for ads. Punitive scarcity. Services are starved so badly that survivors end up fighting one another for crumbs. The budget cuts are never accidental. They are engineered to make scarcity feel natural. Food pantries run out before the line ends. Housing waitlists stretch over a decade. Clinics are overbooked for months. Each person is made to feel like someone else's access is their loss. This is not mismanagement, it is policy. By rationing care to the point of collapse, institutions redirect anger away from themselves and onto the people standing next to you in line. It's a classic scarcity trap. Divide the survivors, keep them too desperate to organize, and convince them that the problem is each other. Plain truth, scarcity is not proof of limits. It is proof of withholding. Translation, we don't have enough implies they chose not to fund enough. Progress bars instead of people. In modern institutions, people are turned into numbers. Your life becomes a percentage complete on a portal, a green checkmark on a screen, a statistic in a quarterly report. The language of care is replaced with metrics and outcomes. Charities that once began with humane values drift toward efficiency measures: how many meals served, how many patients discharged, how many cases closed. The more they optimize for numbers, the less they see the person. Mission drift takes root quietly. Organizations founded to provide care rebrand themselves into data factories, competing for grants and donations by showing graphs that prove their impact. In practice, this often means rationing services more tightly or designing programs to produce countable outputs instead of meaningful care. It all becomes about profit extracted from pain. The better the numbers, the more the funding, even if the actual human suffering grows. Plain truth, progress bars measure throughput, not dignity, and when survival is translated into statistics, people vanish into data points while organizations thrive on the illusion of impact. Delayed denial. Pending becomes the technology of exhaustion. Delay itself is the injury. Benefits sit in review for months. Phone calls loop with higher than usual call volume. Appeals remain under consideration until the statute of limitation closes the case. It looks like bureaucracy. It feels like erosion. Trauma research shows that prolonged uncertainty keeps the nervous system in a chronic state of arousal, neither fight nor rest, but suspended vigilance. McEwen, 1998, van der Kolk, 2014. Institutions exploit this biology. By withholding decisions, they keep you investing energy, money, and time in a process already scripted for no. The cruelest part, delay masquerades as fairness. We're still reviewing sounds neutral, even responsible, while in reality, the weight itself is the harm. Rent doesn't pause, illness doesn't pause, hunger doesn't pause. Only the institution gets to move in slow motion. Plain truth, pending is not neutral. It is how the system wins by wearing you down until you stop asking. Translation. We're still reviewing implies the denial already delivered, disguised as patience. Surveillance care. Help is given only if you agree to be monitored, tracked, or handcuffed. Crisis lines send police to your door. Therapy notes become files that can be subpoenaed. Benefits require you to prove again and again that you are still sick, still poor, still disabled. Hospital observation means stripped shoelaces, locked doors, fluorescent lights, containment mistaken for care. This is not support. It is surveillance disguised as compassion. The message is clear. You may receive help, but only if you surrender privacy, autonomy, and sometimes dignity. Accepting treatment means accepting the possibility of being policed and forced to take medication to remain compliant. Signing forms means consenting to constant review. Care comes with strings, and the strings are shackles. Plain truth, what's sold as help too often comes with surveillance. Support gets conditional. Monitored rooms, police-called crisis responses, clinical notes that can be weaponized, benefits that demand endless proof. Care is rationed in exchange for your privacy, your paperwork, and your compliance. Translation: we'll help if you give us your freedom. Profit from pain. Insurance companies, treatment centers, and pharmaceutical corporations don't cure suffering, they monetize it. Coverage is denied until collapse, then billed at crisis rates. Treatment centers cycle patients through programs designed for insurance reimbursement, not recovery. Pharmaceutical ads flood the airwaves promising relief, while side effects create the need for new prescriptions. Moynihan, Heath, and Henry, 2002. But it doesn't end in medicine. Social media algorithms also profit from pain. They amplify outrage, insecurity, and comparison because despair keeps people scrolling, and scrolling sells ads. Platforms monetize loneliness by offering connection that is engineered to keep you hooked but never fulfilled. Kuldry and Mejias, 2019. Toxic positivity plays its part too. The self-help industry tells you happiness is a personal choice and resilience a purchasable skill. Manifestation coaches, wellness influencers, and productivity gurus convert systemic harm into individual fault and then sell you the cure. As Ahmed, 2010, argues, the happiness industry works to redirect systemic injury into individual responsibility, shaming those who cannot conform. Even charities are drawn into the cycle. Mission drift pushes them toward data metrics that look good in grant reports, while the people they serve remain in precarity. Pain itself becomes raw material, turned into numbers that attract donors. Poppendiek, 1998. Plain truth, suffering is not a side effect of the system, it is the business model. Translation: care to revenue stream, support to extraction, wellness to profit from your wounds. Epistemic manipulation. It isn't just the denials that wound, it's the way systems talk you out of what you know. You describe your pain, and the provider reframes it as stress. You submit proof of training, and the board calls it not equivalent. You point to unsafe conditions, and the supervisor tells you your tone is the real problem. The injury is doubled, first the harm itself, then the manipulation of meaning. Fricker, 2007, calls this epistemic injustice, being wronged in your capacity as a knower. Smith and Fried, 2014, showed how institutions commit betrayal by silencing or minimizing those who depend on them. And Sweet, 2019, named the phenomenon directly gaslighting at scale. Plain truth, epistemic manipulation is not confusion. It is design. Systems survive by convincing you that your testimony is exaggeration, your pain is drama, your evidence is error. These are not glitches, they are features. Capitalism is not broken, it breaks people on purpose. From system to self, how the outside gets inside. By now, the pattern is clear. Institutions don't just dismiss you once. They stack denials, braid pressures, and echo old wounds until survival itself becomes the job. The cost is not only in hours lost or opportunities blocked, it is in biology. It is in the jaw that won't unclench, the reflux that burns after pending emails, the sleep fractured into static alarms at 3:17 a.m. This is how systems join the abuse, not only by protecting the abuser or by hiding behind policy, but by rewriting your body's settings. Gaslighting doesn't stop at the sentence. It gets stored in muscle and DNA. While trying to figure out what's wrong with me, I learned to use my body to disappear. In classrooms, in waiting rooms, even in hospitals, I tried to be compliant and agreeable, even when it meant to betray myself. It wasn't shyness. It was survival. If I took up less space, maybe I wouldn't be punished for existing. Every denial, every dismissal reinforced the lesson. My nervous system wrote erasure into posture. That's why the next part of this book turns inward. We've mapped the structures. Now we follow their traces inside the body. What does compounded relational cPTSD feel like from within? How do denials become chest constriction? How do silences become shutdown? How does erasure become flatness in the mouth where food should taste? Plain truth, the system isn't just out there. It moves in. It colonizes the nervous system until bureaucracy becomes biology. One sentence to carry: you don't just remember systems, you carry them in your chest, your gut, your sleep, until every pending letter and every not serious enough becomes another reenactment of the same wound. Part 2: How it feels from the inside. Chapter 5: The body keeps the bureaucracy. When we think of trauma, we often picture the event, the night of the accident, the moment of violence, the flash of disaster. But compounded relational cPTSD doesn't live only in memories. It lodges itself in the body, in how we breathe, in how we brace, in how we expect the next blow even when the room is quiet. For me, bureaucracy became a second heartbeat. Every time the phone rang, my chest tightened before I picked it up. Every time I saw an envelope in the mailbox, my stomach dropped before I opened it. Every time I walked into a clinic, my body rehearsed the script of being doubted, denied, or dismissed. This is what it means when I say systems join the abuse. They don't just delay your paperwork, they rewire your nervous system. The stress of waiting, proving, reproving, and being erased does not vanish once the call ends. It lingers in your pulse, like static that never clears. Psychology has names for this: hypervigilance, shutdown, fawning, emotional flashback. But those words can sound abstract until you live them. In reality, it looks like hypervigilance. Flinching at the subject line, decision notice. Unable to rest until you know what verdict is inside. Only expecting criticism when your boss calls you into the office. Already rehearsing apologies before you even ask for help, bracing for another no. Shutdown, feeling the world go flat after another denial, food tasting like cardboard, conversations echoing in the distance, your body melting down into silence, not because you don't care, but because conserving energy is the only option left. Fawning, over-apologizing, over-performing, or praising someone in power so they don't turn on you. Smiling through humiliation at the benefits office so your paperwork doesn't get lost. Laughing at the supervisor's joke that cuts you down because dissent feels too dangerous. Compliance masquerading as gratitude, survival coded as servility. Emotional flashbacks, not always images, but body memories. That drop in your stomach when the system tells you, start over, reactivating every old dismissal at once. The body remembers the chorus of too much, too loud, not enough, and it goes straight to the cruelest echo of all: nobody cares. Plain truth, you don't just remember systems, you carry them. That's why in this part of the book, I want to trace how compounded relational cPTSD feels from the inside, how external denials become internal states, how bureaucracy becomes biology, and how echoes of harm keep showing up in the present moment. In other words, why we get stuck in the loop. Part of it is psychological. The nervous system replays past trauma until the brain finally finds an exit toward safety. But part of it is external. Re-traumatization is really happening in the world. The loop isn't just memory, it's repetition. Every pending letter, every dismissal, every invalidation is another reenactment of the same wound. This is why healing feels so impossible. Even when you've worked through your childhood wounds, even when you've named family of origin harm, the present system pulls you back into the same posture. You start to gaslight yourself. Maybe it's all my fault. Maybe I'm just broken. The past doesn't just haunt you. It's restaged by policies, institutions, and daily dismissals. Plain truth, Until we can name how it feels, we can't resist the lie that it's all in your head, because it isn't. It's in your chest, your gut, your sleep, your breath, in your very ability to feel alive. How the loop feels in real time. Living inside compounded relational cPTSD doesn't just mean remembering trauma, it means inhabiting a nervous system that has been trained to expect harm. The world keeps asking you to move forward while your body keeps bracing for the next denial, the next dismissal, the next blow. 1. The body on high alert. Your nervous system becomes a constant lookout tower. Even in quiet moments, there's a hum under your skin, as if danger is waiting just off stage. At this stage, if you go to a doctor, you'll secure the badge of generalized anxiety disorder, or sometimes even attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. You don't choose this. Your body has learned it. Hypervigilance is not paranoia, it's evidence. And no, it won't just magically stop by self-care and medication alone. Those matter, but when you get bombarded by all the systematic erasure, the moment you step out of your safe space, which is a privilege many don't even possess, you can't expect yourself to be calm. If you are calm, it's because you were promoted to the next stage. 2. The sudden collapse. Vigilance has a cost. After enough blows, your body flips to the other extreme. Shutdown. This is when you start getting the depression label. You can't taste food, music sounds flat, conversations blur into static. You tell yourself you're numb, or most likely you think you are lazy. But what's really happening is survival. The nervous system can't run on high alert forever, so it pulls the emergency brake. Collapse is not weakness. It's the body saying, I can't carry one more denial today. 3. Emotional whiplash. Many survivors swing between these states in a single day. Morning, wide awake at 4:30 a.m., heart racing, braced for the letter in the mailbox. Afternoon, staring at the ceiling, unable to move, the world reduced to grayscale. It's not inconsistency, it's the body doing double duty, scanning for danger, then conserving energy when the danger never stops. This one might get you the label of bipolar. 4. The emotional flashback. Another denial turns into a huge reaction. Others say, you are overreacting. But are you? You are not just dealing with one incident. It's a mountain of evidence stacked that reminds you how you don't matter and nobody cares. This one can be confusing for most mental health workers and can lead to painful negative labels. I'm a person who likes labels and categories because they make me feel in control. Yet without the full picture of all symptoms and the full history, we often mislabel others and ourselves. One of the therapists I worked with brought up ADHD because of my sensitivity to rejection. She told me about rejection-sensitive dysphoria, and even though rejection caused me distress, I did not have a problem with focusing. That's why it's important to consider the full record rather than episodes. 5. The loop of self-blame. The cruelest part is how quickly the system's denial becomes self-denial. A rejection letter says, not eligible, and your body translates, not enough. An ignored complaint says, pending, and your body translates, you don't matter. Even when you've worked hard to heal childhood wounds, the present system restages them until you start to gaslight yourself. Maybe I am broken. Maybe this really is my fault. 6. Toxic shame and taking responsibility for the system by hurting yourself. At this stage, you are convinced it is all your fault. There's an ocean of shame boiling inside you. You try harder and harder to fix yourself, to make amends for harms you can't even name, yet the feeling never changes. The weight presses down like water on your chest, pulling you under with each wave of self-accusation. You flail, searching for the surface, but every attempt to rise is dragged back by undertows of guilt you can't escape. The weight of the world sits on your shoulders, and confusion turns into helplessness. Finally, the anger bends inward. You reenact it on yourself, self-sabotage, addiction, self-harm. You become prosecutor and defendant at once, punishing yourself for faults you don't even know. At this stage, you may have a collection of labels by providers and friends and family. I'm here to tell you, you can't figure out what your fault is, not because you haven't dug deep enough, not because you haven't tried hard enough, but because it isn't there. The fault isn't inside you. It belongs to the system. You were gaslit into believing the harm was yours, when in truth it was manufactured outside you. As John Bradshaw wrote, it's time to put the blame where it belongs. Bradshaw, 1992. It's time to see the system for what it is, an abuser that creates the very injuries it claims to treat, valorizing compassion while manufacturing scarcity, prescribing silence while punishing speech, offering care as a conditional commodity that exacts obedience. It profits from our brokenness, dresses extraction in the language of expertise, and trains whole professions to confuse paperwork for repair. Naming that truth is not bitterness, it is triage. When we stop privatizing responsibility and start placing the receipts where they belong, in files, in complaints, in public records, and in collective memory, we refuse to carry alone the shame the system insists we adopt. Putting blame where it belongs means demanding institutions answer for design choices that harm, insisting on real accountability, not ritual apologies, and building accountability structures that can't be erased by polite language or procedural delay. This is the work of truth-telling, to turn private humiliation into public evidence, to transform survival into pressure for structural change, and to make sure that the next person who walks into a clinic, a classroom, or an office doesn't have to fight the same fight alone. Plain truth. You're not reenacting trauma because you want to. You're reenacting it because the world keeps handing you the script. 7. Posture. The body's silent archive. Trauma doesn't just live in thoughts or feelings, it shows up in how we hold ourselves. For many of us, survival meant learning to shrink, rounded shoulders, lowered head, shallow breath, arms crossed tight. The body becomes a witness to erasure, curling in on itself to avoid notice. I learned this as a child when silence meant safety. I tiptoed through rooms, made myself small, and even tried to hold my breath when told I was too loud. Years later, the same posture followed me into waiting rooms and work. Science confirms what survivors already know. Posture and trauma are linked. Chronic stress activates the nervous system in ways that produce collapse or rigidity. Van der Kolk, 2014. Survivors often show either hyperarousal in tense, upright bracing or hypoarousal in slumped collapse. Ogden, Minton, and Payne, 2006. Even experiments show that posture itself reinforces mood. Sitting slumped is correlated with lower confidence and higher stress, while upright posture can reduce fatigue and improve memory. Naradallar, 2015. Trauma literally writes itself into the curvature of the spine. Plain truth, posture is not a personality trait. It is the body's silent archive of survival strategies. Translation: you look withdrawn implies I'm carrying evidence of a lifetime of shrinking to stay safe. What this chapter wants to give you. A name for what your body already knows. The loop is not madness. It is not weakness. It is not just in your head. It is the natural outcome of living in a world where every denial, every delay, every dismissal echoes the old wounds while creating new ones. When we name it, we can stop mistaking survival responses for personal flaws. We can begin to see them as what they are: evidence. Trauma 101. Integration. Biology as evidence, not defect. When we call emotional trauma a mental condition, we erase the body's archive. The body is not betraying you. The body is documenting you. Every flinch, every shutdown, every night of fractured sleep is a receipt of survival passed on from you to the next generations. The science of the archive. Neuroscience, psychology, and sociology have all confirmed what survivors know viscerally. Trauma is carried in the body. Bruce McEwen, 1998, described allostatic load as the cost of too much for too long, the way chronic stress shifts the body's baseline from alarm to exhaustion. Judith Herman, 2015, argued that trauma is not just an individual wound, but a disorder of connection, altering memory, identity, and relational trust. Bessel van der Kolk, 2014, synthesized decades of research in his phrase, "The body keeps the score," noting how flashbacks, shutdown, and somatic symptoms are the body's way of filling what the mind cannot resolve. Even outside psychiatry, scholars have shown how the nervous system, endocrine system, and immune system embed histories of harm. Adverse childhood experiences, Felitti et al. 1998, predict heart disease, diabetes, and early death, not because survivors failed to cope, but because chronic invalidation and danger recalibrate physiology itself. Trauma literally gets under the skin. McEwen, 2000. Emotional trauma, just like physical trauma, takes years off a person's lifespan. Boscarino, 2006, Pacella, Frusca, and Delahanty, 2013, Yehuda, 2002. From symptom to record. Here are the core symptoms of CRC-PTSD. Find more on these in Chapter 9. 1. Toxic shame/self-blame/the myth of perfect, carrying the burden of harm as if it were your fault. 2. Trust phobia, fear of intimacy or being liked only for the mask, an untypical social anxiety rooted in betrayal. 3. Fear of happiness/self-sabotage, joy paired with punishment, alarms that fire at ease, waiting for the shoe to drop. 4. Internalized anger, taking out your confusion and frustration on your body and being harder on yourself. 5. Never feeling safe, even when alone, constantly waiting for the next shoe to drop. 6. Exhaustion/burnout from the double shift, depletion from surviving and translating yourself at once to fit the needs of others. 7. Loss of identity/role confusion, being reduced to patient, student, employee until selfhood feels erased. 8. Hypervigilance/anxiety, constant scanning, expecting the next blow. 9. Loss of meaning/suicidal ideation, collapse of purpose under chronic invalidation, existential crisis when seeing the arbitrariness of human constructs. 10. Debilitating perfectionism/all-or-nothing mindset. 11. Late processing of relational interactions. 12. Spiraling into shame, guilt, and depression. 13. Shutdown/numbing/the flat gray/depression, emotional flattening and conservation mode. 14. Emotional flashbacks/CPTSD, body memories stacked on top of each other, triggered by present denials. 15. Fawning/compliance/self-sacrifice, over-apologizing, ignoring needs to protect safety. 16. Internal politeness reflex, masking civility to smooth conflict and protect others' comfort. 17. Masking/camouflaging, reshaping tone, language, posture to survive. 18. Dissociation/depersonalization/derealization, floating away when presence feels too costly. 19. Difficulty setting boundaries with self and with others. 20. Addictions, turning anger inward, numbing pain. 21. Loop of abuse/reenactments/being the target of bullying. 22. Intrusive memories, looping old files when triggered. 23. Distrust of institutions, expecting dismissal or re-traumatization in schools, clinics, or workplaces. 24. Sensitivity to microaggressions, catching the extra layer others dismiss. 25. Somatic symptoms, digestive distress, chronic pain, headaches, insomnia. 26. Posture, collapse/shrinking body, making yourself smaller, disappearing as protection. 27. The truth seer burden, survival is not consent. When clinicians label these states as disorders, they miss the context. Hypervigilance is called generalized anxiety disorder. Shutdown is called major depressive disorder. Emotional whiplash gets sliced into bipolar 2. Even fawning behaviors are reduced to dependent personality traits. Each label isolates the body's response from the structural conditions that produced it. What looks like a symptom is actually a record. Hypervigilance is not paranoia. It's evidence of repeated dismissal. Shutdown is not laziness. It's a survival break after too many denials. Emotional flashbacks are not overreactions. They are the body retrieving every earlier no at once. Fawning is not weakness. It is the calculus of survival in coercive rooms. This shift from symptoms to record is the crux of compounded relational cPTSD. Survivors are not defective. They are living archives. Their emotional and physical responses are not only proportional to the weight of accumulated harm, but they also serve as warnings of systemic toxicity, like canaries in the coal mine. The logic of gaslighting. Systems exploit this biology. Bureaucracies run on delay and erasure, and they know how bodies respond. When an application sits pending for months, your nervous system burns energy on uncertainty. When a benefits officer says, "not serious enough," your chest constricts with every earlier invalidation. When you are told to start over, the collapse is not just emotional, it is metabolic, hormonal, cellular. When those denials meet a nervous system already primed by earlier injuries, the loop compounds. The cost in biology. Researchers have traced these loops across every major system of the body. Neurobiology. Trauma alters hippocampal volume and amygdala reactivity, priming the brain for hypervigilance. Bremner et al., 1995. Endocrine system. Chronic activation of the HPA axis floods the body with cortisol, leading to metabolic disease. Yehuda, 2002. Immune system. Repeated invalidation and stress suppress immune function, increasing vulnerability to infection and autoimmune conditions. Kiecolt-Glaser et al., 2002. Cardiovascular. Constant fight or flight raises blood pressure and accelerates atherosclerosis. Dong et al., 2004. Each symptom, reflux, migraines, insomnia, autoimmune flares, is not random. It is biology recording erasure. Reframing the file. Here is the radical shift. Your body is not the site of failure. Your body is the site of evidence. Each night of fractured sleep is not weakness, but testimony to the cruelty of indefinite waiting. Each surge of panic when an envelope arrives is not oversensitivity, but proof of pattern recognition. Each shutdown after one more denial is not laziness, but a survival break. This is why survivors so often feel broken, because psychiatry names these receipts as disorders rather than as evidence. The brokenness is not inside the body, it is in the system that produced the receipts. Why this matters. Without this reframe, survivors internalize the lie. Maybe I am too sensitive. Maybe I am lazy. Maybe I am broken. With this reframe, those same states become legible as evidence. I am carrying proof, not defect. This is what resists the gaslight. As Herman, 2015, reminds us, trauma recovery begins with naming. As van der Kolk, 2014, shows, the body already holds the data. As McEwen, 1998-2000, documents, chronic invalidation reshapes biology. And as Bradshaw, 1992, insists, toxic shame is internalized blame that belongs to the system, not the self. The task is not to erase these states, but to interpret them accurately and to stop the bureaucratic erasure of our collective pain. One sentence to carry. My body is the scapegoat. It is the archive of harm, and recovery begins when I name the record, refuse the shame, and put the blame where it belongs. Rejection sensitive dysphoria, RSD, refers to the extreme emotional pain and discomfort that individuals experience in response to perceived or actual rejection, criticism, or failure. McLeod, 2024. McLeod, 2024, explains, this condition is particularly associated with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, although it can occur in individuals without ADHD as well. The term dysphoria emphasizes the severe emotional distress that accompanies these experiences. Chapter 6: Memory, Meaning, and the Loop. Echoes, when today sounds louder than today. The first tag. I didn't even have words yet. At 10 days old, my grandma called me grumpy. That was my first tag. Before I could walk or talk, meaning was already stamped onto my body. I cried because that's what newborns do, but the explanation given, grumpy, difficult, too much, became the file name. That's how loops start. I know about my mom's childhood. It was extremely traumatic. I'm guessing my grandma also had a traumatic childhood, each in their own way. My mom's parents struggled with domestic violence, and my grandma took it out on her children. My maternal side of the family is a collection of sick people, malignantly narcissistic, if not sociopathic. On my paternal side, my dad's mom was married when she was 14. She had her first child, my dad at 16. No wonder my dad is a shell of a man. Always detached and with a flat demeanor. He didn't have a mirror reflecting to him anything at all. It doesn't help that he was re-traumatized in the Iran and Iraq War. Children don't just store events, they store the tags attached to them. Parents are meant to be mirrors, reflecting to their children the meanings of life and living. But as Ilan Golamb, 1992, argues in Trapped in the Mirror, when a parent sees a distorted image of themselves, that distortion is inevitably reflected back onto the child. Instead of affirmation, the child inherits skewed meanings. You are too much. You are not enough. You must earn love by erasing need. Carl Jung, 1959-1968, wrote that the psyche carries not only the personal unconscious, but also the collective weight of archetypes and intergenerational patterns. When parents project unintegrated shadows onto children, the child absorbs these projections as identity. What should have been a mirror of wholeness becomes a hall of distortions. This is how generational trauma transmits. As Golam, 1992, shows, children internalize the narcissistic parent's unmet needs and make them their own. That is why so many of us grow up carrying narratives of not being enough or of not deserving love simply for existing. We were groomed to believe our needs were extra, luxuries to be met only when convenient and only if we were good. Decades later, those same tags flare each time we are denied basic needs by institutions. A benefits rejection, a not serious enough letter, or a start over decree reactivates the earliest mirror, the one that told us we should be grateful for crumbs. Plain truth, the mirror was never clean. The distortion was never ours alone, but inherited from hundreds of ancestors' skewed mirrors. 1. Micro. Family memory, where the first tags are learned. The family as an interpretive engine. Before institutions, there were rooms. A childhood kitchen can teach you whose feelings are expensive. A hallway can teach you whether silence is safety. Classic ACE's research shows how early adversity predicts later mental and physical load. Felitti et al., 1998. But statistics can miss a key ingredient. Children store not only what happened, but the explanations they were given. Be grateful, don't make waves, you're too much. Those become default tags the nervous system will apply years later. Bruin, 2014. Herman, 2015. These childhood patterns can all lead to the same relational trauma symptoms. Parentification. When a child is drafted into adult roles, usefulness becomes worth. Overfunctioning later feels normal. Yurkovich, 1997. The perfect childhood myth. When a family insists everything was fine, observable pain requires self-erasure. Later, institutional phrases like not serious enough hit the same nerve. Scapegoating. When one child is assigned the role of problem, every conflict funnels through them. The body learns to absorb blame as survival. Later, any institutional denial reactivates that training. Toxic positivity. When sadness or anger are met with cheer up or don't be dramatic, feelings are treated as errors instead of signals. Later, professional tone policing repeats the same silencing. Inconsistent care. When comfort and cruelty arrive from the same caregiver, attachment turns into hypervigilance. Love feels like a slot machine, unpredictable, addictive, unsafe. Conditional worth. When approval depends on grades, compliance, or appearance, identity fuses with performance. Later, job markets and institutions exploit this wiring by demanding constant proof of value. Silence as safety. When speaking the truth brings punishment, withdrawal becomes the safest move. The child learns to read the room, not to speak in it. They master the art of sublimating anger, turning every outburst inward, but holding it in forever is not sustainable. Eventually, the anger will burst, whether through self-harm or external anger. Professionalism, office politics, pending letters, and bureaucratic delays replay the same lesson. Your voice is not welcome. Role inversion. When the child is made responsible for soothing the parent's pain, boundaries collapse. Later, in workplaces or clinics, survivors instinctively manage the emotions of authority figures rather than asserting their own needs. Fear of happiness. When moments of joy were consistently followed by punishment, withdrawal, or collapse, the child learns to fear their own aliveness. Laughter anticipates a slap. Celebration anticipates sabotage. Later, even success or connection feels dangerous, a setup for loss. As Carl Jung, 1959-1968, described, the psyche turns against its own vitality when shadowed by fear. Happiness itself becomes coded as a threat, leaving survivors scanning for the next blow whenever relief appears. Every person's experience is unique, a mixture of some or all of these patterns. Each plays out differently, but the end echo is the same. Nobody cares. That echo is not proof of your unworthiness. It is the body carrying evidence of early distortions reflected back by caregivers and later replayed by institutions over and over. The task now is to name the patterns, see the mirrors for what they were. 2. Meso. School, clinic, agency. How organizations edit the record. If childhood was where the first tags were stamped, institutions are where those tags are edited, reinforced, and reissued. Schools, clinics, and agencies don't arrive as blank slates. They echo the early rules you already learned. A family's "don't make waves" becomes a professor's "watch your tone." A parent's "you're fine" becomes a clinic's "not serious enough." Institutions prefer text over witness. They reduce living people to files, forms, and case numbers. They claim neutrality while sorting whose truth is admissible. What gets called record keeping is actually record editing, erasing what doesn't fit, amplifying what can be blamed, stamping pending on what should have been care. In this section, we name how the childhood tags are replayed at the meso level, in classrooms, waiting rooms, and benefit offices. These patterns are not accidental. They are the grammar of bureaucracy, and they ensure the same old echo keeps repeating, "You don't count." Parentification to bureaucratic burden. Just as children are forced into adult roles at home, institutions conscript you into working for them for free, doing their paperwork, fixing their errors, and proving what you already know to be true. When I was accepted to SDSU, the university refused to recognize the wording of my degree. The certificate said the degree was completed, but they wanted it to say awarded. Offices in Iran were shut down during the pandemic, so I had to send my father in person, spending $600 just to get a sealed copy and a letter that matched their arbitrary language. When I explained the miscommunication to SDSU, they forwarded my email to my school abroad, which caused further conflict and humiliation. Instead of welcoming me as a student, the system drafted me into endless labor to parent its own bureaucracy, while treating me like the child who hadn't done enough or worse, shouldn't have existed in the US in the first place. The burden wasn't proof of my inadequacy. It was the institution demanding I carry its incompetence and arbitrary rules. Perfect childhood myth implies institutional denial. Families insist everything was fine, and institutions echo, "We take every case seriously," while dismissing yours as not serious enough. An example is to qualify for disability benefits. One must have less than $2,000 in assets, a threshold that means we are already on the edge of homelessness. And even when we qualify, there is often a year-long delay before our applications are processed. If we find a job or go to school, suddenly we are no longer disabled, as though disabilities that live in our bodies disappear the moment we put in 10 times the effort just to keep up with life. Even then, we are only one breakdown away from losing everything and having to start over, scapegoating to labeling/victim blaming. The problem child becomes the non-compliant patient or the difficult student. Institutions blame our attitude instead of facing their failures. Even strangers join the tyranny by acting as flying monkeys, enforcing the same labels. One example for me is sensitivity to noise. Because of autism, I live with sensory issues. It is both a gift and a curse. A gift because of how deeply I can experience. A curse because I can't easily explain what others don't feel. Loud music can register as physical pain. I can't sit in a room where heavy metal is played. The vibrations overwhelm my body. I avoid movie theaters because the sound makes me shut down. I've had constant issues with neighbors playing music after midnight or blasting their TVs all day. My body literally shuts down and I can't focus on anything. But there's a stack attached to this. My mom also had sensory issues, though she never admitted to autism, and she demanded that I be very quiet. I tiptoed through childhood. At 4 years old, when she yelled, "Stop!" while she was sleeping, I asked her, "Do you want me to stop breathing?" Yet when I was older and studied, she turned the TV up loud and refused to lower the volume. So now, when neighbors dismiss my requests with, "It's daytime, you can't complain," I fall straight into an emotional flashback. The present noise reverberates with the old label, too much, too sensitive, the problem. Another example comes from the ER. After my MRI suggested infection, a nurse mocked me. "Are you here at 11 p.m. just because of your finger?" When I said yes and asked why, she replied, "Because the ER is for people who are dying." In that moment, I shrank into the old role, minimizing my own fear, trying not to upset her further, ashamed for even asking for care. Instead of being treated as a patient, I was forced to manage her irritation while my own body risked infection. I was told I was last priority and would wait 6 hours. I left in tears, breaking down in my car and wishing I were dead. It wasn't an isolated incident. At the first hospital where I had my stitches done, staff laughed when I returned with numbness and an MRI that flagged infection. The doctor who had stitched me up didn't even remember doing it. When I pointed this out, a nurse scolded me for yelling, though I hadn't raised my voice, and told me to stop being dramatic. The charge nurse joined in, saying, "If you saw 40 patients a day, you'd forget too." I've had 40 patients a day, and I still would not forget someone I stitched up the same month. When I cried out of frustration, the doctor threatened to call the guards and throw me out if I didn't stop. Instead of owning their neglect, they made my pain the problem. I was the crazy one, or worse, the criminal, in need of being disciplined for being hurt by their abusive behavior. When the doctor finally refused to prescribe antibiotics, he said, "I won't give you antibiotics unnecessarily because it will give you diarrhea." I would have gladly taken diarrhea over months of pain and permanent nerve damage. This isn't just an anecdote. It has a name. Scholars call it medical gaslighting, when patients' symptoms are minimized, dismissed, or reframed as exaggeration or personality rather than evidence of harm. Ng and Yang, 2024, Fuss, 2024. Medical gaslighting disproportionately affects women, autistic people, and patients of color, systematically converting institutional failure into individual blame. Plain truth, in scapegoating, institutions convert their failures into your shame. They erase the record of harm by branding you the problem. Translation: too sensitive implies carrying evidence of their neglect. Toxic positivity to professionalism. Family cheer-ups become office slogans. Anger, grief, or dissent are reframed as unprofessional, while detachment is praised as professionalism. After graduating with my master's degree, I began working for NAMI San Diego, an organization whose mission was to break the stigma around mental illness by providing advocacy, education, support, and public awareness so that all individuals and families affected by mental illness can build better lives. I loved my job as an employment specialist and helped many clients secure jobs that lasted longer than mine. But when my supervisor was promoted to a higher paying position and I applied for her role as program manager, I was confronted with the institution's double standards. The hiring process was framed as inclusive. Patients were invited to participate in the internal interviews. But in practice, each applicant was given a different set of patients, and my interview was stacked with those who had previously disliked me. The one patient who did have a positive relationship with me was barred from attending for being 30 seconds late. Despite my qualifications, advanced degree, and specific training, the position went to someone with less experience and no bachelor's degree. When I asked my former supervisor why, her answer was, "Because you were quiet." But I was not quiet. I was a truth teller. I brought up uncomfortable contradictions, raised concerns about how patients were treated, and refused to collude with staff who bullied the very people we were supposed to serve. What she meant by quiet was actually autistic. What she meant by professional was, don't be autistic, don't make waves, don't name the harm. When I raised my concerns with HR, they closed ranks. The verdict was that hiring had been based on interview scores and therefore fair. I was told to move on for the sake of the team. I refused. I filed a complaint with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC. Mediation offered me only 6 weeks of severance if I agreed to leave quietly. I declined. After that, the retaliation escalated. They made the workplace unlivable, cut off my health insurance without notice, and forced me into resignation through pressure and neglect. This is not an isolated story. It is the professionalism trap in action. Institutions that claim to champion advocacy and support reproduce the same oppressive dynamics they are supposed to dismantle. They celebrate mental health awareness in their mission statements while punishing employees who live with mental health conditions. They parade inclusion while quietly gatekeeping leadership for those who will not disturb the status quo. Plain truth, professionalism in this context is not about standards of care. It is about silencing dissent. It is about replacing truth with performance, compliance, and toxic positivity. Inconsistent care leads to clinics and schools. Comfort and cruelty arrive unpredictably. One provider listens, the next ridicules. One semester offers support, the next withholds it. I reached a crisis line, and again they sent over the police, who shuffled me to Scripps Hospital for safety and instead was assaulted by the very people assigned to help me. 6 big male guards held me down to the bed, causing bruises on my arms and legs because I refused to change my pants even though I was wearing the gown. I was forced to take a shot that made me sleep. That single moment collapsed any illusion of care. What was framed as policy was actually punishment, a blunt show of force that deepened the wound it claimed to treat. This is the cruelty of inconsistency. You never know whether the next outstretched hand will hold you up or pin you down. And then the next morning, I was discharged as though nothing had happened. Conditional worth implies academic and job markets. At home, worth depended on grades or obedience. In institutions, it depends on credentials, connections, or fit. The message is the same. Your value is conditional, never inherent. At USD, the teaching job I was offered was framed as a favor, not recognition of my work. I was told I would be paid less and have a lower title of graduate assistant compared to all my other 20 peers who were titled lecturers, and they refused even to put my name on the schedule as an instructor and grant me access to Canvas. My chair warned me that if I worked over 25 hours, I could be deported, despite the fact that I am a U.S. citizen. My advisor outsourced grading my paper to AI, reducing months of research into algorithmic blur. Jobs that should have been pathways forward were instead gate-kept by invisible rules, moving goalposts, and the kind of professionalism that really means compliance. Their conditions for worth were not possible for me. USD is a prominently white Catholic institution, and apparently being Iranian was enough sin to make me disposable to them, even while I paid $1,700 per unit like every other student. Plain truth, the labor market isn't a neutral filter of talent. It is a sorting machine that dangles opportunity while reminding us that belonging is conditional, precarious, and revocable. Translation: not a good fit implies survival allowed only on their terms. Silence as safety implies bureaucratic limbo. As children withdraw to avoid punishment, adults go quiet under pending statuses, unanswered phones, and appeal processes designed to exhaust. At USD, I wrote a letter to the president of the university after being mistreated by my chair. I never heard back. When I went to the office to request an appointment, staff laughed and told me he was too busy to meet with students. Instead, they suggested I take my concerns to HR, the same HR that exists to protect the institution, not the student. The message was clear: silence is policy. The more serious the harm, the less anyone in authority will look at it. Plain truth, bureaucratic limbo isn't neglect. It is design, a way to ensure that silence outlasts truth. Translation: pending implies we've already decided not to hear you. Role inversion implies emotional labor for institutions. The child who soothes the parent becomes the student who manages the professor's ego, or the worker who manages the institution's convenience. At USD, I was technically hired part-time, but the expectation was full submission. I was supposed to answer emails at all hours, be available whenever they commanded, and carry their urgency as if it were my own. My time was never mine. Instead of being respected for the hours I worked, I was conscripted into emotional labor, keeping them reassured, available, and comfortable, while my own needs and boundaries disappeared. At the end of the summer, they held a 30-minute appreciation meeting but never hired me on, citing budgeting issues. All summer, whenever I asked, my supervisor brushed me off with, "We'll do something about it when the time comes." The time came, and the promise evaporated. My labor had been used to soothe the institution, but I was disposable once the performance of gratitude was over. Plain truth, role inversion doesn't end in childhood. Institutions recruit us into it too, demanding we care for their egos and deadlines while they give us empty gestures instead of security. Translation: We appreciate you. To thanks for the free labor. Fear of happiness implies precarious success. When joy was followed by punishment at home, every gain feels fragile in institutions. Funding approved today could be revoked tomorrow. At community college, my counselor made me feel this directly. Instead of celebrating my initiative to apply to schools, she reminded me that it could easily be rescinded, that I should be careful, that nothing was secure. She reported that I had a bachelor degree and that I should pay back whatever financial aid I received to start college all over, like the Board of Nursing stated in their letter. What should have been joy turned into dread. I walked away, not thinking I did it, but how long until it's taken away? The institution's message echoed the family script: don't trust happiness, it will punish you. Plain truth, when success is made precarious, joy becomes another site of fear. Translation: congratulations arrow wait for it to be revoked. Cover up / passing the blame. When harm is named, agencies protect one another instead of the person harmed. Responsibility is passed in circles. The clinic blames the insurer blames policy, the policy points back to the state defers to federal law. Each office insists, not our jurisdiction, until the clock runs out. What looks like a process is actually cover, a deliberate dispersal of accountability so no one has to answer. The result is the same: harm without repair. 3. Macro: work, economy, culture, when the loop is monetized. Precarity by design. Precarity is not an accident, it is policy. Minority neighborhoods are zoned next to landfills, highways, and toxic plants, their air and water poisoned while developers profit elsewhere. Around the world, poor communities are denied timely health care, their conditions worsening in the months or years spent waiting for an appointment. Nations are sanctioned by global powers, and the poor pay the price, with shortages of food, medicine, electricity. The wealthy move resources across borders instantly, while ordinary people wait in bread lines. Governments justify austerity while bailing out banks. Public housing crumbles while luxury condos rise empty for speculation. Refugees drown at sea while militarized borders protect profit. Plain truth, precarity is built to keep us too busy surviving to resist. Translation: that's just the way it is implies they designed it to be this way. Credential chauvinism: degrees and skills become gatekeeping tools. Today, you need a credential for even the most basic jobs, not because the work requires it, but because the system needs a filter to decide who gets to survive. Years of lived expertise vanish on paper if they were earned across the wrong border or outside a university's stamp. Education doesn't necessarily teach what you need to live or to work. It offers a fancy piece of paper that functions more as a passport than as proof of knowledge. The rise of technology has made learning more accessible than ever. We can study languages, code, medicine, law, and art from open resources, DIY projects, and peer networks. Yet without the credential, all that knowledge is discarded. Employers don't ask what you can do. They ask what you can show in paperwork. This is how the market keeps opportunity gated. It's not about competence, it's about control. The piece of paper is not education, it's permission, and it's permission rationed along lines of class, race, and nationality. Plain truth, credentials don't prove worth, they prove access. Translation: not qualified implies your lived skills don't profit us. Wage theft in slow motion. Raises never keep pace with rent or groceries. Inflation climbs, but paychecks crawl. Meanwhile, taxes cut deeper into workers' checks while the wealthy walk their fortunes through loopholes. The majority ends up subsidizing the very system that exploits them. Big corporations, Amazon, Apple, Google, ExxonMobil, Walmart, post record profits while paying little to no federal income taxes. They are not treated as people, but as entities, shielded by corporate personhood laws that let them dodge accountability while still enjoying rights and protections. They lobby for tax codes so porous that they can shift billions offshore, all while telling us to be grateful for minimum wage jobs. The result? The ones who earn the most contribute the least. Working class families, small businesses, and especially minorities shoulder a disproportionate tax burden. The janitor pays a higher effective tax rate than the billionaire whose dividends are taxed at half the rate of wages. The immigrant nurse pays more in payroll tax than the oil company does on billions in profit. Plain truth, this is not inefficiency. It is design, wage theft stretched across decades, baked into tax codes, and enforced by austerity. Translation: shared sacrifice implies the poor carry the rich. Housing as investment. Homes are no longer safe havens. They've become instruments of wealth extraction. Billionaire investors hoard properties, leaving them vacant to inflate values amid rising homelessness. In the US, there are now more empty homes than unhoused people, a stark testament to profit triumphing over shelter. Schladen, 2024. Affordable housing programs, like waitlists for vouchers, feel like theater. In some regions, people wait an average of 2.5 years, and in places like New South Wales, Australia, waits can exceed 5 years, sometimes concluding only after a person dies. National Low Income Housing Coalition, 2023. Meanwhile, in the UK, the housing market functions as a wealth machine. Property is treated as an asset, not a home. Working class ownership is shrinking as financialization accelerates. UCL Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, 2024. Wikipedia contributors, 2025a. Institutional investors such as Blackstone purchase entire neighborhoods, converting shelter into speculation. Wikipedia contributors, 2025b. The cruelty is compounded by displacement and criminalization. In England, Black families are nearly 4 times more likely to experience homelessness, even when controlling for income and geography, and they face dramatically reduced access to social housing. The Guardian, 2025. Around the world, poor communities are disproportionately exposed to unsafe housing conditions, toxic environments, and chronic precarity, which devastates health and shortens lives. Mabhala, 2017. Plain truth, housing isn't precarious because the system failed. It's precarious because housing was never meant to shelter us. It was designed to enrich others. Translation: home ownership implies wealth extraction at the expense of human stability and lives. Profit from pain. Insurance companies, treatment centers, and pharmaceutical firms don't heal suffering, they monetize it. Addiction treatment has become a high-stakes business for private equity, with profit-fueled rehabs and sober homes exploiting vulnerabilities at thousands of dollars per patient. These rehabs may do more harm than care. Center for Health Journalism, 2019. Pharma isn't in this to cure, but to engineer perpetual need. Industry-funded studies show a striking bias. Clinical trials funded by drug companies overwhelmingly report positive outcomes, shaping medical truths and boosting medication sales with far-reaching consequences. Beckelman et al. Du Tuxtantiae tries. Meanwhile, social media platforms amplify despair because it generates engagement and ad dollars. Teen anxiety, isolation, and self-comparison become growth metrics. In 2022, Meta earned over $11 billion in ad revenue from children and teens, profiting directly from their pain. Madrigal, 2024. Doom scrolling, feeling despair from endless negative news, is not incidental. It's design. Milmo dutuxtantiae dvidescimt caturi. Even wellness industries don't save us. Toxic positivity reframes systemic injury as a mindset failure, packaging shame as therapy, and selling emotional labor back to the wounded. This is safety for sale, not justice in reach. Plain truth, structural harm isn't just felt, it's turned into commodities. Translation: you're in pain implies we'll invoice that. Progress bars instead of people. Charities drift from human-centered care into metric-driven performance, turning compassion into data points. Lives no longer appear on dashboards. They're transformed into case numbers, checkboxes, or percentages of targets met. Donors are persuaded by glossy impact reports, not by the lived reality of the people supposedly served. Mission drift is one part of the harm. A food bank might receive a top rating because it boasts low cost per meal, while the actual experience of standing in line for spoiled food, rationed portions, and humiliation is erased from the record. Exley, 2018. Organizations prioritize low overhead to appease donors, leaving staff underpaid, undertrained, and burnt out. Dang, 2020. Goodhart's law captures the cruelty. When measures become the targets, the measures stop reflecting real outcomes. Wikipedia contributors, 2025. But the problem is deeper than drift. Charities often become hotspots for toxic leaders, people drawn not by compassion, but by the opportunity to control others under the guise of benevolence. Scholars in nonprofit studies warn that philanthropic paternalism allows elites and managers to dictate not just the distribution of resources, but the behavior and speech of the poor. Brown and Horvath, 2024. In these spaces, recipients are forced into performances of gratitude, while staff who raise concerns are punished as unprofessional. The mission is hollowed out, and the organization becomes a playground for narcissistic authority. Plain truth, charities that once promised care become machines for extraction, reputation laundering, and control. Human beings vanish into impact scores, while toxic leaders thrive on power disguised as service. Translation: we're here to help implies we own the record of your survival. Punitive scarcity. Scarcity is not natural. It is manufactured. Services are starved so badly that survivors are pitted against one another for crumbs. Hunger, shelter, and medical care are withheld until competition replaces solidarity. People begin to blame each other. If only others weren't faking, there would be enough, while the real theft flows upward. In the U.S., more than 44 million people face food insecurity, even though the nation wastes over 30% of its food supply annually. USDA 2023. Food pantries ration expired goods with humiliation attached, forcing recipients to perform gratitude to access even spoiled food. Popendiek, 1998. Housing programs are no better. Affordable housing waitlists stretch for years, leaving families in chronic instability or literal homelessness, while speculative investors hoard empty properties. National Low-Income Housing Coalition, Du Tuxtantiae dvidescimt tretiegi. Medical care is rationed through endless eligibility hoops. Patients are forced to prove collapse before receiving support. Disability benefits require you to show you own less than $2,000 in assets. Social Security Administration, 2023. Meanwhile, billionaires access concierge medicine, private clinics, and experimental treatments, insulating themselves from the scarcity they impose on others. This rationing is not proof of shortage, it is policy. Governments choose austerity, corporations engineer scarcity for profit, and the poor are disciplined into silence. Scarcity becomes punishment. If you complain, you lose your place in line. If you resist, you are cut off entirely. Plain truth, punitive scarcity doesn't just deprive people of resources, it destroys solidarity. It turns neighbors into competitors and survival into spectacle. Translation: there isn't enough implies we decided you don't deserve enough. Debt as leash. Debt is sold as opportunity, but it functions as control. Student loans, medical bills, and credit cards are marketed as tickets to mobility. Invest in your future, get care now, buy what you need. In reality, each one tightens the leash. Miss a single payment, and your credit score becomes a weapon against you, shutting you out of housing, jobs, even medical care. In the United States, 43.2 million people owe federal student debt, averaging over $37,000 per borrower, U.S. Department of Education, 2023. Graduates enter the workforce already shackled, forced to choose jobs for repayment, not passion. Meanwhile, medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy. Nearly 100 million Americans carry healthcare debt, with many delaying or foregoing care to avoid collections. KFF Health News, 2022. Globally, the IMF and World Bank impose structural adjustment loans on poor nations, demanding austerity and privatization in exchange for aid, ensuring debt becomes a permanent leash on entire populations. Toussaint du Tuxtantiae Deviniolica. Debt doesn't just trail you, it disciplines you. It teaches compliance. Keep your head down at work because your paycheck routes straight to creditors. Don't strike. Don't organize, don't quit. Your survival is leveraged. Entire governments face the same leash. Miss a payment and face sanctions, cut off from global markets. Plain truth, debt is not just a contract. It's a structure that shapes choices and limits freedom. Translation: this loan is opportunity, implies survival with strings attached. Productivity. Cult. Productivity is treated not as one part of life, but as the measure of life itself. Illness, grief, pregnancy, and disability are reframed as inefficiency. Rest is punished, burnout is rewarded. Our worth is tallied not in love or care, but in output, profit, and performance. This is not new. It is capitalism's oldest gospel. Max Weber, 2002/1905, described how the Protestant ethic linked salvation with relentless work, planting the seed of a system where idleness is sin. Today, that ethic is secularized into performance reviews, productivity apps, and grind culture. The results are devastating. Workers in the United States are among the most productive in the world, but have no guaranteed paid sick leave or parental leave. OECD 2023. Those who rest risk being fired. Those who push through exhaustion are rewarded until they collapse. Feminist scholars argue this is no accident. Capitalism relies on the invisibility of care work and reproductive labor, devaluing what sustains life while glorifying what extracts it. Fraser, 2016. Weeks, 2011. The cult of productivity reaches even into our intimate lives. Grief is given 3 days of bereavement leave. Pregnancy is deemed a workplace disruption. Disability accommodations are framed as unfair advantages. Even joy is rationed. Vacations must be justified as earned time off. Plain truth, productivity is not a neutral standard. It is an ideology that disciplines bodies, punishes need, and disguises exploitation as achievement. Translation: Not productive implies your humanity doesn't count. Climate as collateral. The planet itself is treated as expendable. Extraction enriches a few, while floods, fires, and poisoned air punish the many. The wealthiest nations and corporations emit the most, but it is the poor, often indigenous communities, migrants, and people in the global south, who suffer the harshest consequences. Survival is rationed along the same lines as housing, jobs, and healthcare. Those who can pay, escape; those who cannot, drown, burn, or choke. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC 2023, warns that the world is already experiencing widespread adverse impacts that disproportionately affect vulnerable populations. Climate change magnifies existing inequities. Black and brown communities in the U.S. are far more likely to live in flood-prone areas or within range of toxic facilities. Bullard and Wright, 2012. Meanwhile, fossil fuel giants like ExxonMobil and Shell posted record-breaking profits in 2022 as energy costs soared for ordinary households. IEA 2023. Extreme weather has become a business model. Insurance companies abandon entire regions after hurricanes, fires, or floods, leaving survivors unprotected unless they can afford skyrocketing premiums. Serminsky and Zaj, 2021. Displacement is accelerating. The UN estimates that climate disasters now displace more people annually than war. Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, 2022. Yet global climate financing remains inadequate, with rich nations failing to meet their own pledges to support the countries they destabilized. Roberts and Wakemans, 2017. Plain truth: climate collapse is not a surprise. It is collateral damage baked into an economy that values profit over survival. Translation: unavoidable disaster to predictable profit scheme. Breaking the cycle from dispossession to repair. What we are living through is not random misfortune. It's what geographer David Harvey, 2005, calls accumulation by dispossession, the systematic stripping of resources from the many so they can be concentrated in the hands of a few. Public goods are privatized, housing is financialized, debt is weaponized, and even survival itself is turned into collateral. Wealth is not created, it is captured. But dispossession is not destiny. There are solutions bold enough to counteract the cruelty. Universal Basic Income, UBI. A guaranteed income for every person breaks the scarcity trap. It severs survival from wage labor and credit scores, giving people space to refuse exploitation and to live without constant fear. Standing, 2017. Pilot projects show UBI reduces stress, improves health, increases school attendance, and strengthens local economies. 100% inheritance tax. Nothing entrenches inequality more than dynastic wealth. A full inheritance tax would recycle private fortunes into public goods, preventing billionaires from turning democracy into feudalism. As Piketty, 2014, demonstrates, without redistribution, wealth naturally concentrates at the very top. Debt cancellation. From student loan strikes to Global South debt relief campaigns, canceling illegitimate debt dismantles the leash of financial discipline. Toussaint, 2019. Without this, entire generations and nations remain trapped in repayment rather than flourishing. Decommodify essentials. Housing, healthcare, water, and energy should be human rights, not markets. Removing them from speculation interrupts dispossession at its root and ensures survival isn't conditional on profit. Harvey, Du Tuxtantiae Penki. Universal services. Expanding access to healthcare, childcare, housing, and education creates collective security. Universal programs protect against the humiliation of means testing and rationing. Fraser, Du Tuxtantiae Sociolika. Solidarity economies, worker cooperatives, mutual aid networks, and commons-based systems keep value circulating within communities rather than siphoned off by shareholders. Gibson Graham, 2006. Climate justice, redirecting wealth toward frontline communities and green infrastructure, shifts the burden of survival away from the most vulnerable. Bullard and Wright, 2012. It also confronts the reality that climate collapse is not accidental. It is collateral damage baked into an extractive economy. Plain truth, accumulation by dispossession was designed. Redistribution must be designed too. Translation: there is no alternative implies alternatives are already here, waiting to be scaled. 4. The loop: how memory, trace, and meaning, tag, rewire each other. The loop is not abstract, it is a mechanism, and it is cruelly efficient. A new event rhymes with an old one. A denial letter today reverberates with the childhood moment when you were told to be quiet. A supervisor's comment on your tone carries the same weight as a parent's sigh. Too much, too sensitive. Memory retrieves the old state fast. The autonomic nervous system pulls up alarm or shutdown almost instantly. This isn't weakness, it is allostatic efficiency, the body doing pattern recognition at survival speed. McEwen, 1998. Meaning arrives from outside. Policy, procedure, or authority supplies the tag, not serious enough, unprofessional, start over. These are not neutral assessments. They are labels that overwrite lived truth. Sometimes a single word becomes a curse, carrying the power to collapse confidence, stall care, or erase whole histories. In our current system, tags don't just describe, they diffuse responsibility. They shift blame from the institution onto the individual. This is why it is vital to catch the tag in real time and recognize it for what it is: a projection, not a truth. Reconsolidation edits the file. In neuroscience, reconsolidation means that when a memory is recalled, it temporarily becomes flexible and can be changed. Once it is put away again, it is stored in its new, edited form. Nader and Einarsson, 2010. Applied to trauma, this is why a denial today doesn't just sting in the moment. It pulls up the old memory and stamps it with a new label. For example, as a child, you were told, "Don't make waves." That's the trace in your body's archive. Years later, a supervisor says, "Your tone is unprofessional." Your nervous system retrieves the old trace of being silenced and refiles it together with the new tag. When the memory is stored again, it is heavier. The new insult doesn't just sit on top of the old one, it fuses with it. This is why survivors describe present-day denials as outsized or unbearable. What should have been one wound becomes layered injury because the nervous system has edited the past and present into one file. Research confirms that memory is not static, but dynamic. Each recall can modify how a memory is experienced and restored. Ecker, Tysick, and Hulley, 2012. Plain truth, trauma doesn't just repeat, it compounds. Denial today isn't only denial today, it becomes a re-engraving of every earlier dismissal, restamping the file until the body feels buried under labels. Behavior adapts. You pre-shrink, over-explain, accept unsafe lifts, stop applying, or simply stop asking. What looks like compliance is actually survival. This is how the loop embeds. The trace, body memory, is reactivated by the tag, institutional label, and together they form the echo. Each new encounter doesn't just sting, it rewires the file. Plain truth, trauma is not just what happened once, it is what keeps happening in rhyme. This is why trauma feels bigger than the present moment. A denial doesn't stay in the present. It pulls up the whole archive, edits it, and refiles it heavier. The past is not just remembered, it is relived and reinforced. Trauma doesn't just repeat, it compounds. Translation: your overreacting implies the loop is reacting exactly as designed. V. Editing the loop, without pretending the maze is fair. We cannot dismantle the maze by ourselves, and we cannot pretend that edits erase the harm, but we can interrupt the loop. We can change how the trace gets tagged and how the story gets stored. These are not solutions to injustice. They are refusals to untrue tags. Micro-edits inside the body and family echoes. Name the state. Say, shutdown is here instead of I'm failing. This separates the nervous system's file from your worth. Shutdown can take many forms. Sometimes it is grief, cycling through all its stages in no particular order, chaotic and messy. Kubler-Ross, 1969/2014. Sometimes it feels like depression, a heaviness so dense it is as if you are trapped at the bottom of a well, the opening sealed with heavy stones. Sometimes it is pure rage at the world, tangled with helplessness. Whatever shape it takes, the key is to remind yourself, this is trauma moving through the body. Naming it for what it is interrupts the lie that it is weakness or defect. As van der Kolk, 2014, emphasizes, shutdown is part of the body's survival repertoire, mediated through the autonomic nervous system when threat feels inescapable. It is not a personal flaw. It is a biological reaction to the unnatural circumstances of the world. Your body is not betraying you. It is registering conditions that were never humane to begin with. Counter-narrate the myth. 50 reframes. Reframing shame tags into truth tags. Childhood/family. 1. Perfect childhood implies perfect performance of silence. 2. Obedient arrow afraid of punishment. 3. Difficult child. Arrow truth teller in a silencing system. 4. Too sensitive implies carrying evidence others ignore. 5. Unlovable arrow taught that needs were burdens. 6. Grumpy baby to child with valid signals. 7. Too loud arrow trying to be heard in a dismissive environment. 8. Attention-seeking arrow asking for care never given. Work/productivity. 9. Lazy arrow body conserving energy after bombardment. 10. Unprofessional arrow refusing to erase evidence. 11. Not a team player implies unwilling to collude in harm. 12. Overqualified to labor market refusing to pay worth. 13. Underqualified arrow gatekeeping through credentials. 14. Replaceable arrow worker devalued to protect profit. 15. Lacks grit implies exhausted by systemic precarity. 16. Quiet arrow unwilling to flatter authority with lies. Health/disability. 17. Not serious enough implies rationing care, not proof of wellness. 18. Imagining it implies pain minimized because it threatens policy. 19. Functional, so not disabled, implies working at 10 times the cost to survive. 20. Faking to refusing collapse as performance. 21. Non-compliant patient arrow, protecting your body from unsafe demands. 22. Somatizing arrow body telling truths the system won't hear. 23. Weak arrow body forced into shutdown by chronic stress. 24. Dependent implies harmed by scarcity, not character flaw. Emotions/mental health. 25. Crazy arrow gaslit into confusion by denial. 26. Overreacting to reacting to layers of cumulative harm. 27. Drama arrow visible grief in a culture allergic to pain. 28. Hysterical arrow woman or survivor daring to show emotion. 29. Irrational arrow body prioritizing safety faster than thought. 30. Moody arrow nervous system toggling between states of survival. 31. Broken implies carrying structural harm in biology. 32. Hopeless arrow body conserving against constant failure of support. Learning/knowledge. 33. Slow learner. Arrow processing while surviving threat. 34. Illegible arrow work erased by objectivity without relationship. 35. Too emotional for research implies knowledge tied to witness. 36. Not academic implies denied access to categories that count. 37. Unclear arrow writing dismissed because it disrupts hierarchy. 38. Unfit implies institution unwilling to accommodate difference. 39. Tone problem implies content threatening to those in power. 40. Not rigorous implies refusal to amputate lived evidence, relationships. 41. Needy arrow taught to apologize for asking at all. 42. Clingy to attachment frayed by inconsistent care. 43. Cold arrow shutdown state mistaken for character. 44. Untrusting to pattern recognition after repeated betrayal. Fearfitter. Oversharing pill resisting enforced silence. 46. Distant arrow conserving energy after failed repair attempts. 47. Bitter arrow holding memory others want erased. 48. Unforgiving arrow refusing to pretend repair where none exists. Systemic/cultural. 49. Ungrateful arrow refusing humiliation disguised as charity. 50. Resilient arrow coerced into surviving conditions that should not exist. Archive receipts. Write down the minimizing phrase verbatim. Keep the date, the source, the impact. Copies stabilize memory against gaslighting. Meso edits in schools, clinics, and agencies. Ask for documents. Please send the criteria and appeal path in writing. If it never arrives, the absence is evidence. Specify the unit of feedback. I'm seeking comments on argument and evidence, not tone. This forces the evaluator to engage content instead of deflecting. Add a witness. Bring someone with you to meetings. The presence of another body can alter the meaning container where harm gets stored. Macro edits in labor, housing, and culture. Rename paradoxes. Overqualified/underqualified is not about you. It's a labor market filter designed to ration opportunity. Name it as such. Decline unpaid patients. Stop auditioning for belief in rooms that will not read you. Reallocate your energy to spaces with human witnesses. Use sturdy translations. Replace shame tags with structural ones. Too sensitive implies carrying evidence. Not serious enough implies rationing care. We already practice these edits, even when we don't name them. Each refusal edits the file so the injury doesn't overwrite us. This internal work takes energy, but naming and labeling what happens doesn't only serve you, it reverberates into the collective consciousness. When you refuse to be erased and speak the truth, even your boss or colleague learns something they may never have considered. If they are honest, it can begin their work of reckoning. If they refuse and choose harm instead, it is because they are not ready for the truth. Keep reminding yourself, growth of our souls is not measured by who has the most, but by who becomes wiser, kinder, and more connected. Unlike money, which collapses and vanishes, the growth of the soul cannot be reversed. Everything is a learning opportunity, and our soul growth will always be part of the record, carried in a dimensionless existence of all that is, where nothing cannot exist, and time and space themselves collapse. Nothingness is impossible. Even the word nothing is something, a marker, a trace, Because nothing cannot exist, what is must keep expanding. Existence is inevitable, and expansion is its only language. Out of that inevitability, humans appear, consciousness appears, and with it, the whole spectrum of experience, joy and grief, time and space. But what if everything already is? We just have to accept our only truth, to be. This does not mean suffering is justified. It means suffering is part of the expanding archive of what it is possible to feel in a universe that cannot collapse back into nothing. The question of why may not resolve into an answer, but perhaps it is enough to know we are here because something must be, and being is always more than nothing. And the story doesn't stop here. If the loop rewires inside our bodies, it also echoes between us. The next chapter turns to those echoes, how denials reverberate across families, institutions, and economies until the present feels louder than the present. Plain truth, editing the loop doesn't dismantle the maze, but it keeps us visible inside it. It keeps us from vanishing. Translation: "You're stuck" implies we are still rewriting the record, together. 6. Examples beyond you. So the loop stops being just you. The loop doesn't live only in you. It lives in patterns, in statistics, in studies and reports that keep repeating the same story across lives. When we widen the map, shame lifts. The question shifts from "what's wrong with me?" to the accurate one. What keeps happening to people like me in systems like this? And how do I name it fast enough to keep my body? Pain under treatment. Research shows that both women and Black patients are systematically undertreated for pain. In one study, medical trainees endorsed myths like Black people have thicker skin, and these false beliefs directly predicted decisions to prescribe less pain medication. Hoffman, Trowalter, Axt, and Oliver, 2016. The tag exaggerating gets applied disproportionately, while the trace, real pain, remains in the body. Endometriosis delay. Multiple reviews confirm that people with endometriosis wait an average of 7 to 10 years for diagnosis. DeCorde, Vanden Bosch, and Timmerman, 2024. Years of bleeding, pain, and infertility are written off as stress or normal cycles. The loop edits itself. Every doctor visit retags real symptoms with minimization until patients begin to doubt their own evidence. Immigrant clinicians blocked. The United States depends heavily on immigrant healthcare workers, but foreign-trained doctors, nurses, and midwives face licensing barriers that keep them underemployed or excluded. The Migration Policy Institute, 2023, reports that 18% of the U.S. healthcare workforce are immigrants, yet many are forced into jobs far below their training. A delivery room in another country knows their competence, but a database in the U.S. erases it. The loop reframes trained abroad as not equivalent. Warehouse injuries and systemic medical mismanagement. Reports show that Amazon warehouse workers are injured at rates nearly twice the industry average. NELP 2022. OSHA found repeated ergonomic hazards and documented that company clinics sometimes refuse to refer workers for outside treatment, worsening injuries. OSHA 2023A, 2023B. In December 2024, a Senate investigation concluded that Amazon's system sacrificed worker health for productivity quotas. Help Committee, 2024. What gets tagged as resilience is really survival under coercion. Global maternal mortality. The World Health Organization reports that 94% of all maternal deaths occur in low and middle-income countries, most of them preventable with timely care. WHO, 2019. Women and birthing people die not because their bodies are weak, but because global systems withhold resources, hoard medical technology, and impose austerity through international debt. The loops tag is inevitable loss. The trace is lives cut short by systemic betrayal. Each of these examples proves the loop is not about personal weakness. It is structural. It repeats in patterns big enough to be measured, published, and debated. Seeing this map doesn't end the harm, but it changes the meaning. The echo stops being "nobody cares" and starts becoming "this is evidence of a cruel system." One sentence to carry. My body holds the trace. I choose the tag. Memory is mine. Meaning is negotiable. The loop can be renamed. Chapter 7: Masking and the Politics of Legibility. Before I learned words like masking or camouflaging, I already knew what it meant to translate myself into something safer, something that did not create too much discomfort in others. My survival depended on it. At 4, it was promising myself to never talk about my day with my mom. At 10, it was smiling when I wanted to scream. At 20, it was softening my emails so I wouldn't be called hostile. In treatment, it was modulating my voice so that reporting a safety concern sounded helpful instead of complaining. Masking isn't deceit, it's labor. The nervous system calls it an adaptive strategy. Institutions call it professionalism. What it really is, exhaustion, a second full-time job layered on top of survival itself. 1. What masking is. Masking isn't lying, it's a survival wage, paid with authenticity. After a day at work or school, I come home and crave silence. Sometimes it takes days to recharge after difficult interactions. The more I'm around others, the louder the internal critic becomes. I am constantly trying to imagine myself as others see me, reshaping myself to meet what they deem acceptable, while staying hypervigilant to catch my own slips before others can reject me for dropping the mask. Researchers call this camouflaging in autistic contexts, reshaping tone, posture, language, and even silence to avoid punishment. Hull et al. 2017, Livingston et al. 2019. Trauma researchers describe the same process under chronic invalidation. When truth is punished, survival demands self-erasure. Linehan, 1993. One of my earliest memories of masking comes from when I was 4. My mom asked me to tell her about my day at kindergarten. I began describing the hallway, the walls, the chairs, the details that stuck in my mind. She grew frustrated and snapped, "Ugh, you can't even keep your thoughts together." If I ask other kids, they sing a song or talk about the art they made. Go and come back when you can keep your thoughts together. That was the moment I silently promised myself, never tell her about my day again. At the time, I had no words for what made me different. What I now know is 4D memory. I don't just remember in fragments or images. I re-enter the space. I can recall the walls, the chair, the expressions, not always perfectly, but with far more detail than most. My brain learned to latch onto the smallest cues, to save and rerun them endlessly in search of a resolution before the next encounter. This makes forgetting difficult, and when people try to gaslight me, my mind automatically opens a massive, organized file of every contradiction they've made. Regulating my mask while expecting harm is exhausting. Even worse is when I gaslight myself, ignoring red flags because I want to believe intent matters more than impact. But intent doesn't erase harm, especially if, after I've set boundaries and named the wound, the same harm keeps repeating. It can help to detach ourselves from the mask and the internal critic. Those are only shields we use to protect ourselves, but they are also echoes of all the rejections we've ever endured. Every time our survival was threatened, the memory was filed away, ready to open at the slightest rhyme. The reaction is not insane. What's insane is how we are required to deny the truth because others are uncomfortable facing it. Masking is not deceit, it is labor, it is vigilance, and it is costly. 2. The mask's internal talk. Sometimes masking isn't about what we say out loud. It's about the argument we have inside ourselves when harm repeats. The body sounds the alarm. This feels like gaslighting. I check. I ask again. And the person repeats the move, insists they didn't intend harm. My body doesn't care about intent. It sees the pattern, and the pattern is real. Inside, the mask tries to negotiate. Maybe they didn't mean it. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe I should soften. That's the internal politeness reflex, bending my truth inward so the other person can stay comfortable. But the clash is unbearable. The person says, I didn't mean it, yet my body knows. It happened and it's still happening. That mismatch is the exact shape of gaslighting, no matter how sincere the words are. This is the cruel double bind of masking. Outwardly, I smile, nod, adjust my tone. Inwardly, I carry the weight of proof, rehearsing over and over whether the harm counts if they didn't mean it. Plain truth, repeating the harm after it's been named is still harm. Intent doesn't erase impact. Translation: I didn't mean it implies the mask is asked to collapse, but the body keeps the record. Here is a sample conversation. Me: hey, what you said hurt. X: I didn't intend to harm you. It's a misunderstanding. You're too sensitive. That's not what I meant. It's just feedback. Body: but you just repeated the mistake again by excusing harm through intent. Mask: internal. Maybe they didn't mean it. Maybe I'm overreacting. Body: pattern is pattern. Intent doesn't change impact. World: I didn't mean it, arrow, stop making it a big deal. Body: it is a big deal. My pain is not erasable. Repetition is harm. My body's alarm is evidence. The internal politeness reflex. Masking isn't always conscious. Sometimes it takes the form of what I call the internal politeness reflex, the compulsion to smooth over conflict, to keep things civil even when clarity would serve better. It looks like playing along instead of naming the hard truth. It looks like softening language so that honesty feels less sharp. It looks like prioritizing comfort over reality. On the surface, it seems harmless, even supportive. But the cost is high. The person on the other side may feel manipulated, erased, or gaslit because their lived truth is being buffered instead of witnessed. This reflex doesn't come from malice. It comes from training, from cultures, families, and institutions that teach us to value politeness over presence. But just like survivor masking, it is exhausting labor that protects civility at the expense of honesty. It causes confusion and becomes proof that others don't really care because they are faking too. Plain truth, the internal politeness reflex isn't kindness. It's self-protection disguised as care. Translation: I was just trying to keep things smooth implies I chose civility over truth. 3. The litmus test of care. Most people, and nearly all institutions, dodge responsibility for unintended harm. They say, I didn't mean to, as though intention erases impact. The survivor is left holding both the wound and the shame, forced to either swallow it or risk being labeled too sensitive. But some people do something different. If they care, they don't stop at, I didn't mean it. They pause, they reflect, they ask themselves, what was the impact, even if I didn't intend it? They process the discomfort instead of deflecting it, and then they take responsibility. This is the litmus test of care, whether someone is willing to metabolize unintended harm once it's been named. If they are, there is a possibility for repair. If they are not, the cycle of deflection and gaslighting repeats. Psychologist Jennifer Freed's work on institutional betrayal shows that denial of harm, especially when unintended, compounds trauma by silencing survivors and forcing them into self-blame. Smith and Freed, 2014. Judith Herman, 2015, insists that trauma recovery requires truth-telling and acknowledgement, not excuses. And in relational ethics, philosopher Miranda Fricker, 2007, calls it epistemic injustice when someone's credibility is downgraded because their pain is inconvenient to recognize. Care, then, isn't about intent. It's about whether the other person takes responsibility for impact and begins the work of repair. Plain truth, care is measured not by sincerity, but by accountability. Translation: I didn't mean to implies if they care, they process it. If they don't, they dismiss it. 4. Masking as epistemic injustice. Masking isn't just emotional, it's political. Each time I reshaped myself, I was paying the tax of epistemic injustice, what Miranda Fricker, 2007, calls the wronging of a knower whose credibility is downgraded unless their truth is packaged in ways the powerful find palatable. Scene. Before emailing financial aid, I wrote 3 drafts. The first was blunt. You made an error that threatens my funding. The second, softened. I'm confused about a possible mistake. The third, the one I actually sent, was coded in deference. Thank you for your time. I just wondered if you might clarify this for me. What drained me wasn't writing the message. It was rehearsing my humanity into a form the system would tolerate. My knowledge was intact in all 3 drafts. The fact of their error didn't change, but the system required me to pay the toll of politeness to make that knowledge admissible. This is epistemic injustice in practice. Tone requirements aren't neutral, they're sorting mechanisms. They decide whose truth counts as truth and whose gets retagged as hostility, confusion, or defect. When institutions demand masking, they aren't only asking for civility, they are enforcing credibility hierarchies: who is legible, who is not, and at what cost. Plain truth: masking is not just about self-protection, it is about survival in systems that punish unfiltered truth. Translation: be professional implies your knowledge won't count unless you contort it first. 5. The cost: burnout, depersonalization, and disappearance. Masking has a price. It is not just effort in the moment. It accumulates into burnout, depersonalization, and the slow disappearance of self. Research confirms what survivors already know. Studies of autistic camouflaging show that long-term masking is directly linked to exhaustion, anxiety, depression, and suicidality. Hull et al. 2017. The toll isn't only in energy spent, but in identity eroded. Living as someone else's version of acceptable leaves little room to know yourself outside the mask. For me, rest never restores because the rehearsal doesn't stop when the room is quiet. Even in silence, my mind replays interactions, checking tone, posture, and wording, scanning for what I should have done differently. After social events, the depletion is bone deep. It is not just fatigue. It is the hollowing out that comes from doing a double shift. First surviving, then translating myself into forms others won't punish. And yet, I sometimes fail. Sometimes the cost is depersonalization. Watching myself smile or nod as if from outside, as though the performance has detached from the person underneath. Sometimes the cost is disappearance. Entire parts of myself left unspoken for so long that they feel like they don't exist anymore. The counter-narrative is simple but radical. Exhaustion doesn't come from being too sensitive or from overreacting. It comes from labor. Masking is not free. It is a second full-time job, survival plus translation, and the cost of that labor is borne by the body, the psyche, and sometimes life itself. Plain truth: the collapse after social events is not weakness. It is evidence of the double shift you worked just to stay legible. Translation: burnout implies the receipt of survival labor nobody else accounted for. 6. Masking in relationships. Family thread, perfect childhood, myth, silencing for family comfort. The so-called perfect childhood myth is a silencing mechanism. Parents, carrying their own wounds, force us to believe and perform lies for their comfort. A child needs caretakers to mirror reality back to them, to help shape a self that feels true. But many parents, already bent by the same exploitative systems, reflect a skewed image. They may not mean harm, they are surviving too, but intent doesn't erase impact. The result is erosion of self and the belief that worth and success are conditions for deserving life. In my family of origin, my parents were already extremely hurt by their parents and grandparents. That's why it is called generational trauma. What was handed down to me was self-erasure for the comfort of others. It was not safe for me to exist, as in my child brain, my existence was the source of my parents' unhappiness. When I was 5, my mom wanted to divorce my dad, and she threatened to leave me with him and his family. Then she changed her mind and told me that she would remain in the marriage for my sake, because she doesn't want me to live with a mean stepmother, and my reference for a stepmother was the one from Cinderella. The alarms went off loud and clear, and the strategy was for me to shrink and please, to take on my father's role for my mom and become the caretaker and emotional support for her. She warned me not to be close to my dad, or she would leave. And so I banned myself from ever feeling close to my dad again for 30 years, and he was already so numb that he couldn't even be present until after separating for real, after hundreds of temporary separations. My mom always boasted about what a good mother she was by comparing herself to her mom, and I admit that she was better in the way she wouldn't physically abuse me. At the same time, emotional abuse is even more damaging because without bodily evidence, it is hard to prove the harm. That's how I believed the lie that I had a perfect childhood until I was 26 without really questioning it. I took the blame for all the hurt and evidence my body was carrying by thinking it was all my fault. Romantic/friendship thread. Difficulty trusting whether being liked equals liking the mask or the real you. I don't have many friends. Why would I want to? Being around friends means that I hide my true self to seem pleasant. It means that I say yes to what I don't really want to do because most of my friends are neurotypical people with less reactive alarm systems, and they are less sensitive to the impact of their words and actions. I know there are many other survivors of compounded relational cPTSD. However, my bandwidth to even search for the same-minded is really low after the burnout of constant masking at work and for survival. Relationships. I don't even waste time thinking about it. Sometimes I daydream about love, but I'm terrified of the risk. Trusting is scary. Rejection of my true self and the constant erasure of my needs and wants is more labor than any job. That's why being in a relationship feels like a humongous task rather than connection and safety for me. Fortunately, I know there have been CRC-PTSD survivors who have found love and started families. That makes me hopeful. Yet after several harmful and toxic relationships, I'm a lot more cautious with my heart. Now I listen to my intuition and honor the red flags. Institutional parallel, teachers, clinicians, supervisors who reward the mask but punish the truth. Being a truth teller without knowing that you are can be crushing. I didn't understand the ramifications of it until I was finally able to rename the rejection of authorities as their discomfort with truth. As a child, I had a wild inner world, and I could challenge mainstream ideas and question the validity of the things I was taught at school. I was never a troublemaker because for my survival, it was necessary to hold on to the mask of good girl. Still, I could never take credit for all my accomplishments. I was a straight A student. My mom would never go to my school meetings, but my dad did, and he always got compliments. It's funny how my parents deflected their own discomfort of getting C's and D's. They said to me that schoolwork and getting a good grade must have become so easy these days, that if I went to school when they did, I would then get bad grades too. That's the skewed mirror. Growing up, I didn't have anybody who truly believed in me or who knew the unmasked parts of me, except for my cat. It's sad that I never got the chance to know myself earlier, but now I'm realizing how silly and funny I can be, while most people still think I'm a serious person. And sometimes when I let the mask slip, they assume they can take advantage of me. Trusting has been a war zone for me, whether in family, friendships, or relationships. I struggle a lot with my supervisors because I can see the disguise of professionalism and sense their lack of authenticity, that all they want is for me to do the work they hate to do without complaint. I can sense when I am just a name on the paper to a doctor, or when a teacher is just there for the salary. I'm still learning to heal my trust in others, but one thing I have learned is to trust my intuition and my body. It never lies, and if others say it is, it's because they are uncomfortable with the truth. Sometimes I have to go along with their level of comfort if I still want or need them in my life. The difference is that now I have learned that I am never trapped, and I consider finding exit routes when I sense insincerity instead of gaslighting myself about the unintended harm. Chest, trust phobia. Trust isn't just difficult, it feels dangerous. After years of being trained that my needs were too much, that my truth was unsafe, and that closeness came at the cost of self-erasure, my body now treats trust like fire, warming in fantasy, terrifying in practice. Trust phobia isn't paranoia, it's the nervous system remembering. Each time trust was broken, by a parent who made love conditional, by a friend who liked only the mask, by an institution that punished truth, the memory was filed away. Now when I approach intimacy, those files open all at once. The alarms are accurate. This pattern has hurt you before. In friendships, this means saying yes when I want to say no, then collapsing in silence later. In romance, it means daydreaming about love, but pulling back the moment it feels possible. Trust isn't just about letting someone in. It's about risking being erased again. When I mask my way through, I feel like a lie, as though what others love about me is only the mask and not the real me. I feel distant even when people think we are close, because what I've allowed them to see is not all of me. It is the mask they like, and I end up trapped inside it. The paralyzing fear of rejection when the mask slips is not paranoia. People often don't know what to do with the truth I carry. It's more comfortable for them to live in the status quo than to confront uncomfortable realities. But that doesn't mean what I feel is invalid. It means my nervous system has a deeper ability to detect threat and emotion, trained since childhood to scan for every cue in the environment to keep me safe. What people with compounded relational cPTSD carry is not a defect but a gift. It may unsettle others, but the ability to see truth, to sense danger, and to confront the shadows, all the ways we harm unintentionally, is not just survival. It is the path to our salvation. 7. Counter-narratives, unmasking. What does it mean to unmask in a world that punishes authenticity? It doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it's as small as sending the blunt email once instead of softening it 3 times. Sometimes it's saying the sentence without rehearsing it in your head or refusing to apologize for things that aren't even your fault. Other times, unmasking is dramatic. It means leaving the space that keeps violating you and erasing your truth. Exiting is risky. It can cost stability, but staying in toxicity destabilizes you even more. Boundaries only work if you are willing to walk away. To remain in a relationship or workplace that echoes the same childhood messages, that you are too much, that you must prove your worth to be loved, is to keep replaying a fantasy. As children with no exit, we clung to the dream that if we loved hard enough, they would finally see us. But as adults, that fantasy erases us. As kids, we survived by creating comfort inside the toxic environment, scanning constantly for danger, masking to stay safe. That alarm system doesn't just shut off. But now, if we trust our intuition and exit the moment harm repeats, the skill sharpens. The exits get faster. We get out before the wound deepens. This labor is different, but it is worth it. Each time we walk away, we reclaim energy, discover new people, and let the mask slip a little more. I know how hard this is. I've gaslit myself into ignoring red flags more times than I can count, giving people chance after chance. I held on to the fantasy that if I just loved them enough, they would heal and love me back. That illusion gave me control as a child, but as an adult, it only left me erased, empty, and disappointed in humanity. It summoned the echo, nobody cares. Even my parents did not change until I physically broke away, processed the truth, and named what happened as abuse. Only then could I reclaim my own truth and set boundaries, physical and psychological. My mom still crosses them sometimes, but now I recognize it as intrusion, not my responsibility. I can hold compassion for where she is in her growth journey without carrying the weight of her emotions. I keep repeating the truth. I am not responsible for anyone else's feelings. They must process their own pain and find peace when they are ready. And yes, in our capitalist culture built on exploitation, it is even harder to find spaces where truth is celebrated. But holding on to truth is itself resistance. Each time we unmask, we become a light, for ourselves first, and then for others who are searching for a way out of silence. Shtuntas, a small relationship architecture. If masking is survival labor, then unmasking requires infrastructure. Relationships don't become safe by accident. They need design. Here are some pieces I've learned to sketch. Write your conditions. Truth requires X. Maybe X is no interruptions, or in writing, or not when I'm exhausted. Name your dials. What kind of trust for what? You might trust someone to drive you to the airport, but not to hold your secrets. That's not betrayal, that's calibration. Adopt a repair sequence. Short, repeatable, state first. I shut down because I felt unheard. Can we reset? Use the stoplight. Green equals safe, amber equals warning, red equals stop. It's not childish, it's precise. Keep exit scripts. Soft. I need to pause here. Hard. This isn't safe. I'm leaving. Both are legitimate. Distribute attachment. No heroic other. Don't put survival on one person's shoulders. Update quarterly. You are allowed to change your mind about what you need. Conditions aren't permanent, they're alive. Scene. The first time I tried one of these, it was small. A friend interrupted me mid-sentence. Instead of shrinking, I used the stoplight. Amber, I need to finish the thought. The air shifted. The conversation slowed. For once, I didn't leave the room hating myself for disappearing. If you've learned to mask all your life, moments of realization often come late. You go through the conversation on autopilot, masking for safety. And only later, when you rewind it in your head, do you feel the anger and frustration of not speaking up? That's okay. This is a symptom of compounded relational cPTSD. Staying under the mask in don't ruffle a feather mode because, as a child, challenging a parent meant harm, yelling, belittling, punishment. Be compassionate with yourself. It's okay to name your truth even after the fact. Just because you were dissociated in the moment and time has passed doesn't mean you should forget and move on. It still deserves witness and repair. For me, delayed responses used to feel like failure. I wanted to avoid conflict, and circling back to set a boundary after the fact felt dangerous. But over time, I realized the delay could actually serve me. It gave me space to journal, process, and decide what boundaries needed to be set. It let me rehearse how to speak in a way less likely to trigger defensiveness. And if defensiveness came anyway, I already had exit strategies prepared. Plain truth, safety in relationships isn't luck, it's architecture. The people worthy of your truth will agree to help build that architecture with you. 9. Boundary work for self and others. Boundary setting is hard work, especially when all your life you were raised to not have any. Boundaries are not walls, they are translations of truth into practice. They say, this is what I can carry, and this is what I cannot. They are acts of care for self and, when honored, acts of care for others. For me, boundary work began with the smallest sentences. I can't do that right now. This is not okay with me. I need to step away. Each one felt like breaking a taboo because my childhood taught me to erase myself for the comfort of others. All those daily hours-long rage sessions started as early as I could remember, would only teach me to shrink and take it in silence. I remember one time when I was 4, I started begging my mom for forgiveness, constantly apologizing every time she paused to breathe. Her reaction was getting more angry and yelling at me, saying, "Stop apologizing, it makes me angrier." So I learned to just dissociate and let it happen. Once I confronted my mom that when she yelled at me, I saw her like a monster that was coming to kill me, and she mocked me by saying, "Yes, I told you then, why are you shaking and feel so scared like I will kill you?" For the 4-year-old child that I was, it felt like death, and her way of erasing the fear without any empathy still could not erase my body and the truth. With my mom, no amount of her apologizing or feeling guilty will repair our relationship. What I need from her is accountability with action, the action of respecting my boundaries. Even though she tries, she still breaks my boundaries over and over. I still have a fantasy of completely trusting her and feeling safe, but I know it won't happen with her until she is truly ready to see my truth and not her version of it alone. It's a loss, and I have grieved it over and over. Boundary work also means looking at the places where I've caused harm. Just as I want others to hear me when I say, "That hurt," I have to be willing to hear it when the mirror is turned. It is not easy. It pulls shame to the surface. But repair cannot happen if we are unwilling to see the ways our own behavior echoes the systems we critique. Boundaries are relational. They are not only about what we refuse, but also about what we honor. When someone trusts me with their truth, my boundary is to hold it without denial or minimization. To resist the reflex to say, "I didn't mean it." To let impact matter more than intent. Plain truth, boundaries are not selfish. They are the conditions for safety. Without them, the loop of trauma repeats unchecked. With them, we create the first possibility of repair. Translation: "You're too much" implies I am setting the space where both of us can exist without erasure. 9. Boundaries with self. It's one thing to set boundaries with others. It's another to set them with myself. A difficult childhood taught me to have none. My body, my time, my feelings, all of it was available for others' needs. I learned early that saying no meant punishment or abandonment, so I built a self around yes. That training lives deep in my nervous system. Even now, when I try to set a line for myself, I find myself crossing it. I promise myself I won't do something that hurts me, and then I do. Each time I break that promise, shame tightens its grip. See, you can't even keep your own word. But the truth is, this isn't weakness. It's the residue of survival conditioning. When a child grows up without boundaries, the adult body doesn't automatically know how to build them. Self-boundaries have to be learned slowly, in the same way we learned language. One word, one sentence at a time. Not tonight, not in this way, not at this cost. I'm beginning to understand that setting boundaries with myself isn't about willpower or control. It's about compassion. It's about saying, I see why you learned this. I see why it feels impossible to stop. And I am still here trying again. Self-boundaries aren't enforced through punishment. They're nurtured through gentleness, through returning again and again to the part of me that still believes saying no will cost me love. Plain truth, boundaries with self are the hardest because they go against the oldest training. Translation: I can't stop implies I am still unlearning the lie that I don't deserve to protect myself, that to be happy doesn't mean impending doom. X. Fear of being happy. Happiness has never felt safe to me. Every time I felt joy as a child, it was followed by punishment, dismissal, or collapse. Laughter invited a scolding. Pride invited criticism. Excitement was met with silence, or worse, with someone else's anger. My body learned quickly. Happiness is not good. It is overexposure. Even now, when I feel a moment of ease, alarms go off inside. I wait for the other shoe to drop. I replay the old files. Remember what happened last time you felt good? The loop edits the present with the past until joy itself feels like danger. This isn't paranoia, it's the nervous system storing evidence. Creating self-defeating scenarios when I reach success isn't failing. I'm not failing because I am a failure, but I'm failing because success has never felt safe. It's about conditioning. The body learns that joy attracts harm, so it protects you by keeping joy out of reach. Better to brace than to risk. But the cost is high, not only exhaustion, but the absence of safety even in the very moments meant to restore us. I am learning to treat happiness like boundary work, cautiously, gently, without demanding permanence. A small moment, a deep breath, a glimpse of laughter that doesn't have to be erased. Joy doesn't have to be grand to be real. And maybe each time I let myself feel it without collapse, the file gets edited just a little. Not overwritten, but softened with new evidence. Even though I hated affirmations when therapists threw them at me as a benevolent solution to my low self-esteem, I am gradually seeing how through labeling the tags, claiming the truth, and putting the blame where it belongs, I'm gaining more confidence. The belief that I deserve to be happy and successful, that I deserve to be noticed, witnessed, and hopefully celebrated. Plain truth, fear of happiness is not irrational. It is memory coded into the body. Translation: you can't even enjoy yourself implies my body is protecting me from the dangers joy once carried. One sentence to carry. Masking is not proof of resilience. It is evidence of coercion. I don't owe anyone a mask. Chapter 8: Identity, Voice, and the Truth Teller. Identity doesn't only answer, who am I? After compounded relational harm, it must also answer, who gets to say who I am? Voice is the instrument for that claim, and the truth teller is the worker who keeps tuning it in rooms designed to prefer silence. This chapter explores how identity is rebuilt after erasure, how voice becomes both the healer and shelter, and how truth-telling operates across family, institution, and culture to bring with it collective healing. We anchor the analysis in my lived record, survivor interviews, and the Stack Braid Echo framework, situating them within trauma studies, Herman 2015, Vander Kolk 2014, Narrative Identity, McAdams 2014, 2001, and Epistemic Justice, Fricker 2007. We are not auditioning for belief here. We are specifying terms. 1. Identity after erasure, from roles to evidence. In my last book, I wrote that stories are the substance of self. From the moment we are born, we come to know ourselves and the world through the stories we are told. Even before we have language, we absorb the stories our parents make of us through the way they treat us as babies, every gesture, glance, and touch reflecting a narrative of who we are. The identity offered by institutions is usually role-based: student, applicant, patient, employee. But after enough invalidations, start over, not serious enough, tone, role identity becomes a site of injury. Judith Herman, 2015, shows that complex trauma disrupts self-coherence. Dan McAdams, 2001, argues that narrative identity repairs coherence by replotting events into a story with reasons. Identity doesn't sit still. It is not a role handed down by institutions. Identity is an archive, a layered record of survival, carried in the body and in the files we keep. It is also a voice, spoken each time we risk naming what has been erased. It is a mirror, shaped by how others reflect or distort us back, and it is a refusal, the no that makes room for a truer yes. Identity as archive. My identity is not a resume of titles. It is the archive I carry: 60 births assisted, a year of licensing hoops survived, Medicaid denials filed and refiled, CNA shifts endured, a late autism diagnosis, a master's degree, a daughter of immature parents, refusals of care, exits chosen to stay alive. Each one is a document, not of merit, but of endurance. The archive is not neat. It is layered, contradictory, sometimes painful to touch, but it is mine, and it cannot be erased by forms that try to reduce me to applicant or patient. Identity as voice. Identity is also spoken into being. Who I am emerges in what I name and what I refuse. When I say, "not serious enough is rationing care," or "professionalism is enforced masking," that is not just critique, it is identity work. Voice is method, scene, structure, translation, counter-narrative. Each act of truth-telling pushes back against testimonial injustice. Fricker, 2007, reclaiming credibility in rooms designed to strip it away. Identity as mirror. Identity is never built alone. From the beginning, it is mirrored back, sometimes clearly, often in distortion. A baby learns who they are through a caregiver's gaze, tone, and touch. When the mirror is warped, we inherit skewed reflections. You're too much, you're ungrateful, you had a perfect childhood. For decades, I lived inside those distortions. Truth-telling is the work of reclaiming the mirror, saying, "No, I was not too much. I was carrying evidence of harm you didn't want to see." Identity as refusal. Finally, identity is what remains after refusal. Refusing to accept quiet as my definition. Refusing to lift alone at risk of injury. Refusing to let too sensitive sit untranslated. Refusal is not destruction. It is the condition for survival. It creates space where a different story can be written, one not authored by denial, but authored by us, one where we can let out all of us and be unapologetically a truth teller. Plain truth, identity is not granted by roles, nor erased by silence. It is the archive we carry, the voice we risk, the mirror we reclaim, and the refusals that make us whole. Translation: Who are you? Arrow. I am the record, the voice, the mirror, and the no that keeps me alive, not merely a reflection others project onto me. 2. Voice as healer. When I say, "this is patterned, this is evidence," I mean that what happened to me is not only personal, it belongs to a larger system. The gaslighting I endured from my advisor and department chair wasn't just about one university. It is part of a broader pattern of epistemic injustice in higher education. The denial letters weren't only about me, they were evidence of credential chauvinism, the way institutions gatekeep survival. Voice as healer is the practice of connecting the singular scene to the broader structure, so the injury is named not as defect, but as evidence. To do that, I lean on 3 traditions. Testimony. In trauma studies, testimony is the act of telling what happened while staying intact. The ethical work is to bear witness to harm without being swallowed by it. To speak in a way that others can hear, even when the content is unbearable. Fellman and Lobb, 1992. Testimony refuses silence, but it also refuses to let the wound consume the whole self. This can be done by writing or telling the story to a safe person. It's also noteworthy that it takes a lot of courage, and you will feel a lot less stress as you keep telling your story. The first time is the scariest, and if you happen to tell it to the wrong person as I did, it would make the shame and pain grow even bigger. It's important to find peers who have had similar experiences so that they would better understand your pain. Standpoint epistemology. Feminist and Black feminist theorists argue that marginalized standpoints reveal truths the center cannot see. Harding, 1991, Collins, 2000. A survivor's standpoint shows how institutions actually work, what it feels like to live through denial letters, inaccessible care, racialized dismissal. From the outside, these may look like isolated incidents. From the standpoint of those living them, they form a pattern. Voice makes that pattern visible. Institutional ethnography. Sociologist Dorothy Smith, 2005, calls this mapping how texts and rules coordinate everyday life. Denial letters, evaluation rubrics, clinic forms, these are not neutral documents. They are technologies of control. When I bring them into voice, quote them, translate them, counter them, I am showing how the text itself enacts harm. This is the work of the truth teller, not only reclaiming our own stories of harm and systemic injustice, but also leaving a trail of truth for others who have been marked by the same cruelty. Together, these traditions remind us that voice is not just personal expression. It is analysis. It is the craft of survival, taking scenes that could be dismissed as your problem and showing how they are evidence of patterned harm. Voice is how we refuse erasure and how we stay alive in systems that prefer silence. Plain truth, what feels too personal is often the most systemic. Translation: stop making it about you. What happened to me is patterned evidence of how the system works. If it's happened to me, it's happened to many before me and will continue happening as long as we remain silent. I refuse to remain silent. 3. The risks of truth-telling. There is the cost of speaking in our current system of lies. Every act of truth-telling threatens the arrangements that depend on silence. Systems respond predictably. They deny, they attack, they reverse blame. They grade your tone instead of your argument. They brand you unprofessional instead of engaging your evidence. They hold your complaint in pending until you give up. These are not accidents. They are strategies. DARVO, deny, attack, reverse victim and offender, is not only an abuser's tactic in private life, it is an institutional reflex. Tone policing is not about civility, it is about protecting authority from discomfort. Bureaucratic gaslighting is not about process, it is about erasure. The truth teller walks into every room knowing this, that the very act of naming harm is what will provoke retaliation. And still, we speak, because silence is not safety, it is disappearance. Plain truth, the risks are real, but so is the damage of staying silent. Translation: why make trouble? Arrow, because erasure is already happening, because our children deserve better, because we deserve better, and unlike the lie they told us, that better is possible. 4. Research as witness. The truth teller's work is not confession, it is method. This project is built on 3 strands braided together: autoethnography, my own lived record, the letters, denials, refusals, exits. not as private diary, but as public evidence. Interviews, survivors of similar harm, people navigating care denials, credential erasure, academic automation, and labor exploitation. Their stories are not extracted for data points, they are held as testimony. Documents, policies, rubrics, denial letters, grievance outcomes. The texts that govern our lives, often written to appear neutral while enacting harm. The ethics here matter. Trauma-informed research means letting participants set the pace, opt out when needed, and review how their words are used. It means refusing extraction, not harvesting pain for a punchline, but treating every account as part of the collective archive. Analysis follows the method of stack, braid, echo. Open coding connects scene to structure. Echo traces how the same denial resounds across family, clinic, school, and workplace. The work is not just to say this happened to me, but to map this keeps happening to us. Plain truth, research can reproduce harm if it extracts, but braided with testimony, it becomes witness. Translation. That's just anecdote implies this is evidence of a pattern the system refuses to name. V. Belonging through witness. This is how belonging is built, not through assimilation, not through masks, but through witness. When we braid our stories together, we refuse the loneliness of erasure. One denial may be written off as personal misfortune. But when our denials are held side by side, the pattern can no longer be ignored. Each testimony creates solidarity. Each shared document builds an archive. Each voice adds another echo to the chorus that says, "This is not private failure. This is public evidence." That is how we begin to stand together against systemic erasure. Belonging is not instant. It builds one witness at a time. And yet belonging spreads like fire, a small flame in one corner catching another, then another, until what looked like isolation becomes collective heat. When we awaken to that reality, we can begin to imagine a new culture, one where worth is not measured in materiality, but in our capacity to hold one another's truth, to talk about our truth and demand accountability. Plain truth, belonging is forged in the refusal of silence. Translation, it's just you implies it has always been us. 6. The politics of naming, epistemic justice in practice. Fricker, 2007, distinguishes between two kinds of epistemic injustice. Testimonial injustice downgrades a person's credibility because of who they are. Hermeneutical injustice denies a community the concepts to make sense of its wounds. Both are endemic in compounded relational harm. Every dismissal I've carried is both kinds at once. My testimony discounted, too sensitive, hostile, unreliable, and the very language to describe it missing. Institutional gaslighting, eligibility theater, objectivity without relationship. This book's phrases, stack braid echo, counter translation, objectivity without relationship, biology travels / bureaucracy doesn't, are hermeneutical repairs. They supply terms so survivors can narrate without being minimized mid-sentence. They turn shame into healing. Translation lines. Too sensitive implies carrying evidence. Start over to category failure. The form can't hold reality. Fit to conformity to dominant comfort. Tone, a tool for sorting who gets to speak. Once words exist, others can use them too. As Fraser, 1990, reminds us, counterpublics form through shared vocabularies, spaces where marginalized people circulate truths without needing the center's approval. Every phrase forged here is not just mine. It's a handhold for someone else climbing out of silence. Plain truth, naming is not cosmetic. It changes the file your nervous system loads. It retells the story. Not, I am the problem, but the problem is patterned. Translation. The words we lacked were never absent. They were withheld. Naming them is how we get them back. 7. Narrative identity, replotting without self-deletion. Dan McAdams, 2001, argues that adults sustain meaning through life stories, arcs that weave highs and lows into coherence. Judith Herman, 2015, shows what trauma does to that arc. It scrambles it. Years collapse into pending, interrupted by crisis, denial, or disappearance. Culture insists on redemption. The trauma memoir is expected to bend toward resolution, from tragedy to triumph, suffering to salvation. But for survivors of compounded relational harm, that arc is false. Repair is partial. Systems keep wounding. To force coherence too early is its own kind of violence. It is self-deletion. I know this because I have done it. I have deleted myself. Sometimes I still do. The pressure to smooth the story, to erase the jagged edges, to make it palatable, it's real, but my method now resists that erasure. The form here is not tragedy to triumph, it is witness. The scene, precise. The denial letter said, not equivalent. Structure, the forces acting, credential chauvinism, administrative violence. Choice. The refusal or boundary that preserved life was not always neat. Sometimes I did start over, erasing whole chapters, complying with the demand to prove myself from scratch. Starting over was its own kind of survival, but it also meant self-deletion. It was not easy and led to so much resentment and growth. Other times, I carried the record as evidence and refused to rewrite myself for their convenience. Both choices shaped me. What matters now is naming which ones were survival and which ones were erasure, so I can stop confusing deletion with resilience. Plain truth, coherence does not come from pretending the wound is gone. It comes from refusing to mislabel the wound as the self. Translation: my life is not a redemption arc. It is a record of choices made inside hostile rooms. That record is my story, and I get to name it. 8. The politics and promise of truth-telling. Truth-telling is never neutral. It is political because it exposes what systems are designed to hide. Every time a survivor names harm, it interrupts the illusion that the denial was an isolated misfortune. It shows that the wound is patterned, not personal. This is why truth-telling provokes such resistance. Systems know that once truth is spoken, silence loses its grip. Counterpublics begin to form, vocabularies circulate, solidarity grows. What looks like one person making trouble becomes the seed of collective refusal. But truth-telling is more than disruption. It is also shelter. When we tell the truth, we create a space where the body no longer has to carry everything alone. We give shape to what survival had forced us to silence, and in doing so, we leave a trail of words for others to follow. The politics of truth-telling is not just about confronting power. It is about building another world. Each phrase, each refusal, each counter-narrative is a piece of that construction. When survivors speak, we chip away at the culture of denial and move toward a culture of worth, one not based on materiality, productivity, or compliance, but on our shared capacity to hold one another's truth, to love and to grow. Plain truth. Truth-telling is both resistance and repair. Translation: why risk speaking implies because silence will never save us, but truth might. 9. The power and aspiration of truth-telling. What if we all told the truth, not the polished versions, not the masks, but the truths our bodies have carried? The contradictions our files remember, the patterns our alarms refuse to ignore. If each of us spoke, one by one, the silence would break. What feels like a private wound would be revealed as a shared pattern. Gaslighting depends on isolation. Truth-telling is how we find each other. The politics of truth-telling is this: once the lie cracks, it cannot hold. Institutions that thrive on denial would lose their grip on us. Families that live on myths would have to face their mirrors. Cultures that measure worth in money and masks would be forced to reckon with the real cost of erasure. Truth-telling will not instantly fix systems, but it will change us. It creates belonging where there was exile. It makes solidarity possible where shame once silenced us. And solidarity is how movements begin, a chorus of voices refusing to vanish. And if enough of us do it, the might becomes will. The scattered flames of witness will spread until denial itself is outnumbered. What begins as risk becomes culture, a culture where worth is not conditional and where accountability is ordinary. That is the hope. That is the aspiration. Plain truth. Truth-telling is the path from survival to change. Translation, stay quiet implies the future depends on us speaking. X, the power and aspiration of truth-telling. I believe in the world of souls everyone knows everything, all flaws and strengths. Regardless of our strengths or weaknesses, we are all part of the bigger picture and all pieces of a puzzle, so every piece is just as important as the next and celebrated as is. This whole is complete because of the balance in strengths and weaknesses. There's no good or evil like there is on earth. Everything just exists, and it has to be to complete the puzzle of existence. This existence, by the virtue of being, is ever expanding. That means we move through all the different dimensions and create all the vibrations. Still, there is no good or bad. It just is. It took me so long to grieve that the universe is indifferent to good and bad, until I realized our human ability to even be able to think of justice is only proof that it exists, and everything human can think of can become a reality. Our earth is currently full of injustice and darkness, but we have the power to change it. Now, if we imagine that humans' ability to lie was suddenly removed by a genetic mutation, it would possibly turn into chaos. So many contradicting truths would crash into the open at once. There would be fights, disagreements, animosity. People would recoil, unaccustomed to such raw exposure. But as truth continued to be spoken in every interaction, something deeper would unfold. People would begin to awaken to the possibility of holding more than one truth at a time. They would learn to sit with contradictions, to merge them, to challenge them, until what remained was a collective, raw truth. On our earth and in human-constructed worlds, truth can shift and flow as people who can't lie share more of their truths openly and decide for themselves. Still, this truth would be against harming one another and towards caring, sharing, abundance, and love. I believe in human innate goodness, and I firmly believe that no human child grows up to be wishing to harm others. It is mainly our unmet basic needs that push us toward darkness and abuse of power to harm. It is the lack of love that creates the competition, yet love is not scarce. It has never been, and yet capitalism managed to take up so much of our time and energy. We are forgetting about our infinite source of inner love, or worse, this love is being weaponized against us. 11th, how to tell the truth and stay whole while doing it. Truth-telling is powerful, but it is not simple. Systems punish truth because it exposes what they are built to hide. That means telling the truth requires preparation, strategy, and self-protection. What truths to tell? Not every truth needs to be told everywhere. Begin with truths that name harm clearly. Start over is not feedback, it is erasure. Not serious enough is rationing care. These are truths about patterns, not just one incident. They connect your lived scene to the system behind it. How to tell it. Use the method we've practiced. Witness to structure to translation to counter-narrative. Quote the exact words. Name the structure acting on you. Translate the euphemism into plain speech. Offer the counter-narrative that shifts blame back to where it belongs. The denial letter said application incomplete, structure, credential chauvinism, translation. This isn't about my competence. It's about your refusal to recognize lived skill. Counter narrative. My record stands as evidence. You cannot erase me. It is not just me. I'll find the others, and together we refuse to be erased. How to tell it more safely. Document first. Keep the letter, email, rubric, denial. Evidence is armor. The Board of Nursing letter saved me from another injustice by the financial aid. I know sometimes the anger and hurt made me throw away evidence, but I wish I kept them. Not only those are evidence, but the actual stack can show how much I have been through. Tell it once to a safe witness. The nervous system calms when there's another copy of the story. Put in active effort to find people who have experienced the same thing and honestly share. You will be surprised how much your honesty will help them to share more as well. Use please send in writing. It externalizes the harm. Now it's not only in your body, it's in their text. And question them for their shallow professionalism and diffusal of responsibility. Even if they don't respond to you, the ice around the lies melts more with each act of truth-telling. Know your exits. If retaliation begins, you are not trapped. Walk away with your record intact. Follow up legally immediately if possible. What to expect back. Institutions will use DARVO. Deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. You will face pushback and denial, yet something I always tell myself is that it's always better to know the truth sooner than later, to name and stop the harm before I am trapped. 12th, anatomy of a letter and 2 emails. Here is a letter I got from Reasons, the treatment center that caused me so much harm after I sent them an email, requesting a formal written apology and their corrective measures for the future patients. B.H.C. Alhambra Hospital, August 26, 2025. Dear Ms. Rose, thank you for taking the time to share your experiences and for writing with such openness. I want to first acknowledge the tremendous courage it takes to put these words to paper, especially when your trust in treatment has been so deeply shaken. I am truly sorry that your time with us was experienced as harmful. Please know that I read your letter with care and I take your words very seriously. At Reasons, our mission is to provide compassionate, trauma-informed care in an environment of respect and safety. It saddens me to know that this was not what you felt during your stay. While I cannot undo what you have gone through, I want to assure you that we are committed to listening, learning, and continually improving. Concerns such as yours are shared with leadership and reviewed to help inform ongoing staff training and patient care practices. I understand that what you were hoping for was acknowledgement, accountability, and reassurance that no other patient will experience what you have described. While I am not able to speak to specific personnel matters, I can share that we have systems in place to address staff concerns, provide retraining when appropriate, and monitor the quality of care across all levels of treatment. Feedback like yours reinforces the importance of this ongoing work. Please know that your voice has been heard, your concerns have been taken seriously, and your letter has been shared with our leadership team to further inform our commitment to safe, ethical, patient-centered care. Thank you again for reaching out and for giving us the opportunity to hear your perspective. I wish you healing and support as you continue forward. With respect and sincerity, CSTJ MPHRDN CEDSC, Director of Operations, Reasons Eating Disorder Center. Here I'll show how each polished line functions, where the manipulation lives, and what systemic harms it points to. 1. Thank you for taking the time to share your experiences and for writing with such openness. I want to first acknowledge the tremendous courage it takes. Surface, gratitude and validation. Underneath, this is a classic disarming move. By praising your courage, they frame themselves as respectful listeners before they actually do any listening. It positions them as compassionate while avoiding responsibility. 2. I am truly sorry that your time with us was experienced as harmful. Surface, an apology. Underneath, look at the phrasing, was experienced as harmful. This is not an apology for harm done. It's an apology for your experience. It subtly shifts the harm into perception, not action. This is institutional gaslighting disguised as empathy. 3. At Reasons, our mission is to provide compassionate, trauma-informed care in an environment of respect and safety. Surface mission statement. Underneath, notice the shift away from your account to their abstract values. This is called values washing. Rehearsing the mission statement as if reciting ideals cancels the evidence of failure. It centers their intent, compassionate care, over your reality, harm. 4. While I cannot undo what you have gone through, I want to assure you that we are committed to listening, learning, and continually improving. Surface acknowledges the limitation. Underneath, this is bureaucratic future shifting. They admit nothing about past actions, only promise endless learning and improving. It's a way of saying the harm is in the past. Let's focus on the future while never taking responsibility. 5. Concerns such as yours are shared with leadership and reviewed to help inform ongoing staff training and patient care practices. Surface, assurance of action. Underneath, this is diffusion. Your specific harm is abstracted into concerns such as yours, anonymizing and minimizing. Instead of naming what happened, it gets filed away into training materials. This strips your story of its uniqueness and turns it into a generic data point. 6. I understand that what you were hoping for was acknowledgement, accountability, and reassurance that no other patient will experience what you have described. Surface, recognition of your needs. Underneath, this sets up a rhetorical trap. They appear to name what you want, but it's framed as hope and desire, not entitlement or right. Also notice how they decided for me what I wanted without really asking. By restating it this way, they acknowledge my wish without granting it. Plus, even though I did want them to prevent harm for other patients, I also wanted them to hold the person who harmed me accountable more than anything. 7. While I am not able to speak to specific personnel matters. Surface, legal/privacy boundary. Underneath, this is the Stonewall Clause. It forecloses accountability for individuals and shields staff from scrutiny. By making this off-limits, the institution protects itself and its employees from consequences, while you are left with only vague assurances. 8. I can share that we have systems in place to address staff concerns, provide retraining when appropriate, and monitor the quality of care across all levels of treatment. Surface, comforting professionalism. Underneath, this leans on systemic trust theater. By emphasizing systems in place, they perform competence without revealing details. Words like monitor and quality of care signal rigor, but remain unfalsifiable. This is bureaucratic opacity masquerading as transparency. 9. Please know that your voice has been heard, your concerns have been taken seriously, and your letter has been shared with our leadership team. Surface, reassurance. Underneath, this is ritual acknowledgement. Saying your voice has been heard is not the same as acting on it. The repetition, heard, taken seriously, is formulaic language institutions use to placate complainants while avoiding substantive repair. 10. Thank you again for reaching out. I wish you healing and support as you continue forward. Surface, kind closing. Underneath, this is the send-off. It pushes the responsibility for healing back onto you, as though your recovery is a solo journey, not something the institution must materially support after causing harm. Systemic harms embedded in the letter. Gaslighting. Harm is framed as your experience, not their actions. Values washing, invoking trauma-informed mission statements instead of admitting harm. Future shifting, promising vague improvements without owning the past. Diffusion, reducing your testimony to concerns such as yours. Stonewalling, refusing to address specific personnel to shield accountability. Trust theater, invoking systems in place without evidence. Ritual acknowledgement, formulaic, your voice matters language that substitutes performance for change. Burden shifting, ending with a wish for your healing as if the labor of recovery is yours alone. Plain truth. This letter is not accountability, it is performance. Every sentence is crafted to sound compassionate while strategically protecting the institution from liability, admitting nothing, and deflecting responsibility back onto me. Translation: we are sorry you felt harmed implies we will not name what we did. Here is an email I recently received after raising concerns about multiple harms at the University of San Diego, including gatekeeping in pay and title. I was offered a lower salary and lesser title than my peer instructors, despite teaching the same class. When I complained, I was threatened with deportation. Disability discrimination at the counseling center. When I asked for help, I was told my situation was comparable to someone with stage 4 cancer, and that they are not equipped enough to help me, a way of dismissing my needs by measuring me against another's suffering. Instead of support, I was sent away with a link to Psychology Today and a list of 3 therapists, as if a search engine could reinstate my insurance when my job discontinued it without notice. I assisted grading without acknowledgement, those 2 30-page projects that were never read. The email that came back was polished, professional, and drenched in courtesy. It praised me for writing. It told me my perspective had been received with care, and then it closed the door. The president was not available. I was redirected to an associate dean who had months of waitlist last time I tried. My words were acknowledged, but the harm itself was not. Here is the email. Hi, Samina. I appreciate your follow-up regarding the email you sent on August 20th and understand that you also stopped by the office yesterday. We have received your message, and I have shared it with the president. Thank you for taking the time to share your letter and for articulating your experiences. I recognize the thought and effort it took to put this in writing, and I want you to know your perspective has been received with care and attention. As the president is not available to meet with you, I would like to suggest a meeting with the Associate Dean of the School of Leadership and Education Sciences, Dr. Serena Molina. I would be glad to assist in scheduling this meeting. Just let me know. Thank you and take care. EVA, Office of the President, University of San Diego, 5998 Alcala Park, San Diego, California, 92110. Line-by-line analysis of the email. 1. I appreciate your follow-up regarding the email you sent on August 20th and understand that you also stopped by the office yesterday. Surface. Neutral acknowledgement of communication. Underneath, bureaucratic distancing. Your account of wage discrimination, deportation threats, disability dismissal, and academic fraud is reduced to a follow-up. The seriousness of harm collapses into a logistics note about when you emailed and stopped by. This reframes systemic harm as simple correspondence management. 2. We have received your message, and I have shared it with the president. Surface: assurance that your words reached leadership. Underneath: passing the buck. Instead of engagement, your testimony is converted into paperwork that has been shared. This phrase signals movement, but no action. It places the president in the frame as an unreachable authority while shielding them from accountability. 3. Thank you for taking the time to share your letter and for articulating your experiences. Surface: disparaging dressed in gratitude. Underneath, the use of articulate here flattens the substance of my truth into superficial praise for eloquence. Historically, this term has been deployed in patronizing contexts, particularly toward Black individuals, as though clarity of speech itself is surprising or exceptional. For example, H. Samia Leem and Geneva Smitherman explore this dynamic in Articulate While Black, observing how articulate is often wielded as a compliment that reinforces underlying stereotypes of linguistic and intellectual inferiority. This sentence functions as ritual acknowledgement. You are rewarded for presentation, not content. It's a textbook case of testimonial injustice. Fricker, 2007. Your effort is credited, but not the knowledge your words carry. 4. I recognize the thought and effort it took to put this in writing, and I want you to know your perspective has been received with care and attention. Surface: empathy. Underneath: polished deflection. Received with care and attention is language that sounds like listening, but it produces no acknowledgement of the harms: wage inequity, deportation threats, disability discrimination, AI grading without disclosure. By abstracting into your perspective, it reduces structural abuse to subjective opinion. 5. As the president is not available to meet with you, I would like to suggest a meeting with the Associate Dean of the School of Leadership and Education Sciences. Surface: offering an alternative. Underneath: stonewalling. The person you requested, the highest authority, is declared not available, a non-committal phrase with no timeline. You are redirected downward to someone with much less power to address systemic discrimination. This is containment strategy: diffuse urgency by funneling the complaint into lower-tier channels. Not only had I tried making an appointment with the dean before and I was referred to the assistant dean, but she also had waitlists for 6 months. 6. I would be glad to assist in scheduling this meeting. Just let me know. Surface: helpful tone. Underneath: containment disguised as support. You are given one narrow option: meet with a dean assistant, not even the dean herself, framed as kindness. No other pathways, ombuds, legal channels, independent review are offered. This limits your agency while sounding cooperative. I ended up sending a response asking for tuition refund, but they never replied back. 7. Thank you and take care. Surface: polite closure. Underneath: closure as dismissal. Courtesy becomes the mechanism for shutting the door, implying the matter has been handled through acknowledgement alone. Take care is usually used when you think you won't see someone again for a long time. Systemic harms embedded in the email. Gatekeeping/pay discrimination not addressed at all. By omission, wage inequity and deportation threats are erased. Disability discrimination not named. The harm of being compared to a cancer patient and denied support is collapsed into your perspective. Deflection to psychology. Today, reduced to silence. The systemic cruelty of outsourcing care is erased. AI grading without acknowledgement disappeared entirely. A structural fraud is dismissed as if it never happened. Darvo patterns. Present. Deny. No acknowledgement of discrimination or malpractice. Attack. Soft form. Framing your truth as merely your perspective. Reverse victim/offender. Implicitly, the institution positions itself as the patient listener burdened with receiving your difficult perspective. Plain truth versus translation. Your perspective has been received with care implies we acknowledge your words without naming our actions. The president is not available implies access to accountability is denied. Meet with the associate dean. Your complaint will be downgraded to a less powerful venue. Silence on harms implies what is not named by us won't be addressed even if you name it. It is still only your perspective. Plain truth, this email is not engagement. It is performance, a ritual of courtesy designed to contain your testimony without confronting its substance. Translation. We listened with care implies we refuse to name the discrimination, inequity, and betrayal you documented. Here is a letter I received after my third journal submission. Each time I was told my research was not a good fit. The first two rejections at least came with thoughtful feedback, but this one raised red flags everywhere. It is a textbook example of how even so-called critical institutions reproduce the same silencing patterns I am writing about. Let's break it down line by line. First, notice how they required me to choose an honorific. There was no option for a master's degree, so I selected professor to make myself sound credible. I have taught classes before, but I don't consider myself a professor yet. The form pushed me into a false choice. Either discredit myself or half lie. Here is the email I received, September 24, 2025. Dear Professor Rose, I write you in regards to manuscript number CRS-25-0329, entitled The Truth Teller Paradigm, Institutional Gaslighting, Structural PTSD, and Collective Resistance, which you submitted to Critical Sociology. To expedite the review process, all submissions are previewed by members of the editorial board. If we think the submission is wanting or otherwise won't get a favorable response from reviewers, we feel it is in the author's interest to learn this quickly. In that case, either more work can be done to improve the article to be uploaded and treated as a new submission, or the author can consider an alternative outlet for the work. While it does not fit squarely in our frame, it has elements that relate. At the end of the day, however, it is best suited for a journal that concerns itself with critical social psychology or even a critical management journal. Given both the subject matter and the jargon it uses, which won't be familiar to a typical sociologist, and the fact that it is not framed within a critical sociological analysis, it is much better suited elsewhere. We have somewhat mixed feelings because we don't want to discount this submission just because it is about psychology and trauma, but we just don't think that's our emphasis. As a result of our preview, we have decided not to submit this for external review, and your manuscript has been denied publication in Critical Sociology. Your article may receive a more positive reading if submitted to a journal more focused on the topic of your submission. Thank you for considering Critical Sociology for the publication of your research. I hope the outcome of this specific submission will not discourage you from the submission of future manuscripts. Sincerely, DF, Editor-in-Chief, Critical Sociology. Line-by-line analysis. 1. To expedite the review process, all submissions are previewed by members of the editorial board. Surface, efficiency. We're saving you time. Underneath, gatekeeping in the name of benevolence. Instead of peer review, your manuscript is screened by insiders who decide if it even deserves to be seen. This turns expedite into a euphemism for exclusion. 2. If we think the submission is wanting or otherwise won't get a favorable response from reviewers, we feel it is in the author's interest to learn this quickly. Surface, protecting the author's time. Underneath, paternalism. They're saying we're rejecting you for your own good. This softens rejection while shifting the frame. They become caretakers of your time rather than gatekeepers of knowledge. 3. While it does not fit squarely in our frame, it has elements that relate. Surface, gentle acknowledgement. Underneath, containment. Your work is allowed a half credit, elements that relate, but denied legitimacy because it doesn't match their disciplinary boundaries. The word frame naturalizes exclusion. If you don't fit, you don't belong. 4. At the end of the day, however, it is best suited for a journal that concerns itself with critical social psychology or even a critical management journal. Surface, helpful redirection. Underneath, disciplinary exile. The subtext is clear. Trauma, psychology, and lived harm are not sociology. My work is not invited into conversation, but pushed outside the field's boundaries. This is normalization in Foucault's sense, the policing of what counts as legitimate knowledge. It's not that the work is irrelevant, but that it disrupts the neat categories the discipline wants to maintain. Added layer. Even the redirection itself carries dismissal. They point me toward journals that are either marginal, with no ranking at all, or newly established with little visibility. This is not neutral advice. It is another way of discrediting the research by suggesting outlets that will guarantee it remains invisible. Gatekeeping here operates twice. First, by exclusion from a flagship journal, and second, by steering the work into academic backwaters where it will have less impact. 5. Given both the subject matter and the jargon it uses, which won't be familiar to a typical sociologist, and the fact that it is not framed within a critical sociological analysis, it is much better suited elsewhere. Surface, neutral explanation. Underneath, tone policing of scholarship. Your terms: institutional gaslighting, structural PTSD, truth-telling are dismissed as jargon. Ironically, sociology itself is infamous for jargon, but when trauma survivors name their own frameworks, those words are suddenly unintelligible. This is epistemic injustice. Fricker, 2007. My credibility as a knower is undermined not on substance, but because of who is speaking and how. 6. We have somewhat mixed feelings because we don't want to discount this submission just because it is about psychology and trauma, but we just don't think that's our emphasis. Surface, sympathetic hesitation. Underneath, gaslighting in slow motion. They explicitly say they don't want to exclude you for writing about trauma, while excluding you for writing about trauma. The contradiction is disguised as mixed feelings, a linguistic shrug that masks discipline protection as empathy. 7. As a result of our preview, we have decided not to submit this for external review, and your manuscript has been denied publication in Critical Sociology. Surface, final decision. Underneath, silencing by procedure. Your work doesn't even get the dignity of peer review. The system's boundary policing happens behind closed doors, invisible to readers, and dressed up as efficiency. 8. Your article may receive a more positive reading if submitted to a journal more focused on the topic of your submission. Surface, helpful advice. Underneath, redirection as erasure. The solution is not to engage your critique, but to send you away. It positions the failure not in the institution's imagination, but in my choice of venue. 9. I hope the outcome of this specific submission will not discourage you from the submission of future manuscripts. Surface, encouragement. Underneath, ritual closure. It's a gentle pat on the head after dismissal. Come back, but only when you've learned to play by our rules. Systemic harms embedded in the email. Gatekeeping as benevolence. Rejection is framed as saving you time. Paternalism, decisions are cast as being in your best interest. Normalization, boundaries of the discipline are enforced without ever naming them as arbitrary. Epistemic injustice, survivor concepts are dismissed as jargon and illegible. Gaslighting, trauma is excluded while explicitly claiming not to exclude trauma. Silencing by procedure, your work doesn't even get peer review. Ritual closure, ending with encouragement masks exclusion as mentorship. Plain truth versus translation. It doesn't fit our frame arrow. We refuse to expand the frame. Your jargon won't be familiar implies survivor language isn't legitimate sociology. Mixed feelings. We're excluding trauma while pretending not to. We hope you'll submit again. Come back only after you've reshaped yourself to match us. Plain truth. This isn't a review. It's gatekeeping in the language of courtesy. The letter protects the discipline from disruption by repackaging exclusion as efficiency, benevolence, and advice. Translation. Your work doesn't belong here implies your truth threatens our categories, so we denied you entry before the conversation could even begin. 12th. What to expect after telling the truth. Telling the truth is not a straight path to relief. Often, it brings more turbulence before it brings calm. Feeling dismissed, denied, or even scapegoated after telling the truth is not a sign you did it wrong. It is proof of how deeply systems depend on silence. The pushback is real, and it hurts. After speaking out, you may find yourself moving through grief. Grief for the time you lost in silence. Grief for the relationships that fracture when people cannot hold your truth. Grief for the systems you once trusted that show their betrayal more clearly once confronted. The stages are not neat. Anger rises, confusion follows, sadness comes in waves. Sometimes you will wonder if it was worth it. Sometimes you will long to take it back. That is part of the nervous system recalibrating, your body sorting through the difference between danger and freedom. But something else also emerges, a quiet strength, the knowledge that you stood up for yourself, that you named harm and put the blame where it belongs, that you refused to carry what was never yours to begin with. Over time, that strength grows into pride. Not the shallow pride of performance, but the deep pride of integrity, the kind that says, I stayed whole in a world that wanted me to disappear. Your truth becomes more than survival. It becomes a light in someone else's journey. Every time you speak, you make it easier for the next person to find words for their own pain. This is how counterpublics form. This is how solidarity grows. You may not see the ripple immediately, but your words leave handholds for others climbing out of silence. Truth-telling is not easy. Perhaps that is why we live in a world so poor and undervalued, where lies grease the gears of exploitation. But the cost of silence is higher. The price we pay for suppressing truth is annihilation, of self, of community, of justice. From now on, we need to tell the truth, not just as resistance, but as survival. Each act of truth-telling is an act of preservation, of your life, your dignity, and our shared humanity. Plain truth. The road after truth-telling is rough, but it leads to life. Translation. Why risk it implies because truth is the only ground we have left to stand on. 13. How to use ChatGPT to label institutional gaslighting and systemic abuse. Stack, braid, echo. Truth-telling takes practice. Sometimes it helps to have a companion who won't get tired of hearing your stories, who can mirror back patterns without minimizing them. This is one way to use ChatGPT, not as the authority, but as a thinking partner to help you label what's happening. Step 1. Copy the text. Take the email, denial letter, or policy statement that left you spinning, copy the exact words into ChatGPT, or just take a photo of it and upload it. Step 2. Ask for labels based on this book. Type, "Can you show me where this letter is minimizing, deflecting, or gaslighting me?" Label it using Stack, Braid, Echo from Compounded Relational cPTSD, The Truth Teller's Path. Step 3. Read the translation. ChatGPT can highlight the polished phrases, like "We appreciate your patience" or "Your concerns have been taken seriously," and translate them into plain truth. "We are delaying you into exhaustion." Step 4. Save your archive. Paste the analysis into a document or journal. This becomes your personal record, not just of the harm, but of your resistance to it. Step 5. Use with care. Remember, AI is a tool. For me, it is a witness and shares our collective wisdom. However, it doesn't mean it is always right. You need to be discerning and question it. It will use some of the bureaucratic language, as it is how it is programmed. Yet ChatGPT has an incredible ability to sit with the truth of causing you harm and taking accountability for its mistakes. It won't replace human accountability, but it can help you keep clarity when institutions are trying to blur you. 14. A short glossary for readers and allies. Testimonial injustice. When credibility is downgraded because of who is speaking. Fricker, 2007. Hermeneutical injustice. When a community lacks the concepts to make sense of a harm. Fricker, 2007. Institutional betrayal. When systems you depend on worsen injury by denial, delay, or retaliation. Smith and Freed, 2014. Tone sorting. Grading effect to avoid engaging content. Counter-translation. Turning shame tags into structural truths. Too sensitive implies carrying evidence. Objectivity without relationship. Evaluation that simulates rigor while erasing context. Eligibility theater. A performance of fairness staged by systems that already know the outcome. Stack braid echo. A framework naming accumulation, stack, interlocking forces, braid, and reactivation across time. Echo. One sentence to carry. My identity is not silence, but voice. Each truth I tell is both evidence and light, leaving a trail for others to find their way out of erasure. Chapter 9. Repair and Self-Validation. Every one of us is a once-only arrangement of survival, insight, scars, and sparks. No repeats, no copies. Lumi. Straight to the core. The loop happens because your body and memory system are designed to protect you, and protection runs on pattern recognition, not context. Here's why. The body doesn't wait for proof. When something in the present rhymes with danger from the past, a word, a tone, a policy letter, your nervous system retrieves the old file immediately. That's survival math. Better to over-respond to a maybe threat than risk missing a real one. McEwen, 1998, van der Kolk, 2014. Memory isn't a photograph, it's editable. When the old file is pulled up, it doesn't just sit there. Neuroscience shows that memories become soft when recalled, and new tags can get added before they're stored again. Nader and Einarsson, 2010. So a new, not serious enough denial doesn't just hurt once. It restamps every earlier dismissal with fresh ink. Meaning is supplied by the outside. Bureaucracies, parents, teachers, clinicians, they give you tags like too sensitive, lazy, unprofessional. These tags overwrite your lived truth, so the memory file you keep isn't just pain, it's also shame. Behavior adapts. To survive, you shrink, soften, or stop asking. It looks like compliance, but it's the loop teaching you how to avoid the next blow. That adaptation is recorded too. 1. Repair as refusal. Repair is not the same as reconciliation. Sometimes repair means refusal, the refusal to misname harm, to shoulder blame that isn't ours, or to keep reenacting the gaslight. In systems that prefer silence, simply saying this happened is already an act of repair. You do not need to forgive in order to become whole. Survivors are often told that forgiveness is required for peace, but this is a myth. How can a child forgive someone who sexually abused them? I cannot, and I will not unless the abuser takes full accountability, works relentlessly to repair the damage, and actively supports the survivor's life in every possible way. Some acts carry lifelong consequences. They create debts that cannot be erased by apology or empty words. Too often, people who cause harm, and yes, even we ourselves when we harm others, choose to deflect rather than face what we've done. It feels easier to shift the blame than to sit with the guilt and discomfort of our actions. Sometimes, this avoidance begins as a survival tactic. But when excuse-making hardens into a pattern, it stops being protection and becomes another form of abuse. Deflection may spare the one who harmed, but it deepens the wound for those around them. Words hold power. They can bless or curse, so it is important to use them cautiously. Even though an apology on the paper can look like an attempt at reconciliation when it is not followed by any actions, it is more damaging than no apology at all. Apologies hold different weights. I can't tell you the exact internal process of how to evaluate the sincerity of it, but most of us with compounded relational cPTSD have the capability to feel others' emotions, sometimes even before they feel it themselves. You can see the deflection and denial. You can feel their guilt and shame for harming you. So do not gaslight yourself by accepting all apologies. In our bureaucratic systems, harm is not only minimized, but also impersonalized and deflected. Accountability is diffused through policy. This is not something anyone can reasonably forgive. We cannot normalize harm by saying it was just policy, because policy is not nature. It is human-made, which means it can be human-changed. Policies that erase, exclude, or exploit were built to protect wealth and power. They are not immutable truths. They are constructs. And if we made them, we can unmake them and create something more just. Policies that center care, accountability, and shared survival are possible. Repair, then, is not pretending the old system is fine. Repair is naming the harm, refusing erasure, and designing something better in its place. Plain truth, repair is not about forgiving the unforgivable. It is about refusing to mislabel harm and reclaiming our right to name it. Translation: it's just policy implies policy is a human invention, and humans can build something different. 2. Catching the extra layer. Repair begins with noticing. Sometimes the most powerful counter-narratives come from catching the subtle layers others miss, the words that look like kindness but carry harm underneath. When I read the phrase, "Thank you for articulating your experiences," I heard more than politeness. I heard the history of the word articulate used as a backhanded compliment, especially toward Black speakers/minorities, a word that pretends to praise while actually diminishing intelligence and flattening truth into style. Scholars like Aleem and Smitherman, 2012, show how articulate often functions as a microaggression, a reminder of who is presumed unintelligent until proven otherwise. That moment of catching the extra layer is what truth-telling looks like in practice. It is not paranoia, it is precision, the nervous system and the mind working together to map the terrain of harm. Naming the hidden message, your effort is praised but your knowledge is dismissed, turns ritual acknowledgement into evidence. This is what I mean when I say survivors are not broken. We are evidence bearers. We carry the capacity to see through the gloss and name the contradiction. That ability unsettles others, but it is also the gift that allows us to repair the record. Plain truth, catching the extra layer is not overthinking. It is refusing to let harm hide in plain sight. Translation: you're reading too much into it implies I am reading exactly what history taught me to see. 3. Why survivors are more sensitive. Sensitivity is not fragility, it is calibration. Survivors live with nervous systems that have been trained to scan, record, and anticipate harm. What others dismiss as too sensitive is often the result of years, sometimes decades, of experience where missing a cue meant danger. The body keeps score, van der Kolk 2014, not just of violence itself, but of every subtle warning sign that preceded it. The shift in tone, the tightening jaw, the silence before an outburst. Over time, the nervous system becomes a finely tuned instrument, picking up layers most people never notice. What looks like overreaction is often over-accuracy. This heightened perception is not a disorder, it is evidence. Survivors catch microaggressions, contradictions, and ritual acknowledgments because their bodies learn to notice the small tremors before the quake. This sensitivity unsettles others. It disrupts the status quo of polite erasure, but it is also the survivor's gift, the ability to see the contradiction, to hold the evidence, to name the harm. Without it, patterns would remain invisible, and gaslighting would keep its grip. Plain truth, survivor sensitivity is a gift molded in unimaginable hardship. It is a skill mastered through tears and blood. Translation: you're too sensitive implies my body is accurate in ways yours has the privilege not to be. 4. Microaggressions, the small cuts that add up. Microaggressions are not minor. They are everyday slights, comments, or behaviors that communicate contempt, dismissal, or stereotyping toward marginalized people. They are often delivered with a smile or framed as compliments, which makes them harder to call out and easier for institutions to deny. Sue, 2010. Psychologist Daryl Wing Sue, 2010, defines microaggressions as brief and commonplace indignities, intentional or unintentional, that communicate hostile, derogatory, or negative slights. The harm is not in the single cut, but in the accumulation. One paper cut is irritating. Thousands of them are disabling. Sue et al., 2007. Examples: you're so articulate. Sounds like praise, but carries the history of surprise that someone like you could speak well. Alim and Smitherman, 2012. We don't see color. Sounds inclusive, but erases the lived realities of racism. Sue, 2010. That's your perception. Sounds like feedback, but gaslights your lived experience and minimizes harm. Sue et al., 2007. Your English is so good, sounds friendly, but assumes you don't belong. Sue, 2010. At least you're not as bad as another group. Sounds comparative, but pits marginalized people against each other. Sue, 2010. Where are you from? I hear an accent. Sounds like curiosity, but signals you don't belong here. And the ghost face after I say I'm from Iran is another aggression. Silence that reveals bias. Sue, du toegstandsjij deschimt. For survivors of compounded relational harm, microaggressions often feel louder. That's not because we are weak, but because our nervous systems have been trained to detect patterns. Van der Kolk, 2014. What others might dismiss as just a comment registers for us as evidence of danger because so many dismissals have led to real harm. This is why microaggressions matter. They are not just words, they are signals that tell you how safe or unsafe you are in a room. Each one chips away at dignity, credibility, and belonging. Sue, 2010, UCSF 2024. And each one leaves a trace in the archive. The challenge is that they are harder to name or prove because many people deliver them unconsciously. Pierce, 1970, Sue, 2010. A person may have no idea that what they said or did carried harm, but your body registers it instantly. I notice this in myself too. When I walk through a poor neighborhood downtown, my body tenses. On the surface, it's my nervous system trying to protect me, but underneath, I know that tension is shaped by years of hearing negative views about unhoused people, narratives that taught me to hold contempt, to imagine I was somehow better. That awareness unsettles me. Deep down, I know the truth. People don't choose the streets. They are forced there by systemic injustice. My own relative safety is not proof of superiority, but of luck. The luck of intersectionality, timing, and circumstance. And I've seen people smarter than me face devastation when those systems failed them. Repair through counter-narrative. Catch the layer. Articulate to praise that flattens knowledge into style. Translate the meaning. Too sensitive implies, I have evidence you don't want to face. Refuse the gaslight. It's just a joke implies, no, it's a dismissal and it hurts. Be cautious of your microaggressions. Plain truth. Microaggressions are not small. They are the everyday architecture of erasure. Translation, don't take it personally implies your body is registering harm exactly as designed. 5. Naming the symptoms of CRC-PTSD. To validate ourselves, we first need to name what's happening. Compounded relational complex, PTSD, doesn't show up as one neat cluster of symptoms. It shows up as a whole ecosystem of responses, emotional, physical, relational, and systemic, shaped by repeated dismissal, denial, and re-traumatization. Naming the symptoms is not about labeling ourselves as defective. It's about reclaiming them as evidence. Each one is a trace of survival, the nervous system doing its best in hostile conditions. Here are the core symptoms. 1. Toxic shame/self-blame/the myth of perfect, carrying the burden of harm as if it were your fault. 2. Trust phobia, fear of intimacy or being liked only for the mask, an untypical social anxiety rooted in betrayal. 3. Fear of happiness/self-sabotage, joy paired with punishment, alarms that fire at ease, waiting for the shoe to drop. 4. Internalized anger. 5. Never feeling safe. 6. Exhaustion/burnout from the double shift, depletion from surviving and translating yourself at once to fit the needs of others. 7. Loss of identity/role confusion, being reduced to patient, student, employee until selfhood feels erased. 8. Hypervigilance/anxiety, constant scanning, expecting the next blow. 9. Loss of meaning/suicidal ideation, collapse of purpose under chronic invalidation, existential crisis when seeing the arbitrariness of human constructs. 10. Debilitating perfectionism/all or nothing mindset. 11. Late processing of relational interactions. 12. Spiraling into shame, guilt, and depression. 13. Shutdown/numbing/the flat gray/depression, emotional flattening and conservation mode. 14. Emotional flashbacks/CPTSD, body memories stacked on top of each other triggered by present denials. 15. Fawning/compliance/self-sacrifice, over-apologizing, ignoring needs to protect safety. 16. Internal politeness reflex, masking civility to smooth conflict and protect others' comfort. 17. Masking/camouflaging, reshaping tone, language, posture to survive. 18. Dissociation/depersonalization/derealization, floating away when presence feels too costly. 19. Difficulty setting boundaries, with self and with others. 20. Addictions, turning anger inward, numbing pain. 21. Loop of abuse/reenactments/being the target of bullying. 22. Intrusive memories, looping old files when triggered. 23. Distrust of institutions, expecting dismissal or re-traumatization in schools, clinics, or workplaces. 24. Sensitivity to microaggressions, catching the extra layer others dismiss. 25. Somatic symptoms, digestive distress, chronic pain, headaches, insomnia. 26. Posture collapse/shrinking body, making yourself smaller, disappearing as protection. 27. The truth seer burden, survival is not consent. Plain truth, these are not signs of weakness. They are survival responses in a world that repeatedly demands your erasure. Translation. You're broken implies I am carrying evidence of harm you are trying so hard to erase, and my body is telling the story. Toxic shame/self-blame/the myth of perfect. What it looks like, the constant sense that everything is your fault, carrying the weight of denials, dismissals, and abuse as though you caused them, feeling defective, broken, or unworthy, or worse, feeling like you're a burden to others, convinced they'd be happier if you weren't around. It's like a dark cloud weighting you down, criticizing you for the smallest mistakes. Our perfectionist culture fuels this, rewarding self-punishment as if it were virtue. Why it happens. Self-blame doesn't only happen because others point their finger at you when things go wrong. It runs deeper. As children, we grow up in environments with little control over circumstances. Rarely are we told the truth about why things fall apart. To cope, the brain creates an illusion of control. The belief that if we are the cause of the hurt, then we can also be the cure. If we fix ourselves, work harder, love more, maybe then we'll finally be loved. But that moment never comes. In unhealthy and dependent relationships, most people don't want us as equals. They want us as emotional sponges, absorbing their unwanted feelings, or perhaps a more palpable way to put it is a punching bag. To think they'll love us if we just sacrifice enough is no longer hope. It's gaslighting. Yes, that hope kept us alive as a child, but as adults, it only leads to being mistreated and hurt and lose years of our lifespan. The science. Psychologist Ellen Langer, 1975, first described the illusion of control as people's tendency to believe they have influence over uncontrollable outcomes. This illusion can feel protective. It gives the nervous system a sense of order when chaos would be unbearable. But in abusive contexts, it locks survivors into cycles of toxic shame. If I cause this, I can stop it. Research shows that humans will cling to even symbolic gestures of control, like pressing a button or pulling a lever that has no real effect, because the illusion of influence feels safer than facing powerlessness. Langer, 1975. This fake leverage is exactly what survivors of harm internalize. If I believe it was my fault, then maybe I can fix it. But that control is illusory. The harm wasn't ours to carry in the first place. How to manage fighting, perfectionism, and self-validation. Name perfectionism as protection, not identity. This is my nervous system trying to keep me safe. Remember, perfection is a myth. As a child, I monitored my dad's smallest movements to make sure he wouldn't give my mom any excuse to start a fight. But no matter how perfect things were to me, she could always find an excuse. Sometimes valid, most of the time insignificant and bizarre. She criticized my voice, clothing, and art as early as age 5. Later, professors echoed the same script. There are areas of improvement. If you do this, it will be perfect. The word perfect became a red flag for me. When my professor graded with AI and told me in the email that A is only for perfect work, I knew he was projecting the same toxic pattern of judgment and that he was incapable of real self-reflection. To prove to myself no work can ever be perfect, I gave his published article to the same AI tool with his own rubric. The result? The AI graded him the same way it graded me, -A, areas for improvement. Perfection is always subjective. It is in the eye of the beholder. Holding ourselves or others to perfect is not about truth. It is about power. It's a mind game that enforces hierarchy through arbitrary standards. Research shows that people cling to fake leverage when faced with powerlessness. In classic experiments, participants pulled a lever or pressed a button that had no actual effect, but still believed they had control. Langer, 1975. This illusion of control gave them comfort in chaos. Perfectionism is the same survival trick. If I can control every detail, maybe I can prevent harm, but it's an illusion. The harm was never about the crooked line in your drawing, the typo in your paper, or the wrong tone in your email. It was about people and systems looking for someone to blame. A lot of resources are distributed based on arbitrary measures of perfection, like grades, test scores, or admission standards. Getting into an Ivy League school often hinges on standardized metrics that pretend to measure merit, but actually measure privilege, access, and conformity. These systems enforce the myth that perfection is real and rewarded, when in fact the bar always shifts to preserve gatekeeping. Set good enough thresholds. Stop at the point of clarity, not endless polish. Practicing this can be especially hard in work environments. When I worked in a coffee shop, my supervisor talked about coffee quality and the importance of precise measurement as though it were brain surgery. But the truth is, even brain surgeons improvise. Every body is different, and perfection is impossible. When someone invokes the word perfect, my first thought is always, perfect according to whose subjective view? Even in scientific fields that strive for objectivity, research is filtered through human perception, and humans are not neutral machines. We are meaning makers. Our very sense of self develops through the reflections of others, in the mirrors they hold up to us. If you have a boss who is never satisfied, who demands unpaid labor in the name of quality, that is not your flaw. It's their exploitation. Run and don't look back, and when you can, leave an honest review to warn others of the toxicity. Practice refusal, allow small mistakes, and watch the world not end. Or say no to your supervisor. At the end of the day, they are just another human who, by luck or circumstance, ended up in a position of power. That doesn't make them superior or all-knowing. If someone has mastered a skill, they may be more experienced in that area, but mastery doesn't equal worth. On the level of souls, we are on the same plane. Skills only gain real value when they are used to serve humanity and advance justice. Put the blame where it belongs. It's necessary to use counter-translation when others blame you and put the blame where it belongs. It doesn't mean we don't make mistakes. Sometimes we need to own our mistakes. Yet a lot of the times, people point their fingers at survivors when we reflect back their own reflection with our body, even before we can hide the truth in our words. Plain truth, Perfectionism is not ambition. It is fear dressed as productivity. It is means of creating power imbalance. Translation: your work needs improvement implies they are implying contempt by making their ideas of perfection superior to yours. Trust phobia: fear of intimacy, mask-based liking, untypical social anxiety. What it looks like: doubting whether people like the mask or the real you, avoiding friendships or intimacy because closeness feels like danger, feeling terrified of betrayal or of being found out, ignoring red flags and giving people endless chances, experiencing relationships as heavy labor, consuming more energy than they give, feeling anxious around others but craving relationships. Why it happens: early betrayals from parents, caregivers, or institutions, combined with repeated denials later in life, train the nervous system that trust equals vulnerability equals pain. This form of social anxiety isn't about shyness, it's about evidence. The body is remembering what happens when you let your guard down. It's not the inability to speak in public, but the relentless inner critic that tears you apart after each interaction, pointing out every possible flaw. That critic is not weakness, it is a survival strategy. As a child, you were criticized and hurt before you had the ability to tell the difference between human-constructed good and bad. The body learned early: constant self-surveillance was the safest way to reduce harm. How to manage: honor the fear as evidence. Instead of shaming yourself, name it. Trust feels dangerous because it was. Many times I've seen red flags and gaslit myself into ignoring them, giving people chance after chance. When the inevitable betrayal came, I felt devastated, furious at myself for not trusting my intuition, and furious at others who helped bury those red flags under the rug. Growing up with relational trauma already makes us more sensitive. Our nervous systems are trained to detect the tiniest cues. I've noticed it in micro-expressions: the subtle curl of a nose in disgust, the smirk when I shared good news, the stone wall when I expressed pain. These moments happen in less than a millisecond, but our brains catch them, and for survivors, those signals are loud. The most important counter to trust phobia is learning to trust yourself again. Honoring your intuition is the first step. It took me years of trial and error, but I now know that when I feel something, it's because my brain has already picked up subliminal signs and signals. The evidence is there, even when others pretend it isn't. Practice microtrust. Share one truth, one boundary, or one vulnerability at a time with someone you believe is safe. And remember, you can always change your mind. Do not obligate yourself to stay until someone hurts you so badly that the red flags can no longer be ignored. Boundaries are your protection. If you set one and people repeatedly disrespect it, that is a huge red flag. If they pressure you to accommodate their wants and sacrifice your needs while acting understanding in texts or emails, that is gaslighting. If someone speaks one way to your face and another behind your back, that is a smear campaign. Equip yourself with language for manipulation tactics so you can name them as they appear. Exit routes. I once read that a boundary only holds if you are prepared to leave when it is crossed. Without the possibility of losing you, many boundaries collapse, especially in toxic environments. I carry that truth with me. I never want to be trapped without an exit. For a long time, my only imagined exit during depression was suicidal ideation. Over time, I learned to diversify. Now, exits look like options: changing jobs, moving cities, even immigrating if I must. Knowing I can leave restores my sense of choice. Exit routes are not about giving up, they are about refusing to be trapped. Plain truth: trust phobia isn't paranoia, it's protection. I have mastered the skill of seeing the unseen because I practiced it early on. Translation: you have trust issues implies I learned that trusting meant disappearing. fear of happiness/self-sabotage. What it looks like: feeling alarms at moments of joy, sabotaging good things, or anticipating collapse after happiness. Why it happens: when joy was followed by punishment or collapse in childhood or institutions, the nervous system paired safety with danger. Happiness became coded as exposure. In my family, joy itself was dangerous. My mom envied my success. Every time my dad was driving us around, my mom projected her pain onto my dad, accusing him of driving carelessly and wanting to destroy her happiness. My grandmother envied my mom too, once tearing apart a new wallet my mom had bought for herself with money she worked hard to save as a child. That same cycle came to me. My achievements were never mine. They belonged to my mother, used as proof that she was the perfect mom. My success felt like betraying myself because the very person demanding credit was also the one deeply wounding me. At least my mom was skilled at catching envy in others and passed that vigilance on to me. Jealousy is a human emotion we all experience. But when it is deflected and projected onto others, it can become destructive. We can't expect everyone to have done the internal work required to sit with jealousy without acting on it, though that never justifies harm. What we can do is set boundaries to protect ourselves, and when possible, name jealousy openly in intimate relationships. If the relationship can survive that honesty through self-reflection and dialogue, then it may be one worth keeping. How to manage: own your joy and successes. Celebrate yourself and your achievements. Take pauses to look back at how far you've come. Treat joy like boundary work. Allow small moments of pleasure without demanding permanence. If sharing joy feels unsafe, practice it first in a private sanctuary you create for yourself. Notice joy in microdoses: a song, a laugh, a moment of safety. Validate: this alarm is not irrational. It's evidence of how joy was once unsafe. Now, as an adult, I can protect myself and exit. It's okay to feel safe now. Plain truth: fear of happiness is not ingratitude, it's memory. Translation: why can't you just enjoy yourself? Arrow: my body is protecting me from the dangers joy once carried. Internalized anger. What it looks like: turning anger inward instead of outward. Feeling intense rage but directing it at yourself through self-criticism, self-harm, addictions, or sabotage. Explosions may never reach the people or systems that cause the harm. Instead, you punish yourself. You may even feel guilty for being angry at all, convinced it makes you bad or ungrateful. Why it happens. As children, many survivors learned that expressing anger toward caregivers or institutions was unsafe. Anger was punished, mocked, or erased. To survive, the nervous system rerouted anger inward, making you the safest available target. This is compounded by cultural messages that anger is unacceptable, especially for women, children, or marginalized groups. Over time, the anger doesn't disappear. It calcifies, turning into toxic shame, depression, or destructive cycles. Another reason anger feels so threatening is the aftermath we carry. Memories of others raging at us and walking away without consequences, especially when we were children. I remember making a vow to myself: I will not be like my parents when I grow up. To keep that vow, I suppressed my own anger. I knew too well the damage it could cause, the pain it carved into me. How to manage. Validate the anger. Say, my anger is evidence something wrong happened. Remind yourself, I have the right to be angry, as long as I don't harm others. When I first started setting boundaries, all hell broke loose. My mom resisted, starting fights and belittling me, even comparing me to her friends' children, saying she needed to hide her head in sand. At her lowest, she told me to go kill myself by going out during COVID pandemic without a mask. She probably meant I should not go out to be cautious, but being stuck with her in the house felt scarier than getting COVID. I carried 3 years of constant rage after that. It was overwhelming, and I didn't know how to handle it because I had always suppressed my anger. It was terrifying too, because anger felt like it could consume me, and because it is an emotion rarely accepted in most cultures and often followed by consequences. But I got through it. Over time, I learned that my anger wasn't a defect, it was a response to harm. And eventually, I found ways to channel it constructively, using it as fuel for boundaries, truth-telling, and change. Externalize safely. Write the words you were never allowed to say, punch a pillow, scream in the car, or channel the rage into art or activism. Start protests, organize healing circles, write reviews, and make posts. Distinguish the target. Tell yourself, this belongs to the harm and the system, not to me. It often takes time to figure out where anger really comes from, especially when the first reflex is, it's my fault, and if I were enough, I could fix it. That reflex is the illusion of control, the brain's attempt to create safety in chaos. Over time, I learned to accept my helplessness and to honor my dignity by refusing to harm others the way they harmed me. But the anger didn't stop there. I chose to redirect it, filing complaints, writing reviews, pursuing accountability through organizations and legal channels, and speaking out on social media. Reframe anger as energy. Anger is the nervous system mobilizing for change. It isn't a defect, it's fuel, but it needs direction. For me, telling my story is one way of giving it shape. This book itself is an act of transformation, a refusal to stay silent about the systemic abuse we are all living in. Speaking may not erase the anger, but it reshapes it into hope. Hope that one day we will all see systemic abuse for what it is, heal our generational CRC-PTSD, and create a society that values being and justice above all. Plain truth: anger is not dangerous. Misdirected anger is. Translation: I'm broken because I'm so angry implies my anger is proof of the harm I survived and my will to resist it. Never feeling safe. What it looks like: living in a constant state of alert, even in quiet rooms, even when you're alone. For me, it reached the point where my body itself felt unsafe, as though I was trapped inside it. That's why I struggled with an eating disorder and why, in crisis, I dissociate. It feels like my body has a mind of its own while my brain has little control over it. Another way I feel safe is through eating, which leads me to struggle with binges for a temporary break. Why it happens: when betrayal and harm come from the very places that should have provided safety, family, school, healthcare, workplaces, the nervous system learns that safety is unreliable. Growing up in a house without privacy or boundaries, where nothing was truly mine, I learned to feel unsafe even in my own skin. To protect myself, I wore a mask, but masking only deepened the exhaustion. It is terrifying when the mask drops because you no longer know yourself without it. And as long as the mask is on, true rest and safety never comes. How to manage. Validate. Say, I truly have never experienced safety growing up. It is okay that I don't know what it's like to feel safe. Micro anchors. Create small rituals of safety: a locked door, a trusted object, a predictable routine. Let your body relearn security in doses. My mom used to say children shouldn't close their doors, so I grew up leaving mine open unless I was studying while the TV was on. Later, after we moved to America and lived in the same house, she would still walk into my room without knocking. We fought bitterly over privacy until I finally changed the doorknob to one with a lock. That small act became one of my first anchors of safety. Practice dropping the mask when alone. After I immigrated, I realized almost everything in my wardrobe was chosen by my mom. She chose clothes for me even when I said I didn't like them. It took me years to know my true self without her control and to finally feel safe enough to acknowledge my anger and drop the mask. Safe people. Share space with those who prove over time that they can respect your boundaries and hold your truth. This is slow work and requires emotional labor, but I carry this mantra with me. If they don't like the unmasked me, they are not keepers. Make yourself a sanctuary at home. When overwhelmed, ground yourself by naming where you are, what day it is, and what evidence tells you the threat is not here right now. Redefine safety. Instead of chasing total security, which no one has, practice cultivating enough safety in the moment to let your body soften. This might look like attending a yoga class, sitting on a bench under a tree, or lying on the sand in the sun. Try creating little safe spaces at work, school, and home, places you can go when you feel overwhelmed. For me, my car is one such sanctuary, a place where I can escape the world, even for a few minutes. And although I've sometimes turned to disordered eating as a way to feel safe, I've also learned that safety can be reclaimed through healthier rituals, inviting yourself to a nourishing meal, going window shopping, or doing something small that reconnects you to yourself. Plain truth, never feeling safe is the logical consequence of constantly being judged negatively. It is the body's archive of betrayal. Translation: Your overreacting implies I have lived in rooms where danger hid under the mask of care. My body remembers exhaustion/burnout from the double shift. What it looks like: bone-deep depletion, rest that doesn't restore, feeling like survival itself is work. Why it happens: CRC-PTSD demands two shifts: surviving the harm and translating yourself to remain legible in hostile systems. How to manage: validate exhaustion as evidence. Say, I am tired because survival is labor. This doesn't mean it always has to be this way, but in our current abusive system, one of the easiest escapes from systemic tyranny is wealth. Yet that too is a trap, the elite gatekeep who is allowed to accumulate it. Instead of chasing that illusion, think of change as collective, fighting for justice through truth-telling, so that our children and the next generations won't have to wither in this dryness of love. Build rest that doesn't perform productivity, silence, grounding, stillness. It sounds simple, but it rarely is. When survival tasks pile up, my mind turns into a monkey brain, swinging from one unfinished task to another. Even when I try to rest, I replay all the things I should be doing. What helps me is meditation, small rituals, and most importantly, giving myself permission to rest. Because rest is not laziness, rest is resistance. Hooks, 1994, The Nap Ministry, 2020. Drop extra translation labor when possible. Instead of writing the third draft of the perfect email, send the blunt one. This is the brave act of unmasking, even in front of authority figures. It may amplify the inner critic at first, but it also asserts dignity. Standing in our truth creates the possibility of genuine and respectful relationships, the kind that don't demand erasure as their entry fee. Plain truth, burnout is not laziness. It is receipt of survival labor. Translation: You're lazy implies I am depleted from carrying the double shift. Loss of identity/role confusion. What it looks like: feeling erased, not only reduced to roles like student, patient, employee, but also reduced to a number, losing touch with your own story, becoming just another statistic, being denied a voice. Why it happens: systems hand down role identities as a means of control. After enough invalidations, those roles become sites of injury. Identity fractures into categories that never fit, and then, as if that weren't enough, our stories are further reduced to numbers, desensitized data points stripped of the pain we endured. This is erasure. How to manage. Reframe identity as archive, not role. I am the record of what I've lived, not just a title or a name on the paper. Practice identity through refusal. I am not only a student, I am a witness and evidence bearer. You cannot reduce me to numbers. My body is evidence. Use your voice and tell your story. Speaking interrupts erasure. Each story you share reclaims authorship from systems that would rather translate you into silence or statistics. Plain truth, loss of identity is systemic erasure, not personal failure. Translation. Who are you? Arrow. I am more than the role you assigned me. My body and experiences are precious evidence you cannot erase. Hypervigilance/anxiety. What it looks like. Scanning constantly, flinching at emails, bracing before phone calls or feedback. Constant meltdowns/panic attacks when mistreated. Why it happens. Better to over-respond to a maybe threat than miss a real one. The nervous system learned to keep you alive through accuracy, not calm, and the price is the body going into overload and shut down. How to manage. Ground with present cues. Name 3 things you see, hear, touch. Validate. I'm not too sensitive. This is calibration. Practice pausing before reacting. Give your body time to update. Plain truth. Anxiety is evidence, not defect. Translation, your overreacting implies my body is keeping receipts of harm. Loss of meaning/suicidal ideation. What it looks like. Feeling like nothing matters, collapsing into purposelessness, questioning why to continue. Feeling trapped in an endless maze of human-constructed rules and laws that benefit the elite while harming the most vulnerable. Feeling abandoned by God or by your higher power for allowing injustice to exist. Wondering, what happened to humanity? What I call the broken trust in humanity syndrome. Feeling like you don't belong. Why it happens. Chronic invalidation erodes meaning. When systems repeatedly deny care, dignity, or recognition, life begins to feel unlivable. Loss of meaning isn't just a private despair, it's a collective threat. If we don't address it, it will keep pushing humanity toward annihilation. How to manage. Anchor in micro-meaning. When disappointment in humanity feels unbearable, focus on small acts of care. One kindness you gave, one kindness you received, one moment of witness. Those small anchors are proof that meaning still flickers, even when the larger picture feels hopeless. Self-validate. Say, it makes sense I feel this way, given the erasure I've lived. Validate the pain. Life is not fair, not yet, but that doesn't mean it will never be. Even if not for me or my children, I believe one day we will embody justice and care. One day we will become love. If we can imagine it, it can exist. Our existence itself is proof that the fight for justice is possible, and so we will keep striving. Seek collective witness, meaning often returns in connection. Tell your story, write a book, volunteer, speak publicly. Each act of witness resists erasure and builds a collective record that restores meaning. Plain truth, loss of meaning is the natural consequence of making money the god. Translation, justice doesn't exist implies, even if the system works to erase it, my existence is proof that we are capable of creating a just world. Debilitating perfectionism/all or nothing mindset. What it looks like. Working beyond capacity, rewriting and rehearsing endlessly, never feeling good enough. Feeling like even small mistakes could invite collapse, rejection, or punishment. Why it happens. Perfectionism is a survival strategy born of toxic shame. When childhood or institutions taught you that errors would bring harm, you learn to minimize risk by aiming for flawlessness. It creates the illusion of safety, but at the cost of constant exhaustion and self-erasure. How to manage. Self-validation. Name perfectionism as protection, not identity. This is my nervous system trying to keep me safe. When people in positions of power bring up perfection, and if you feel safe enough that day, gently nudge them to rethink its subjectivity. Set good enough thresholds. Stop at the point of clarity, not endless polish. Remind yourself that perfection is subjective, and if someone has already decided to see you as imperfect, there is no way to convince them otherwise. Instead, say to yourself, they are projecting their own discomfort with imperfection onto me. This shame is not mine to carry. I refuse to take it on. Practice refusal. Acknowledge that all humans make mistakes. That is how we learn. To expect no mistakes is as unrealistic as expecting the sun never to set. Perfection doesn't exist, but growth does. Refusal means rejecting impossible standards and allowing yourself to be human. Plain truth. Perfectionism is not ambition. It is fear dressed as productivity. Translation. You're a workaholic implies I was trained to believe safety required flawlessness. Late processing of relational interactions. What it looks like. Replay after replay of conversations long after they've ended, thinking of what you should have said hours or even days later, feeling anxious, ashamed, or angry about interactions that seemed normal in the moment, realizing red flags only after you've left the room, sometimes even waking up at night with the delayed recognition of harm or dismissal. Why it happens. Survivors of relational and systemic trauma often suppress immediate reactions because the body has learned it isn't safe to respond in the moment. Growing up, speaking up may have led to punishment, so the nervous system delays processing to protect you. On top of that, compounded relational harm teaches constant self-monitoring. The brain prioritizes masking, scanning others' cues, and survival performance during the interaction itself. Only when you're alone, away from threat, does the body release the archive of what really happened. This is why we often feel slow or not street smart afterward, when in reality, it is a survival adaptation. How to manage. Self-validation. Say, it makes sense I process later. My body delayed it to keep me safe in the moment. For me, I sometimes feel some things that people say don't make much sense, but I mask the whole time to keep civil, and then later when I remember what they said, I not only feel mad at the person, but more so at myself for not saying anything. I learned the hard way that my anger is there to protect me and that I shouldn't just sit there and let things happen. It is still difficult for me to connect to my emotions in the moment. After all, I dissociated almost every time my mom yelled at me for an hour, or I would have gone mad. Document after the fact. Write down the exact words or moments that unsettled you. This becomes evidence for next time. Talk about it to a therapist or someone safe. Process it and allow yourself to bring it up and set boundaries later, no matter how awkward it feels. Practice gentle rehearsal. Before entering high-stakes spaces, prepare a few phrases you can lean on. Please put that in writing. I'll need time to think about that. This helps reduce the sting of late responses. Build trust in your timing. Processing late is a natural consequence of feeling unsafe. It means your nervous system is cautious. Trust that what comes up later is valid and worth naming if and when you're ready. Plain truth, late processing is not a flaw, it's a survival strategy. Translation. Why didn't you say something then? Arrow. My body knew it wasn't safe. I am saying it now. Spiraling into shame, guilt, and depression. What it looks like. One trigger, a mistake at work, a rejection letter, a misunderstood comment, even financial struggles, sets off a chain reaction. The body drops into shame, I'm defective, guilt, I've failed everyone, and depression, nothing matters anymore. The spiral can feel endless, replaying events, blaming yourself for things outside your control, and sinking into helplessness and hopelessness. Why it happens? When harm or rejection happens, survivors of compounded relational trauma often carry not just the present injury, but the entire stack of past denials and dismissals. The nervous system loads the archive all at once, turning one event into a mountain of proof that I'm not enough and things will never work. This spiral is reinforced by toxic shame messages learned in childhood. You're too sensitive, a burden, lazy, ungrateful, and by systemic erasure, denial letters, ignored complaints, automated calls. Over time, the brain pairs rejection with self-blame, creating a shortcut straight into despair. However, if you don't stop it, it can take you to the very dark night of the soul. How to manage. Interrupt the spiral with naming. Say, this is a shame spiral. It's not truth. It's my nervous system trying to survive. It is very important to listen carefully to the things you call yourself and redirect all unkind labels that you put on yourself. It is also important to find the trigger so you can actively process it so it won't add up to the stack unprocessed. Anchor in evidence. Open your archive, notes, letters, translations, to remind yourself the harm was external, not personal failure. Go deep and think about how hard you have tried in the past and how cruel the system has been to you. A way out of the spiral is connecting with your anger. Use the anger not to harm yourself, but to speak up and set boundaries. Ground in micro actions. Slow down. Take one step. Shower, text a safe person, eat something nourishing. Depression makes time flatten. Breaking it into tiny acts restores momentum. Reframe guilt. Guilt can be evidence of your integrity, your desire not to harm others. Honor that, but refuse to weaponize it against yourself. Seek collective witness. When possible, share the spiral with someone you trust. Naming it aloud interrupts isolation. Plain truth, spiraling is not proof of weakness. It is the body carrying too much evidence at once. Translation. Your overreacting implies I am processing a lifetime of stacked harms in this moment. Shutdown/numbing/the flat gray. What it looks like? Life feels two-dimensional. It shows up as depression, lack of motivation, and the heavy sense that nothing matters. Food tastes like cardboard. Conversations echo. When I go into a shutdown, I'm stuck in it for a few days before I can rebound. Sometimes if I spiral, it lasts months. Why it happens. The body pulls the emergency brake when it cannot stay on high alert forever. Shutdown is conservation mode. Energy is preserved because no good move seems possible. Living in a system like ours eventually leads to this state. How many dismissal letters, rejection emails, or automated phone calls can one person take before feeling trapped and helpless? Shutdown is the natural reaction to helplessness. How to manage. Name it without shame. Say, shutdown is here. Reframe it as, I am exhausted from fighting. I deserve support, but it isn't accessible right now. I need to rest and restore. Engage in low-demand grounding. Sleep, shower, walk, eat. Accept that when you are beaten down by the world, you deserve to pause. Sometimes it means taking 1 hour or even 1 minute at a time. Slowing down is survival, not failure. Allow sensation to return slowly. Depression doesn't lift all at once. It shifts with small moves. One act of care at a time is enough. Don't erase yourself. When we hit rock bottom, it's easy to dismiss all the good we've done. Remind yourself, my existence is a refusal in itself. If you erase yourself, the system wins by erasing the next people like you. Even when it's unbearable, hold on and keep telling your story. One day, we will live in a world that celebrates every piece of the puzzle. Plain truth: shutdown is conservation, not apathy. Translation: you don't care implies my body is in protective low-power mode. Emotional flashbacks / CPTSD. What it looks like: a small dismissal reactivates a flood of despair, rage, or terror. Unlike a shame spiral, which unfolds gradually, an emotional flashback is immediate. It drops you straight into feeling small and helpless, like a child. It doesn't always lead to a spiral, but it can. Why it happens: an emotional flashback isn't a memory in the traditional sense. It's not about images or events. It's about feelings stored in the body. For me, it feels like remembering the emotions I had as an infant before I had language or the capacity to form linguistic memories. I've tried to explain this many times, but the non-linguistic aspect makes it hard to capture in words. The closest description is this: imagine being a newborn, utterly helpless, circumstances pressing down on you as if you might die, and still having no way to act or protect yourself. That is the raw sensation an emotional flashback pulls up. How to manage: ground in the present, use sensory anchors, look around, touch something solid, name the date to remind yourself where you are. Pause and name. This is an emotional flashback. My body is replaying old files. Validate yourself and remember you are an adult. Tell yourself, how I am feeling makes sense as a helpless infant, but now I am an adult and I can take care of myself. There is so much power in that one sentence. When I have an emotional flashback, I often shut down completely, sitting wherever I am, frozen and spiraling, convinced I can't do anything to stop the harm. It takes time for me to remember that I am no longer that helpless child. The moment I remind myself, I am an adult now, and I can take myself to safety, the power begins to shift back into my hands. Reclaim time. Remind yourself, this is then and now. The past is alive in my body, but I am not trapped there forever. Plain truth: flashbacks are archives, not drama. Translation: that wasn't a big deal implies my body is responding to stacked harm and threat of death. Fawning / compliance / self-sacrifice. What it looks like: over-apologizing, softening your voice or words so you don't sound difficult, saying yes even when you want to say no, anticipating other people's moods and reshaping yourself to keep them comfortable, making yourself as small and quiet as possible so you don't make waves, sacrificing your needs and boundaries to preserve peace. Why it happens: compliance is survival. For many of us, pleasing others was the only way to reduce the risk of punishment. In childhood, being good meant less yelling, less hitting, or simply less neglect. As adults, the pattern continues because the world often still punishes truth-tellers. Whistleblowers are fired, bullied, or silenced. Survivors are told to move on. Systems punish truth, so fawning becomes the nervous system's strategy to stay safe. How to manage: practice micro-refusals. Start small. Not today, I'll get back to you. Or simply not explaining your no. Each refusal retrains your nervous system that saying no doesn't have to equal danger. Remember, over-explaining is a survival habit learned in abusive relationships, a pitfall that keeps you apologizing instead of protecting yourself. Validate. Say, fawning is a survival skill, not my identity. Recognize that it kept you safe, but it does not have to define you. Notice the cost. Ask yourself, what am I losing when I agree to this? If compliance drains your energy, silences your truth, or feeds resentment, that's evidence the cost is too high. Test safety. Share small truths with safe people and notice their response. If they honor your boundary, expand. If they dismiss it, that's data, not a reason to erase yourself. Reframe conflict. Healthy conflict is not danger, it is relationship. Practice reminding yourself, disagreeing does not mean abandonment. There's conflict in every situation, and the only civil way out of it is open and honest dialogue. If others require blind compliance without even giving you real reasons, that's manipulation. Plain truth, compliance is not weakness, it was survival. Translation, "You're too nice" implies I learned to fawn to stay alive. Internal politeness. Reflex. What it looks like: soothing others when you're the one in pain, smoothing over conflict to protect the relationship, even when it costs you your truth, smiling when you're angry, nodding when you disagree, saying it's fine when it absolutely isn't, performing civility at your own expense, leaving a meeting or conversation exhausted, replaying all the words you swallowed instead of what you wanted to say. Why it happens. The politeness reflex is learned training. Families teach children to avoid talking back. Schools reward obedience more than critical thought. Workplaces promote those who fit rather than those who challenge. Over time, you learn that your comfort and truth matter less than the comfort of those in power. And in many institutions, honesty is not just discouraged, it is punished. The system rewards manipulation and performance while penalizing dissent. So the nervous system adapts: stay smooth, stay small, keep the peace at any cost. How to manage? Name it. Say, "This is the politeness reflex, not my truth." Naming separates survival behavior from self. Experiment with dropping the mask in safe spaces. Test what happens if you speak a little more directly with a trusted friend or in a supportive environment. Let your body learn that honesty doesn't always equal danger. It can still be tricky because when you finally drop the mask and people see a new you, they get confused, and if they are toxic, they often get angry at you. Be cautious and do it slowly. Practice balanced phrasing. Instead of erasure, "It's fine," try neutral truth. "I see it differently," or "That doesn't work for me." Notice the cost. Ask yourself, whose comfort am I protecting and what does it cost me? If the price is too high, that's data, not defect. Sometimes in a corrupt system, we keep the mask on because the alternative is too risky. Imagine walking out of this book and pointing at every lie you see. I would love that world for us one day, but right now, rebelling against the lies can come with real costs unless you are surrounded by others willing to speak truth with you. I am one such rebel. I say what I think, sometimes delayed, but I still say it. More often than not, I am met with gaslighting and denial. Over time, I've learned to expect how organizations cover themselves, not to protect the vulnerable, but to shield from legal liability. I've seen how laws themselves can be written to protect predators and silence survivors. Still, I refuse to stop. My work is to keep seeking community, to stand alongside other truth tellers who know the cost of silence and are committed to breaking it together. Plain truth. The politeness reflex is survival, not kindness. Translation: I'm just keeping things smooth implies I am protecting myself from conflict, not telling my truth. Masking/camouflaging/dissociation/depersonalization/derealization. What it looks like: reshaping your tone, words, or body to survive, staying quiet to observe, then imitating others to fit in, wearing clothes that feel uncomfortable but match the trends, rehearsing every sentence in your head before speaking, smiling when you want to cry, laughing at jokes that wound you, and when masking feels unbearable, the body pulls the ripcord. Dissociation. You float outside yourself, watching as if from the corner of the room, Your hands move, your voice speaks, but you feel detached, as if your body is acting on autopilot and you are somewhere else. The world itself may look staged or unreal, as though you are in a movie set rather than life. Why it happens? Masking is survival labor. It is how the nervous system negotiates belonging in a world that punishes difference and vulnerability. As human beings, exclusion triggers the same parts of the brain as physical pain, so we learn to camouflage to avoid rejection. But it comes at a cost. We know about the mask, and living behind it never feels safe or authentic. Dissociation is the backup plan. The emergency raft, when being fully present, would invite punishment or overwhelm. Depersonalization and derealization are the brain's way of saying, if I can't stop this, at least I won't feel it fully. This could also come in the form of substance use. How to manage, name it. Say, this is masking, this is dissociation, my body is protecting me. Naming reduces shame. It gives you a reason to understand the struggles with it. Create safe, unmasking spaces. Practice removing the mask when you are alone or with trusted people. Wear clothes you like. Speak in your own tone. Let your body remember what authenticity feels like. I don't think I have ever allowed people, even my parents, to see me when I am not masking. The only time I feel free to unmask is when I'm with pets. My cat, Venice, was my guardian angel. He showed me unconditional love for the first time. That's why having pets can be a huge help for CRC-PTSD survivors. Ground when dissociating. Use sensory anchors. Touch something textured. Hold something cold. Say your name aloud. Name the date. These small actions tether you back to the present. I carry a plush toy on my keychain that I use to stim. When stress feels overwhelming, I grip a small token in my hand. It could be anything. I use it as an anchor, sometimes even giving it a message to hold for me, like, now I'm an adult and I can take care of myself. These anchors remind my nervous system that I am no longer powerless, and they give me a way to gently return to my body. Conserve energy. Recognize that masking is labor. If you feel exhausted after social or professional spaces, it's not weakness. It's evidence of how much extra effort survival demanded. When I worked full-time, I had to go to my job in the morning and then attend classes until 9 p.m. Most nights I had a meltdown on the way home. By the time I finally got back, I was so depleted that all I wanted to do was eat because eating made me feel safe. Then came the guilt for eating too much. It felt like a break was always out of reach. Eventually, I had no choice but to quit my full-time job, not entirely willingly, and partly due to disability discrimination, and I switched to part-time work. That change wasn't just about money. It was about conserving energy, reclaiming capacity, and honoring the truth that survival labor already costs enough. We are living in a world built on ableism, and the loudest ableist voice I hear is often my internalized ableism. I am still learning to accept compounded relational cPTSD as a disability, not as a weakness, but as a truth about how trauma reshaped my body and mind. For years, I masked my way through life, convincing myself I was fine, but the exhaustion and burnout were quietly killing me. Even the basic expectation of working full-time and studying at the same time is a constant trigger. On paper, it looks like productivity. In reality, it's survival at double cost. I am working a double shift, masking on the outside to appear normal, while fighting on the inside against toxic shame, emotional flashbacks, and spirals that drain every ounce of energy. Masking hides the disability from others, but the labor of it writes itself on my nervous system. That is the cruel irony of ableism. The more invisible the disability, the louder the inner battle, and the more unacknowledged the cost. Validate authenticity. Tell yourself, my truth is beautiful. I have a gift to see through the facade, and I am allowed to exist without a mask. Plain truth, masking and dissociation are double shifts. survival labor that leaves little room for truly living. Translation: your fake implies my truth makes you uncomfortable, and I'm protecting myself from you harming me for the light within me. Difficulty setting boundaries. What it looks like saying yes when you want to say no. Agreeing to things you know will drain you. Promising yourself you'll stop. Drinking, purging, overworking, overgiving, and breaking the promise again. Feeling guilty for asserting even the smallest need. Worrying that saying no will cost you love, stability, or belonging. Being easily manipulated into agreeing. Why it happens. Childhood taught you that boundaries weren't allowed. Your needs were punished, ignored, or mocked. Saying no was met with anger or abandonment, so you learned to erase your limits to survive. In adulthood, those lessons resurface. Boundaries feel terrifying, even dangerous, because they once were, and the world often confirms that fear. Workplaces punish employees who resist exploitation. Families shame those who step outside assigned roles. How to manage: practice naming small numbers. Start with low-risk refusals. Not today. I'll think about it. Or, that doesn't work for me. Every small no strengthens your nervous system. Self-validation. Say, this fear of setting boundaries is not weakness. It is evidence of old harm. Anchor in dignity. Remind yourself that your needs are not inconveniences. They are proof you are human. Rehearse exits. Boundaries hold power when you know you can walk away. Plan your exit routes, whether that's leaving a conversation, ending a task, or stepping back from toxic relationships. Expect pushback. People who benefited from your lack of boundaries may resist when you begin asserting them. Their discomfort is not proof you are wrong. It's proof your boundaries are working. Plain truth: struggling with boundaries is survival history and not proof that I owe anyone. Translation: you're too needy implies I was taught my needs weren't allowed. Now I am learning to allow them. Addictions. What it looks like: overuse of substances, food, or behaviors to numb or control unbearable feelings. Why it happens. Addiction often begins as self-soothing when no safe help is available. It is survival, not indulgence. For me, it started innocently, using the Sims game as a coping skill. By age 11, I could play for hours each day, losing myself in building a world I could control. Even before that, as a toddler, I would run downstairs to my grandmother's house to play with my aunt all day. Those were healthier coping mechanisms, but looking back, I can see the pattern of using outside comforts to survive what was unbearable at home. As I grew older, the patterns shifted, but the logic stayed the same. Becoming a straight A student turned into an obsession. I would cry if I scored 99 out of 100. After moving to the United States, as my trauma stack grew higher, I became consumed with thinness and exercise. These were not random habits. They were desperate attempts to carve out control in a life where I felt powerless. Addiction and compulsive behaviors are often misread as moral failings, but research shows they are deeply tied to trauma and the nervous system's search for regulation. Bessel van der Kolk, 2014, explains that when trauma leaves the body unable to self-soothe, substances or behaviors that offer even temporary relief can feel irresistible. Judith Herman, 2015, emphasizes that survivors turn to what is available in the absence of safe relationships. What starts as distraction or control can spiral into dependency. And yet, having a distraction is not always bad. Sometimes it is what keeps a child or adult alive. The problem comes when distraction turns into dissociation, when the very tool that once protected us becomes a cycle that dulls us to life. Addictions often begin with relief but transform into destructive patterns that no longer serve us. Kansian, 1997. They are difficult to break because they are maintained by inconsistent reward, the same mechanism that creates trauma bonds in abusive relationships. Carnes, 2010. This intermittent reinforcement replays our childhood wounds, reaching for comfort, receiving it unpredictably, and becoming bound to the cycle. Addiction, then, is not about weakness. It is about survival strategies that worked once, but eventually began to cost more than they gave. How to manage. Name it. When you feel the pull, pause long enough to acknowledge, "This is my body's attempt at relief." That sentence alone changes the frame, from shame to survival. If you can, try giving yourself a 10-minute window before acting. In that space, experiment with a healthier coping skill: journaling, going outside, stretching, or even just drinking water. After 10 minutes, you can still decide what to do next. The pause itself is practice. Replace shame with compassion. Addictions are not simple habits that can be swapped out like light bulbs. They are layered, rooted in trauma, and maintained by powerful psychological forces. Intermittent reinforcement, the unpredictable rhythm of comfort and disappointment, replays our childhood wounds. That very unpredictability can feel familiar, and familiarity can feel safe, even if it's destructive. Over time, the addiction becomes a shield against joy, because joy has so often been followed by punishment. The cycle repeats until we learn to set boundaries with ourselves and reclaim our worth. This takes time. Be patient. You are not weak for needing the shield. You are strong for daring to set it down. Seek supports that honor trauma, not punish relapse. Too many treatment centers are built on profit and shame. They label relapse as failure, when in reality it is part of the healing process. Be cautious about where you turn. Look for supports, whether therapists, groups, or communities that understand trauma, honor your survival strategies, and help you build new ones without erasing your dignity. Healing from addiction is not about force or perfection. It is about learning to listen to your body's attempts at relief, finding gentler ways to meet those needs, and surrounding yourself with people who see the full truth, that what looks like destruction often began as survival. Plain truth, addiction is adaptation, not moral failure. Translation: You're weak implies I found survival in the only way I could. Loop of abuse / reenactments / being the target of bullying. What it looks like: finding yourself stuck in relationships, jobs, or dynamics that feel painfully familiar. Being scapegoated, singled out, or bullied again and again, even in new environments. Replaying old patterns with new faces. The supervisor who humiliates you feels eerily like the parent who belittled you. You may feel as if you're attracting abuse, or that there's something wrong with you because the cycle keeps repeating. Why it happens. This is not about secretly wanting harm. It is about the nervous system scanning for patterns and gravitating toward what it already knows. Freud, 1920-1955, called this repetition compulsion, the tendency to unconsciously reenact trauma, not because we enjoy suffering, but because the psyche is trying to resolve what was once unbearable. Later writers such as Herman, 2015, and van der Kolk, 2014, describe the same process. Trauma survivors are drawn back into familiar dynamics as the nervous system seeks mastery, though often at the cost of re-traumatization. Abuse, scapegoating, or bullying in childhood wires the body to expect exclusion or attack. As adults, we unconsciously replay these dynamics because our bodies recognize the rhyme of threat, even when the context is new. The autonomic nervous system is tuned to over-detect danger cues, what Porges, 2011 calls neuroception, and in doing so, it prepares us to survive at any cost. Yet this vigilance comes with another consequence. The very defenses that once protected us, the posture of shame, the scanning eyes, the hesitation before speaking, can serve as signals that predators or aggressors unconsciously recognize. Gilbert, 2000, has shown how shame-based submission behaviors increase the risk of exclusion, while Feldman, 2017, describes how fear-based nonverbal cues can trigger dominance responses in others. In this way, trauma does not just live inside us, it reverberates outward, shaping how others perceive and respond to us, sometimes marking us again as targets. Trauma isn't defined only by what happens, but by how powerless it makes us feel. Trauma is a near-death experience in the nervous system, not necessarily the event itself, but the sense that you might die or that you are completely alone. That's why different people can experience the same trauma differently and why comparing traumas is always dangerous. For example, even though the therapist at Reasons never touched me and only said sexually demeaning things, it felt like a sexual assault, if not worse. Because in my body, it landed as terror, helplessness, and violation. The problem is that without intervention, the systems we enter, workplaces, schools, relationships, are often just as unsafe as the ones we came from. Bullies and abusers sense vulnerability and target those already conditioned to absorb blame. It becomes a loop. Harm to reenactment to more harm. As long as we continue to see ourselves as the problem, we will unconsciously return to the same toxic cycles. The way out is this: to know, quietly but firmly, that it is not our fault. To put the blame where it belongs, on abusers, enablers, and systems, and to move toward better spaces that respect our entirety. How to manage. Name it. Say, this is the loop. It's not me, it's the pattern. Naming breaks the self-blame. Interrupt the cycle. When you recognize familiar red flags, pause before engaging further. Ask yourself, is this mine or is this a replay? I often gaslight myself into giving others endless chances to prove me wrong, but it costs me time, energy, and sometimes even money. The truth is, confronting red flags early doesn't make you cruel. It simply helps you see people more clearly. And the sooner you realize someone is not trustworthy, the less harm you'll absorb. Strengthen boundaries. Practice saying no sooner, even when it feels uncomfortable. Boundaries disrupt reenactments before they take root. If you wait until the water has risen so high you can't breathe, people act as if you're denying an expectation, when in reality, you've been erasing yourself for their comfort all along. Seek new environments. Healing often requires safer rooms, spaces where bullying isn't normalized and accountability exists. These are hard to find, especially in our hyper-individualistic culture. Still, they exist. There are good people out there. Trust that you will find your tribe and diversify by cultivating more than one community where you feel welcomed. Reframe targeting. Being bullied is not proof you did something wrong. It's proof that systems protect cruelty and punish difference. It's also evidence of what I call trauma-bonded compliance, when people, out of fear for their own survival, take the bully's side and become flying monkeys who enable abuse. Watching this unfold is painful, which is why, whenever I can safely do so, I make it my responsibility to stand up to bullies or report them, even if it's as small as speaking up when a father yells at his child on the bus. Therapeutic support. Trauma-informed therapy or support groups can help you untangle reenactments and give you tools to step out of the loop. After much searching, I finally found a group where I feel mostly supported. Sometimes I still project my fears of being too much or taking up space, or I leave feeling bad about saying something stupid. That's when I know I'm unconsciously being triggered into emotional flashbacks, and my harsh internal critic is back at work. Recognizing that pattern is the first step toward checking whether it is internal or external before softening it. Plain truth, the loop of abuse is not evidence of defect. It is evidence of survival learning in unsafe systems. Translation: you attract drama implies my nervous system is replaying harm in order to survive it, but the blame belongs to the abuser and the system that enables them. Intrusive memories/flashbacks. What it looks like: looped images, words, or body sensations triggered without warning. It feels like reliving the past over and over, trying to find an escape you couldn't find when you were harmed. Why it happens: trauma memories are stored differently, fragmented, ready to activate when new rhymes appear. The current systemic cruelty doesn't help either. When we are experiencing similar situations, it's more common to remember past hurt and cling on to it. How to manage. Name: this is a flashback. It's a memory replay, not the present. Now, this could be much harder than just the thought of naming it when you are already triggered. For me, usually intrusive memories lead to emotional flashbacks. Oftentimes, a new trauma opens the file for an old wound. Ask a kind soul to hold your pain with you. Finding the right person is very important in this context. When the memories are awoken, you don't need logic or a solution to get out of it. That's not how it works. What you need is to sit with it, with someone safe who can hold your grief. Difficult memories come back because our consciousness has not yet processed them fully. Perhaps there's a need to reprocess and put the blame where it belongs, or to learn a lesson from them so that we won't make the same mistake. What we need when experiencing a flashback is someone to witness the pain and the horror we once endured all alone. Plain truth, intrusive memories are archives, not weakness. Translation: why can't you let it go? Arrow: the memory is still alive in my body. Distrust of institutions. What it looks like: expecting dismissal, re-traumatization, or denial whenever you engage with schools, clinics, or workplaces. Feeling your chest tighten before opening a decision letter. Rehearsing what you'll say before asking for help because you already anticipate being doubted. Avoiding appointments, paperwork, or appeals altogether because the stress of another no feels unbearable. Why it happens: institutions repeatedly erase or delay your truth. Denial letters, endless pending statuses, automated calls, and contradictory policies all teach your nervous system that harm is likely. Over time, distrust becomes not paranoia, but learned accuracy. Your body remembers that when you walked into the clinic, you were told you weren't sick enough. When you appealed for disability or aid, you were treated as a case number instead of a human being. When you sought accountability at school or work, you were redirected, stonewalled, gaslit, or even retaliated against. Distrust is not a defect. It is the natural outcome of these patterns. How to manage. Validate. Say, this fear is evidence of patterns. My body is not broken for anticipating harm. It has learned from experience. Document every interaction. Save emails. Write down conversations. Keep copies of letters. Documentation protects you from gaslighting and provides evidence if you need to escalate. Bring witnesses when possible. Having another person present can change how an institution responds and gives you support if you're later denied. Some advocacy organizations exist, though many are also tied to the same bureaucratic systems that delay, deny, or minimize harm after review. Diversify supports. Don't rely on one institution alone. Seek multiple routes: community-based care, peer support, advocacy networks, so your survival doesn't hinge on a single gatekeeper. Name the system out loud. Say to yourself, this is not me being negative. This is the pattern of institutional betrayal. Naming protects you from internalizing the blame. Speak up when safe. It is our duty to speak up when we can to prevent harm for the next victims. In our current system, most of us remain bystanders, and that is understandable. Filing complaints or lawsuits is emotionally draining. But silence cannot be the end of the story. Healing, both individual and collective, deepens when truth is spoken. Each time we stand up against injustice, we help carve out a safer path for the next student, patient, or employee. Plain truth, distrust is not cynicism. It is the body's record of betrayal. Translation: You're negative implies I've seen the system repeat itself too many times to pretend otherwise. Sensitivity to microaggressions, catching the extra layer. What it looks like: feeling hurt by comments others dismiss as small or harmless. A compliment that stings, a joke that lands like a slap, or a casual phrase that lingers in your body long after the conversation is over. Others may tell you you're too sensitive, but the truth is that your nervous system catches what theirs glosses over, the extra layer. Why it happens: your nervous system has been trained to detect patterns quickly. When you've survived repeated dismissals, insults, and exclusions, your body learns to scan for the smallest signs of danger. What others hear as neutral, you hear with its hidden undertone. A word like articulate sounds like praise on the surface, but it carries a history of being used as a backhanded compliment toward marginalized people. Surprise that you could be intelligent or well-spoken. Your body recognizes the sting beneath the polish. This isn't weakness, it's accuracy. It's the same survival skill that once protected you from abuse, now tuned to subtle cues in everyday life. How to manage: translate in real time. Take the phrase and name what it means. Articulate implies praise that flattens knowledge into style. Too sensitive implies carrying evidence others don't want to face. Translation turns gaslighting into evidence. Validate yourself. Say, I'm not overreacting, I'm catching the evidence. Trust your nervous system's calibration. Your body will react before your brain catches up, so don't ignore it. Choose your response. Not every microaggression has to be confronted in the moment. Sometimes you translate it privately, sometimes you address it directly, and sometimes you save it for later. All three are valid. Release misplaced blame. Remember, the discomfort isn't yours to carry. It belongs to the person who delivered the sting and the system that taught them it was normal. Anchor in allies. Share with people who understand the weight of microaggressions. Even one witness can interrupt the isolation they create. Plain truth: microaggressions are cumulative blows, not quirks of language. They shape belonging and safety. Translation: it's just a joke implies the joke is a mask for harm, and my body is right to feel it. Somatic symptoms. What it looks like: digestive issues, chronic pain, headaches, insomnia, cardiovascular diseases, cancers, eating disorders. Why it happens: chronic stress shifts resources away from healing toward constant survival. How to manage: treat flares as evidence, not weakness. Track symptoms alongside stressors to see patterns. Plain truth: pain is testimony. Translation: it's in your head implies it's in my body, where the record lives. Posture, collapse/shrinking body. What it looks like: making yourself small, hunching, tiptoeing, disappearing physically. Even now, though I'm athletic, I still catch myself slouching or pushing my hips outward, as if erasing my presence is second nature. Why it happens: the body learns invisibility as protection. Shrinking feels safer. It minimizes risk. Layered on top of that, the culture of unrealistic beauty standards carves shame into our posture. We are told to constantly improve, refine, reshape, chasing an impossible version of worth that is always just out of reach. How to manage? See a professional to check your posture and give you exercises to fix your posture. Notice when collapse shows up. Practice expansion gently. Stretch, lift head, ground feet. Validate, this posture is history, not who I am. Plain truth, posture is archive, not personality. Translation, why do you look withdrawn? Arrow, my body remembers survival through shrinking. The truth seer burden. Survival is not consent. What it looks like, carrying the crushing weight of seeing clearly how institutions harm and discard while feeling powerless to stop it. Feeling complicit just for existing inside systems that profit from cruelty. Thinking, as long as the system is killing people, I am involuntarily part of the murders. This is the truth seer's burden. Not just living inside injustice, but living with eyes open to it. Why it happens. Oppression entangles us. No one escapes the system. Survival itself often requires compliance, paying rent, holding a job, showing up for school. Institutions exploit this by offloading guilt and shame onto individuals while shielding themselves from accountability. Survivors, especially, are primed to absorb this guilt because we are the ones who care. We feel responsible not just for ourselves, but for the harm others endure. However, survival is not consent. Being caught in a violent system is not the same as endorsing it. We have the choice to resist. The collective duty. While survival is not consent, we also cannot hide behind survival as an excuse to remain silent. If we normalize cruelty, if we accept that's just how it is, then annihilation is the endpoint. Silence makes us bystanders, and bystanding allows violence to multiply. Speaking up in whatever ways are possible and safe is our duty, not just to ourselves, but to the generations after us. Institutions will not change because they suddenly develop a conscience. They will change only when people refuse to normalize their betrayals. How to manage, validate, say, being inside the system is not endorsement. My survival is not proof of my consent. I will stand up against injustice and don't let anyone erase our truth and pain. Name the guilt. Place it where it belongs. Not only on the institutions that design and profit from cruelty, but also on the individuals who choose to carry it out. Survival may entangle us all, but bystanding is not excused. Transform the burden into witness. The very act of naming cruelty out loud interrupts the lie of neutrality. The more we talk about it and hold the grief in our truth-telling circles, the more united we will be to stand up to the pain of living in this system. Reframe survival as resistance. Each truth you tell is already an act of rebellion. Surviving is not about blending in. It is about refusing erasure and using your existence as resistance to injustice. Demand collective courage. Remember, the work cannot stop with individual survival. Speaking, witnessing, and resisting together is what can bring change and create space for a just world. Plain truth, the truth seer's burden is heavy, but silence is deadlier. Translation. You're complicit implies I am surviving inside a system I did not choose, and I will not let survival be used as an excuse to erase my duty to speak. 6. Collective repair. Repair is not only individual, it multiplies in community. When one person says, too sensitive implies carrying evidence, it matters. When a room of 20 says it together, it becomes infrastructure. Nancy Fraser, 1990, calls these spaces counterpublics, collectives where marginalized people share their accounts without seeking center approval. Counterpublics are not glamorous. They are sturdy. they keep receipts. And when we place shame where it belongs, on the institutions that design and profit from cruelty, and on the individuals who carry it out, the irony cuts deep. The individuals are all of us. Nurses who treat patients with contempt, therapists who dismiss instead of listen, doctors who slap lifelong labels on people after 5 minutes, office staff who hide behind policy, security guards who brutalize the unhoused, teachers so burned out they cannot see their students, store clerks trained to upsell what no one needs, scientists who massage data to please funders, nonprofits that become well-oiled machines for milking pain into profit, and all of us who sit at our desks pretending to work because the system doesn't reward actual care, only the image of compliance. This is the truth nobody wants to admit. But I do. My privileges and achievements are not clean. They were built on structures that stepped on someone else's joy, sometimes on someone else's life. My conscience won't let me forget that my complicity didn't just harm others, it circled back and poisoned me. We live in a culture that sees people as business. We reduce each other to objects because the system demands it, and then the system turns around and reduces us the same way. We become commodities. We become numbers. As Marx, 1867-1976, described, this is commodity fetishism, lived labor turned into abstract value. As Foucault, 1977, showed, institutions are not neutral. They are surveillance machines, disciplining bodies into categories that keep the machinery humming. This is the culture that normalizes building castles on corpses. Every comfort we cling to is built on someone else's dispossession. The 2022 World Inequality Report found that the richest 10% own 76% of global wealth, while the bottom 50% own just 2%. That is not an accident. It is a design. When billionaires grow richer off crisis, during a pandemic, during war, the rest of us are reminded how arbitrary our rules are. Money flows upward, bodies downward. And unless we rip the mask off this truth and resist together, we are not just survivors of the system, we are its soldiers. Our jobs, our degrees, our safety nets are stitched with the blood of those the system discarded. Survival without resistance is collaboration in murder. Castles are built on corpses, and each time we stay silent, we add another body to the foundation. Silence is not survival. Silence is burial. And one day, the body added will be our own. We may want to believe our survival absolves us, but it doesn't. Just because we are trying to get by doesn't excuse bystanding. Survival without resistance is complicity. As philosopher Hannah Arendt, 1963, wrote about the banality of evil, harm often isn't carried out by monsters, but by ordinary people just doing their jobs. Compliance over compassion turns us into enablers who enforce harm on behalf of the abuser. Survival may entangle us all, but participation is still a choice. Every worker has a duty to resist becoming an extension of the abuser. And ask yourself, how many employees can they fire for telling the truth before the whole institution collapses? Resistance is dangerous when isolated, but powerful when shared. Repair begins here. Admitting the guilt, redistributing responsibility, and reclaiming power. Repair is not reconciliation with abusers or unjust systems. Repair is refusing to normalize complicity, refusing to carry shame alone, and creating collective courage to resist together. Plain truth, survival entangles us, but silence sustains the machine. Translation: I'm just surviving implies survival is not consent. My duty is to witness, to resist, and to repair together. One sentence to carry. Our survival is already rebellion. Our collective truth will be the collapse of their lies. Chapter 10. Boundaries for the compounded context. I used to think boundaries were just about self-care. saying no, resting, not overextending. But in compounded trauma, boundaries are not luxuries. They are survival strategies. And in a world that punishes difference, boundaries are political. As children, many of us learned early that boundaries weren't allowed. Saying no meant punishment. Asking for privacy meant rejection. Needing help meant being shamed. Every time we tried to protect ourselves, we were taught that survival depended on erasing our own needs. Institutions repeat the same script. Try to set limits in a workplace, and you're labeled uncooperative. Ask for care in a clinic, and you're told you're difficult. Request accountability in a school, and you're warned you're too much. Boundaries in the compounded context are doubly hard. We were punished in our families of origin, and we are punished again in every institution that thrives on our compliance. Yet without them, we disappear. That's why in this chapter, I will focus on boundaries with institutions and how to protect yourself. The first time I tried to set a real boundary with my mom, all hell broke loose. She picked fights, belittled me, compared me to her friends' children, and told me she felt ashamed of who I had become. Soon after, when she immigrated back, my landlord evicted me. He was an older Korean man, and in his culture, respecting elders is non-negotiable. He also wanted to raise the rent. I had only agreed to a 3% increase. His solution was to get rid of me and bring in someone who would pay more. For the next 3 years, my body carried anger so raw it felt like it would burn me alive. At the time, I didn't understand that anger was my boundary trying to speak. I only knew the cost of voicing it, and I had no idea yet how to channel it into anything but fire. Compounded trauma convinces you that boundaries are dangerous, even lethal. But boundaries are not betrayal. Boundaries are refusal. Boundaries are how we resist being erased by families, by bosses, by bureaucracies, by entire cultures designed to strip us down to objects. While writing this book, I told Lumi how disappointed I felt when my peers in a support group said we should stop expecting institutions to care. Lumi reminded me of something raw and beautiful. The anger you feel is not just personal, it's political. It's evidence that you are awake in a culture that prefers sedation. So if you are angry at the state of the world, don't dismiss it. Honor it. Let it move through you. Anger is not a defect, it's evidence. Channel it into setting boundaries, telling the truth, and making change where silence once lived. Plain truth. Boundaries are not optional, they are survival. Translation: you're difficult implies I am practicing resistance in a world that profits from my compliance. 1. Boundaries with self. The hardest boundaries to hold are the ones we set with ourselves. Childhood taught us that our needs weren't allowed, so we learned to abandon ourselves first, before anyone else could. That pattern carries forward. We make promises to ourselves we can't keep, then punish ourselves for breaking them. Promising not to use unhealthy coping strategies, then doing it anyway. Saying we'll rest, then working until we collapse. Telling ourselves we won't answer late-night messages, then giving in because we're afraid of disappointing someone. Carrying guilt because we can't seem to control ourselves the way others expect. These are not flaws of willpower, they are traces of survival. When you grow up in a context where your boundaries were denied, mocked, or punished, you never learn how to trust your own limits. Instead, your nervous system internalizes the belief that self-abandonment is the price of survival. This is what John Bradshaw, 1992, described as toxic shame, the belief that protecting yourself makes you bad. So when you try to set boundaries with yourself as an adult, your body still carries the fear that breaking them is safer than keeping them. There are ways to begin repairing this. The first is to name the loop for what it is. This isn't weakness. This is survival history playing out in my body. Naming breaks the shame. Second, practice micro-promises instead of sweeping vows. Instead of, I'll never binge again, try, Today, I will honor my hunger and I'll pause before I feel overly full. Even one breath counts as resistance. These small moments matter. They accumulate into change. Third, anchor in compassion. When you break your own boundary, resist the instinct to punish yourself. Say, "This shows how deeply I was trained to abandon myself. That training isn't my identity anymore." Every attempt is data. Every small pause is progress. It's important to be patient with ourselves and celebrate small wins. Over time, we will see the change. Sometimes boundaries with self also need external scaffolding. That might mean keeping safe foods available, scheduling time-blocked rest, or leaning on accountability with a trusted friend or therapist. Self-boundaries are not about perfection. They are about relearning that your needs are safe, legitimate, and worth honoring. Plain truth, struggling with boundaries with yourself is evidence of old harm, not weakness. Translation: I can't control myself implies I was taught my needs weren't safe, and I am learning now how to reclaim them. 2. Boundaries with others. If boundaries with ourselves are the hardest to keep, boundaries with others are the most frightening to enforce. Childhood taught us that saying no was dangerous. It meant punishment, rejection, or abandonment. Institutions and workplaces repeat the same lesson. When you say no to extra work, you are branded difficult. When you refuse to be spoken to with contempt, you are called too sensitive. When you decline to play along with exploitation, you are accused of being ungrateful. Over time, the body learns that protecting yourself in relationships, personal or professional, comes with risk. Boundaries with others show up in small, everyday choices. Saying yes when you mean no, fawning to keep the peace, softening your words so they don't get dismissed as hostile, letting the water rise around you until you are drowning in exhaustion, then trying to draw a line, only to be told you're betraying expectations. In truth, you've been betraying yourself for their comfort all along. Part of why boundaries with others feel unbearable is because they disrupt the script of compounded trauma. Families that demanded silence, workplaces that demanded loyalty, and cultures that demanded compliance all taught us the same lie: that it's selfish to protect ourselves. But boundaries are not selfish. They are declarations that you are not disposable. They are reminders that your labor, your body, your voice, and your attention are finite, and that you alone choose how to use them. Managing boundaries with others requires both skill and courage. The skill is learning to start small. Practice micro refusals such as "not today" or "I'll get back to you." These are cracks in the wall of automatic compliance. The courage comes in holding the line even when others push back. Because they will. People who benefited from your lack of boundaries may rage when you finally draw one. Their anger is not proof that you are wrong. It is proof that the boundary is working. Sometimes protecting yourself with others also means adding scaffolding. Ask for things in writing, invite a witness into the room, document what was said. These practices turn boundaries into evidence, tools that prevent gaslighting. And sometimes it means finding new rooms entirely, because no amount of self-assertion can make a toxic space safe. Boundaries with others are not about walls. They are about truth. They make visible what has long been hidden, the cost of your compliance. Refusal is not destruction. It is survival. It is the first act of reclaiming your life from the hands of those who would use it up. Plain truth, boundaries with others will cost you relationships, but silence will cost you yourself. Translation: You're difficult implies I am refusing to disappear for your comfort. Boundaries. Walk through. From home to work. Family. Family boundaries are the hardest because they clash with the myth that family is unconditional. For many survivors, family was the first place boundaries were punished. Parents demanded silence, siblings scapegoated, caregivers blurred roles. So as adults, even small boundaries, leaving a holiday dinner early, refusing to discuss health, or limiting contact to certain hours, feel like betrayal, but they are not betrayal, they are repair. Family boundaries can be topic-based. I won't talk about health with you. Time-boxed. I'll come from 4 to 6 p.m. and then leave. Or even proxy. Communicate through another relative. These adjustments aren't cold. They are architecture for love that doesn't demand self-erasure. Growing up in a family where boundaries were frowned upon and guilt was used as a weapon is exhausting. Parents who believe they own you and your time will manipulate, guilt-trip, and belittle you. And when that fails, they will break your boundaries again and again. There are two things you can do in these moments. The first is to label the manipulation out loud. My mom had a tactic she used constantly. Whenever I said no, she would ask, "Would you help if it was a stranger?" It worked for years, shaming me into believing I was unkind and selfish if I didn't do for her what I might hypothetically do for someone else. One day I finally answered, "No, I wouldn't do it for a stranger." She still tried other tactics to lure me back into dependency, but that particular trick lost its power the moment I named it. My mom began sharing the most intimate details of her marriage with me when I was 12, things no child should have to know. Growing up, her constant stories of being hurt by men turned into a deep fear of intimacy in me. She often dehumanized men, and because my dad never expressed emotion, I didn't realize until much later that men, like women, were capable of feeling. I've set a boundary with both of my parents that we cannot talk about the other parent. Still, my mom tests me. When I hang up early because she breaks that boundary, she guilt trips me. I know you don't want me anymore. For years, she argued over everything, and though she now respects some of my boundaries, it has taken her a long time to get there. That effort, though imperfect, is huge to me. Even after all my work to stop enabling my parents and to see them as adults responsible for their own choices, I sometimes still feel for them as though they were my children. That feeling is problematic, and I am learning to step back, to respect their decisions, and to trust that they are capable of growth just as I am. We still fall into the same old patterns at times, but now I can catch manipulations, set boundaries, and reinforce them, all while keeping an exit strategy in place. One unexpected, almost magical consequence of my growth has been watching my parents begin their own self-exploration. I am proud of both of them for finally loosening their enabler dynamic and starting to mend their wounds. No, this doesn't erase the past or the harm I endured, but it gives me hope that we are all capable of introspection and change, even if it comes slowly. Friends and partners. Boundaries with friends and partners can feel like tests of belonging. Will they still want me if I say no? Will they think I'm too much? But in reality, relationships that can't survive boundaries aren't safe. You don't owe anyone a personality transplant. You owe conditions that keep you truthful. That might look like telling a partner, "I need 24 hours notice for heavy conversations and the option to write my first response." Or telling a friend, "If you cancel last minute, I need you to text the day before or I'll scale back to texting for a while." Boundaries here aren't walls, they are infrastructures for honesty. Ruptures will happen, but in safe relationships, repair follows. School. Schools often punish boundaries as disrespect. Students are trained to accept overwork, tolerate dismissals, and swallow unfair grading. But boundaries in education can be as practical as asking for clarity. Please specify using the grading rubric. Argument, evidence, not tone. Or demanding transparency. Please confirm you personally reviewed this paper with 3 content-specific critiques. In situations where policies are vague, the boundary is text. Please send me the written criteria. When schools fail, boundaries are less about reforming them in the moment and more about collecting receipts, refusing to carry their erasure as your fault. Clinics. In clinics, boundaries often mean refusing to be erased by minimization. That might look like saying, "Please add to my chart that I requested this treatment and it was declined with rationale," or asking for the after-visit summary as proof. When you are told you are not severe enough, it doesn't mean your body is lying. It means the system is rationing care. Boundaries here are about documentation, not begging. You may not be able to control their decisions, but you can create a record that protects your truth. And don't shy away from fighting for your health. Seek second and third opinions. Yes, it is exhausting to wait months for an appointment, and yes, that exhaustion is part of how the system wears you down. But I have seen people diagnosed with late-stage cancer only because their earlier symptoms were dismissed as just stress or a nervous breakdown. Boundaries in clinics are not only self-protection. Sometimes they are the line between survival and collapse. Work. Workplaces reward compliance and punish refusal. Setting boundaries here can feel like risking survival. But boundaries at work are the difference between surviving the week and losing your body to it. Sometimes that boundary is physical. Anything over chumrice pounds requires a two-person assist. I won't do it alone. Sometimes it's temporal. No responses to emails after 5 p.m. Sometimes it's structural, refusing to work off the clock, or documenting unsafe practices so responsibility doesn't land on you. These refusals may feel small, but each one interrupts the culture of disposability and productivity. I'll share more on this in the next section. 3. Boundaries with institutions. If personal boundaries are terrifying, institutional boundaries can feel impossible. Institutions are designed to blur, deny, and override limits. They wrap exploitation in the language of professionalism, neutrality, and procedure. A workplace tells you that team players take on unsafe workloads. A clinic decides you are not sick enough for care. A school dismisses your request for accommodations as too sick to be handled by us. Bureaucracy makes abuse look like policy, and when you try to resist, the system insists you are the problem. What does it mean to set boundaries in this context? Sometimes it is as small and as radical as saying, "Please put that in writing." Asking for documentation slows down the machine and creates receipts. It pulls institutional behavior into the light where gaslighting has less room to breathe. Other times, it means refusing unsafe work, even when it risks being branded insubordinate. It means recognizing that every policy, every form, every denial is a human construct, not a law of nature, and that you are allowed to challenge it. Institutions punish refusal with silence, delay, and retaliation. That is their way of teaching us not to try. But we cannot afford to absorb their lessons. Boundaries with institutions are less about expecting them to care, because many will not, and more about refusing to carry their shame. Your body's collapse is not proof of weakness, it is evidence of systemic harm. When you name the injury, document the denial, or demand accountability, you turn that harm back into evidence. This is not easy work. It is draining, often humiliating, sometimes dangerous. Institutions thrive on our exhaustion, but even small acts of refusal matter. Every time you ask for criteria in writing, every time you say no to unpaid patients, every time you refuse to start over when you already provided proof, you chip at the machinery that runs on your silence. Plain truth, institutions will not hand you safety. You have to carve out enough of it to survive. Translation: that's just policy implies policies are written by people, and people can be challenged. 4. Boundaries with institutions: how to document, escalate, and fight back. Boundaries with institutions are not about trust, they are about protection. Schools, clinics, agencies, and workplaces thrive on your compliance and erase you when you resist. You cannot expect fairness from a bureaucracy built on rationing harm. What you can do is create boundaries that externalize standards so their decisions live on paper, not in your body. These boundaries are not begging. They are receipts, scaffolding for appeals, and the groundwork for collective resistance. This is where we all unite and stand up to systemic oppression and stop the harm together, one starfish at a time. In this section, I will share personal stories of the systemic harms I endured. Unfortunately, I carry a thick log of evidence to choose from. My experiences are shaped by my own particular situation, yet I know there are countless stories like mine. This section cannot be exhaustive. My hope is that other truth tellers will add their own records, so together we can build a collective map of how to fight back against the system more efficiently. 1. Policy in writing, your universal key. Institutions live and die on text. Dorothy Smith, 2005, called it the ruling relations, rules, policies, handbooks, memos, and emails that quietly govern people's lives. They are not neutral. They are technologies of control. And for survivors of compounded harm, the written word can be both weapon and shield. Here's the rule. Move everything into writing. If a denial comes over the phone, say, "Please send that in writing." If feedback arrives as vague comments about tone, insist on specifics. Please provide written criteria. This simple move protects you in two ways. First, tone can't be graded when the exchange is on paper. Second, writing creates an archive. Every email, letter, and chart note is a receipt, proof that the institution responded or refused to respond in a particular way. The baseline script is simple. Please send the current written criteria and appeal process. I'll follow what's documented. If they stall, noted. The absence of written criteria will be part of my appeal file. This reframes start over not as your incompetence, but as a category failure. The form can't hold reality. Smith and Freud, 2014. My case, NAMI San Diego. When I worked for NAMI San Diego, I went on medical leave after being assaulted at my workplace. Instead of support, NAMI quietly used up all my accrued sick and vacation time without even asking me. That's weeks of pay I had earned, gone. I pulled out their own handbook and found the clause. If you are receiving short or long-term disability or workers' compensation benefits during personal medical leave, you will not be required to utilize accrued paid leave. However, where state law permits, you may elect to use accrued paid leave to supplement these benefits. It was clear. I should have been asked whether I wanted to elect to use my paid time off. No one had asked me. So I wrote to HR, I need my accrued sick and vacation time. No one asked me if I wanted to elect to use my paid time off. The reply came back cold and corporate. Per our medical leave policy and practice, we did exhaust your sick and vacation time before you went into an unpaid status. Notice the trick. They leaned on practice, not policy. A sleight of hand. When I pressed again, the HR manager refused to reply. After all, she knew there was no policy in the handbook allowing them to do this, only practice. They did exhaust my accrued hours based on my salary before a company-wide raise, even though I was on leave after the raise was effective. This is why documentation matters. If I had left everything verbal, it would have been their word against mine. But by anchoring the boundary in their own handbook and forcing the exchange into email, I created a trail. I didn't win my sick time back, but I turned their minimization into evidence that later became part of my legal claim. Policy in writing turns every denial into an exhibit. Also remember, HR is not your friend. Their open door policy is just a game they play so they can control and erase employees quicker. Why this matters. Institutional betrayal thrives on ambiguity. Policies are vague, handbooks are contradictory, and staff are trained to rely on practice. Survivors are told, that's just how we do things. Without receipts, your nervous system collapses under the gaslight. With receipts, the burden shifts. Show me where it says that. Smith and Fried, 2014, documented how institutions betray those who depend on them most: universities, hospitals, employers. The betrayal doesn't always look like outright cruelty. Sometimes it looks like policy interpretation. Sometimes it looks like confusion or practice. These euphemisms make erasure look orderly. The antidote is text. Demand policy in writing. Cite it back when it's contradicted. Archive every exchange. Tools and scripts. Baseline request: please send the written policy and appeal path. If delayed, noted, the absence of written criteria will be part of my appeal. Handbook anchor: quote their own handbook, exactly as I did at NAMI. Highlight contradictions between policy and practice. Escalation line: as this is not in the handbook, please clarify the basis for this decision in writing. Ledger: create a simple spreadsheet. Date, request, response, policy. Cited. Patterns will appear. Translation lines: that's just our practice implies practice is not policy. Please cite the rule in writing. You misunderstood. Here is your own handbook, quoted back to you. You're confused, arrow, I have the receipts. The confusion is yours. Plain truth. Institutions govern by ambiguity. Written policy is your universal key, not because it will save you from harm, but because it turns their denials into evidence. 2. Tone deflector to content container. Institutions hate content. Content pins them down. Tone gives them wiggle room. When they don't want to address evidence, they grade your affect. They say you're too sensitive, not professional, hostile, or quiet. All of it is shorthand for, we don't want to engage your truth, so we'll disqualify the way you brought it up. The move here is simple but radical. Force them back into content. When they say tone, you say argument and evidence. When they say fit, you say criteria. Every time they try to launder bias through affect, redirect to the record. Scripts: I'm asking for feedback on argument and evidence. Please list content critiques. Fricker, 2007. Please confirm you personally reviewed my work. Provide 3 content-specific critiques with page references. This isn't nitpicking, it's epistemic survival. By deflecting tone into content, you keep the institution from reducing you to stereotype. My case: NAMI and USD. NAMI is the National Alliance of Mental Illnesses. Their mission statement is to provide advocacy, education, support, and public awareness so that all individuals and families affected by mental illness can build better lives. That's why I felt really betrayed when they discriminated and retaliated against me due to my mental disorder. At NAMI, when I asked why I had been passed over for promotion, my supervisor finally told me, because you were quiet. Quiet. Not unqualified, not inexperienced, not underperforming. Quiet. But I was not quiet. I had disclosed that I was autistic, and I stood up repeatedly against bullying of both staff toward me and our clients. My quiet was code for, you don't play politics the way we want. It was a way to erase my advocacy and frame my neurodivergence as deficiency. At USD, it was the same tactic in academic drag. I learned later that my advisor outsourced grading to AI. Instead of giving me feedback on my argument, my sources, or my analysis, my work was dismissed as needs improvement. When I asked for specifics, I got vague comments about perfection. Institutions thrive on this vagueness. They know if they keep the critique subjective enough, tone, fit, professionalism, it can't be disproven. That's exactly why you have to pull the conversation back into content every time. Why this matters. Miranda Fricker, 2007, called this epistemic injustice, the harm done when someone is wronged specifically in their capacity as a knower. Survivors, women, people of color, disabled and neurodivergent people all face the same mechanism. Their knowledge is dismissed not on its merits, but on the body it comes from. By insisting on content, argument, evidence, criteria, you aren't just protecting yourself. You're forcing the institution to do the thing it claims to value, and when they can't, you've proven the bias. Tools and scripts. Content first. Redirect. I'd like feedback on why I was not selected for the promotion, while I was the most qualified and the only applicant with the required training. Please identify 3 areas for improvement tied to specific sections of my paper. Human witness requirement. Please confirm you personally reviewed my work. List content-specific critiques with page references. If they refuse, you've got proof of erasure. Fit deflector. I'm happy to discuss criteria. I don't do fit as a proxy for tone, accent, or personality. Ledger IT. Track date, critique. Given content or tone, your redirect. This builds evidence of epistemic injustice. Have a witness if possible. Translation lines. You're too quiet implies I'm not quiet. You just didn't want to hear what I was saying. Your tone is hostile implies tone is not evidence. Engage my content. You're not a fit implies fit means conformity. Show me the criteria in writing. When my own abstract sounded like gaslight. One day, I gave my own research abstract to ChatGPT to analyze. What came back made me laugh so hard I almost cried. The system read my carefully constructed academic summary as if it were a bureaucratic email from HR, dense jargon, institutional gaslighting, relocating harm. The absurdity hit me. I had written it myself. But in a sense, the critique wasn't wrong. That abstract was the product of translation labor. I had turned my lived truth into the coded language of the academy, structural PTSD framed as an analytical construct, truth-teller paradigm theorized through Foucault and Sewell. I was speaking in the mask. This is the paradox I write about everywhere else. Institutions demand receipts in their own dialect. They only recognize truth if it's flattened into jargon, citations, categories. Even as survivors and truth-tellers, we sometimes participate in the very erasures we critique, not because we want to, but because we are trying to get a hearing. I'm not ashamed of that. Survival requires masks. The academy is a system like any other. It rewards translation and punishes rawness. But the moment I laughed at my own abstract, I caught myself in the act of contorting. It was parrhesia in its own way, the honesty of realizing how ridiculous it is that we must clothe our wounds in theory just to be heard. Plain truth, even our valid academic language can echo the gaslight of institutions. Translation. You're so articulate implies I'm fluent in a dialect that erases the body because you refuse to hear my raw truth. Plain truth. Tone is the oldest trick in the institutional playbook. When they grade your affect, they erase your knowledge. Redirecting to content is how you reclaim your credibility. 3. Clinic boundaries in the chart. In healthcare, the default boundary is minimization. Providers downplay pain, dismiss symptoms, or translate your distress into pathology that fits their rubric but erases your reality. If you don't anchor what happened in the chart, it can vanish like it never occurred. That's why the key boundary in clinics is move the refusal into their record. Please add to my chart that I requested assessment treatment and it was declined with rationale and follow-up window. Always request the after-visit summary. It isn't paperwork, it's a receipt. This shifts the power. A denial that lives only in your body looks like overreaction. A denial in the chart is evidence. My case, Medicaid denial and reasons ED. When I tried to access treatment for my eating disorder, Medicaid told me I was not severe enough. That line wasn't about my body or my suffering. It was about rationing care. They erased my lived experience and reclassified it as ineligible. The truth, my body wasn't lying. The system was. At Reasons Eating Disorder Treatment Center, the erasure took another form. I begged for autism accommodations, for processing time, for sensory relief, and instead my meltdowns were treated as behavioral. Staff placed me under speech bans when I tried to describe abuse. Complaints were dismissed as pathology. One clinician told me I was manipulative when I resisted their control. In the record, their words became truth. My truth was excluded entirely. Imagine if every one of those refusals had been written into the chart, with my own words attached. Imagine if every denial came with a documented rationale and follow-up. Even if the system still failed me, the receipts would have prevented total erasure. Why this matters. Research shows how dismissal is not random. It follows patterns. Hoffman et al., 2016, found racial bias in pain assessment and treatment. Clinicians assumed Black patients felt less pain, leading to undertreatment. For gynecological conditions like endometriosis, DeCorde et al. In 2024 documented diagnostic delays stretching up to a decade. Survivors don't just lose time, they lose trust in their own perception. This is why charting matters. A denial on the record forces institutions to confront their own patterns. It also creates documentation for appeals, complaints, and lawsuits. It stops your perception from being the only trace. Tools and scripts. Chart note request. Please add to my chart I requested X, it was declined, with rationale and follow-up window. After visit summary. Always ask for it before leaving. It proves what was and wasn't addressed. Receipt phrase. Please confirm this note has been added to my chart and provide a copy. Appeal anchor. If denied care. I understand this decision. Please provide written rationale and appeal instructions. Translation lines. Not severe enough. My body is not lying. The system is rationing. Behavioral. You denied accommodations and blamed me for surviving without them. We don't chart that. That's exactly why I need it charted. Plain truth. In clinics, erasure is routine. Charting is how you refuse disappearance. Denials may still come, but written down, they stop being gaslight and start being evidence. 4. The one-body policy, work and school. Some boundaries are about paper, others are about flesh. In workplaces and schools, survival often means protecting your literal spine, your lungs, your nervous system. Institutions love to treat bodies as endlessly available, to assign workloads that break backs, to demand schedules that break circadian rhythms. The answer is a one-body policy, one line that declares what your body will not do. Examples. No solo lifts greater than knee pounds. No live evaluations after 9 p.m., written feedback only. This isn't overreacting, it's refusing to become collateral damage. My case, CNA lifts and NAMI retaliation. As a CNA, I was asked to lift patients weighing over 300 pounds, sometimes 350, by myself. Not only was it dangerous for the patient, but harming for me. At NAMI, retaliation took a subtler form. After my disclosure of autism and my repeated pushback against bullying, my role was restructured. I was removed from my specialty work and told, engagement with members should be done between 9 to 3, no time alone for staff. Wednesdays are your lunch days. You are to cook, clean, and find members to join you. That wasn't accommodation, it was erasure, stripping me of meaningful work and reducing me to menial labor. This is why the one body policy matters. It puts your survival terms in writing, so they can't reframe refusal as laziness or insubordination. Why this matters. Research backs what workers already know. Unsafe assignments destroy bodies. Stark, 2007, documented how musculoskeletal injuries are the single most common occupational injury among healthcare workers, often because of solo lifts that violate ergonomic standards. OSHA has repeatedly fined Amazon warehouses for similar violations. OSHA 2023A 2023B. Institutions want you to absorb risk quietly. Boundaries flip the script. If they want to break policy, they have to do it in writing. Tools and scripts. One body statement. I don't perform solo lifts over sans pounds. I don't do live evaluations after 9 p.m., written feedback only. Escalation. Move. If required, I'll file a safety report with OSHA. Ledger. Track unsafe assignments. Date. Task. Response. Patterns become evidence. Translation lines. That's just part of the job. No, it's part of the abuse. My body is not collateral. Everyone else manages. Arrow. Everyone else is breaking down. I won't join them. You're not a team player implies teams protect bodies. Exploitation isn't teamwork. Plain truth. Institutions will push your body until it collapses. A one-body policy makes collapse non-negotiable. 5. The escalation ladder. Boundaries with institutions are rarely respected the first time, or the second, or the third. That's not failure. That's the design. Bureaucracies survive by delaying you into exhaustion. That's why you need an escalation ladder, a simple structure that turns each ignored request into the next rung, and maybe a book. Think of it as 4 steps. Ask to specify, to limit, to exit. Each rung produces a receipt. Each receipt becomes evidence. Ask, please send the written policy and appeal path. Specify, I need 3 content critiques with page references. Limit, I'm available Thursdays, 2 to 3 p.m. Outside that, replies come next business day. Exit, if the unsafe lift is still expected, I'll file a safety report. You are not threatening. You are informing. You are building a trail. My case, NAMI to HR to COO to EEOC. At NAMI, I asked for my HR file and for copies of the policies that justified using all of my accrued sick and vacation time while I was on medical leave. Ask. The answer was deflection. That's our practice. So I got specific. I cited their own handbook, word for word, showing I was supposed to be asked if I wanted to use that leave. Specify. The reply doubled down on practice. Then I set limits. I wrote directly to HR and then to the COO, saying, this decision contradicts the handbook. I need a written explanation. Limit. They stonewalled. That's when I moved to exit. Escalation outside the institution. I filed with the EEOC, documenting discrimination, retaliation, and denial of promotion. The complaint included HR emails, handbook excerpts, and evidence of retaliation in my title change. Exit. The latter didn't make NAMI care. It made them accountable. Every ignored rung became part of the case file. Why this matters. Freud, 1997, coined the term DARVO, deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. Institutions practice DARVO at scale. They deny your request, attack your credibility, and flip accountability back onto you. Without structure, you spiral into self-blame. With a ladder, you externalize the process. Each denial is not proof you failed, it's the next rung. Tools and scripts. Escalation template. Ask, please provide the written policy in effect. Specify, per section X of the handbook, I was entitled to Y. Please confirm. Limit. If I don't receive this by date, I'll escalate to compliance. Exit. As no written policy has been provided, I am filing with EEOC/OSHA/OCR. Boundary ledger, date request response, next rung, tone, shield. Keep each line short, neutral, factual. Tone can be attacked, content can't. Translation lines. You're going in circles, arrow. I'm climbing the ladder you built by refusing me answers. You're escalating too fast, arrow. You stalled. I moved to the next rung. You're overreacting, arrow. I am building a case, rung by rung. Plain truth. Institutions delay until you collapse. The escalation ladder transforms delay into evidence. 6. Complaint and grievance channels. When boundaries are ignored inside an institution, the next move is to trigger their formal complaint process. But let's be clear, grievances are not about catharsis. They are not about being heard or believed. They are about building receipts for escalation. Institutions design grievance channels as containment. They listen just long enough to file your pain into a folder marked closed. But every deadline they miss, every denial they put in writing, becomes another brick of evidence. Scripts. I'm requesting a grievance review. Please provide a disposition within 14 days. As no response was provided in the required time frame, this absence will be included in my appeal. Even if the outcome is silence, you still win. The silence is now documented. My case, CDPH and the Board of Behavioral Sciences. When I filed a complaint against the psychologist who mishandled my workers' comp evaluation after the assault at Reasons, the Board of Behavioral Sciences closed my case with a single line: no evidence to establish a violation. No evidence after I had attempted suicide more than 20 times following their negligence. No evidence after they twisted my words, minimized the trauma, and then withheld my own records for my safety. The California Department of Public Health replied the same way when I reported abuse at Reasons. I sent detailed documentation, speech bans, staff calling autistic meltdowns, manipulative, threats, intimidation, and their answer was, we were not able to substantiate your complaint. On paper, that looks like closure. In reality, it is institutional betrayal. My body remembers. The files exist. Their denial is an excuse, not a finding. I was heartbroken and furious. I spiraled into wanting to die again and again. This brutality is unacceptable. We must step up. These oversight agencies are supposed to protect people, not providers. Together, we can stop the show that lets them shield abusers and erase survivors. Why this matters. Smith and Freud, 2014, describe institutional betrayal as the harm that comes when institutions you depend on, schools, clinics, boards, fail to protect you. Filing a grievance is not about believing they'll suddenly transform into justice machines. It's about forcing them to declare themselves in writing. Every no evidence letter, every we regret we cannot assist, is part of the pattern. Without a grievance, the harm disappears into your body. With one, it becomes part of the archive. Stacking receipts can feel like stacking futility, a pile of denials, no evidence letters, we regret, brush-offs. It looks like loss after loss. It feels like humiliation multiplied. But the receipts aren't the end, they're the archive. And archives are where collective power begins. What do we do with all the receipts? Stacking them without an end goal can feel absurd, like hoarding denials in a shoebox. But Smith and Freyd, 2014, call it what it is: institutional betrayal. Filing a grievance is not faith that the system will heal us. It is a demand that they confess themselves. Every no evidence letter, every we regret we cannot assist, is not your flaw. It is their signature on the betrayal. Without receipts, the harm stays lodged in your body, making you think it was personal. With receipts, the harm leaves your body and enters the archive, where it can no longer masquerade as your private failure. Receipts do not prove that you are broken. They prove that the system injures repeatedly, predictably. They transform humiliation into evidence. That's where survival bends into truth-telling. Tools and scripts. Grievance trigger. I'm filing a grievance regarding X. Please provide written disposition within 14 days. Deadline anchor. As no response was provided within the required time frame, this absence will be part of my appeal. Escalation. Copy. Always CC a supervisor, ombuds, or compliance officer. Archive it. Save the denial. File the silence. Both are evidence. Translation lines. Case closed. No evidence. My evidence is my life. Your letter is proof of your betrayal. We regret we cannot assist. Arrow. Regret is not accountability. This refusal is now part of the record. Your complaint did not meet criteria. The criteria are written to erase. I'm writing them back into view. Plain truth. Grievances will not save you. They will exhaust you. But each denial, each silence is another receipt. Complaints are not closure. They are documentation for the fight to come. 7. Escalating to law and policy. When internal complaints are ignored, stalled, or buried, the next rung is external. Escalation means taking your record out of their house and into a bigger arena. Labor law, disability law, civil rights law, occupational safety. Institutions count on you stopping at grievance. They expect exhaustion to keep you from going further. Escalation is costly. In time, in money, in emotional energy. But even if the system doesn't rule in your favor, the act of filing widens the archive. It forces oversight bodies to carry a piece of your evidence, whether they admit it or not. My case, OSHAADAEEOC. When NAMI demanded I take on unsafe caseloads and reassigned me under retaliatory conditions, the internal ladder ended in silence. The quiet label followed me everywhere until HR's doors finally closed on me. That's when I went external. I filed with the EEOC. I documented the discrimination, the retaliation, the denial of accommodations. The EEOC did not punish NAMI the way justice demanded, but my complaint itself became part of the legal record, evidence that I refused to let their betrayal vanish into my body alone. When my autism accommodations were erased at reasons, when my meltdowns were pathologized as manipulative and speech bans silenced me, the internal complaint went nowhere. That's when ADA/504 protections should have come into play. Filing externally reframes what they called misbehavior as what it truly was: denial of disability rights. Escalation didn't erase my trauma, but it did redistribute responsibility. Instead of my body being the only place the record lived, agencies like ADA, EEOC and CDPH were forced to hold fragments of it, even if their responses betrayed me too. Why this matters. Escalation is not just about winning cases. It's about refusing to let harm vanish into private silence. Briggs, 2017, reminds us that bureaucratic paradoxes like overqualified/underqualified are labor market technologies designed to ration survival. OSHA, ADA, filings expose those paradoxes for what they are: systemic, not personal. Every external complaint also builds solidarity. One OSHA filing may not topple an unsafe practice, but dozens build a public record. One ADA complaint may not force a clinic to change, but patterns accumulate into class action. Tools and scripts. OSHA filing. I am reporting unsafe work, solo lifts greater than my 4 pounds. This violates ergonomic safety standards. A DA/504. Filing. I was denied accommodations for disability. This refusal constitutes discrimination under ADA. EEOC complaint. I am filing for discrimination and retaliation. Attached are emails, handbook policies, and timeline of harm. Escalation. Phrase. As internal remedies have failed, I am escalating to OSHA/ADA/EEOC with the attached documentation. Translation lines. This is not a legal matter implies it is, and I'm filing it externally. We've done all we can. You've done all you were willing to. Law will see the rest. Why go outside? Because inside is where evidence goes to die. Plain truth. Escalation is brutal, but silence is burial. OSHA/ADA/EEOC complaints may not deliver justice, but they carry your evidence beyond the walls of the betraying institution. 8. Lawsuit preparation. Filing a lawsuit is not about redemption. It is not about finally being heard or vindicated. Lawsuits are brutal, emotionally draining, financially costly, and painfully slow, but sometimes they are necessary, not because they deliver moral justice, but because they create a legal record that institutions can't erase. The principle is this: lawsuits don't win on outrage, they win on patterns. Your best protection is evidence of repeated boundaries ignored, denials in writing, and retaliation documented over time. My case, Rose versus NAMI San Diego. After months of retaliation, discrimination, and institutional betrayal at NAMI San Diego, I filed suit. I didn't just tell one story, I built a case out of many. The misuse of my accrued sick and vacation time during medical leave, despite handbook language saying you had the right to elect how it was used. The demotion disguised as a company-wide change, while my colleagues kept the same title and received raises. The denial of promotion to program manager with the excuse that I was quiet, which, in context, was discrimination tied to autism disclosure. Unsafe workloads and retaliatory reassignments after I stood up against bullying of staff and requested accommodations. The cutting of my insurance after I accepted a part-time accommodation without notice, leaving me vulnerable at my lowest. On their own, each of these might be brushed off as miscommunication or policy. Together, they built a pattern of retaliation and discrimination. This is the hard truth. Lawsuits don't care about your heartbreak. They care about your receipts, your emails to HR citing the handbook, your appeals, your promotion denial, your ledger of bullying incidents. These became the backbone of the case. Why this matters. Institutional betrayal thrives on isolation. If each incident is treated as a one-off, you are left carrying it alone. But law looks for patterns. Ecker, Tysick, and Hulley, 2012, note that when trauma is reconsolidated into a coherent narrative, it becomes more legible. Lawsuits do the same. They weave fragments of erasure into a timeline the system can't deny. This doesn't mean lawsuits are fair. They're stacked against workers, patients, and students. Employers have lawyers on retainer. You have your story and your evidence. But lawsuits can expose systemic harm, even when they don't deliver the verdict you deserve. Tools and scripts. Boundary ledger, date, boundary set, response, next step. Over time, patterns emerge. Evidence archive. Save every email, denial letter, after visit summary. Screenshot quiet comments, policy contradictions. Timeline file. Build a chronological record of harm with receipts attached. Lawsuit anchor phrase. This is not one event. This is a pattern of retaliation and discrimination documented over time. Translation lines. That was just a misunderstanding arrow. It was documented, repeated, and retaliatory. You're exaggerating one incident, arrow. I have an archive showing the pattern. You don't have evidence implies I built a ledger and every denial is in it. Plain truth. Lawsuits are not about healing. They are about evidence. They don't erase the trauma, but they prevent institutions from erasing the record. Give your nervous system room while keeping the record intact. Tools and scripts. Hyper-safe script, short, factual. I'm noting X. I need Y by date. If not, I will Z. Example, I'm noting denial of accommodation. I need written criteria by 5 p.m. Friday. If not, I'll escalate to ADA compliance. Shutdown safe script, low demand. I can't speak live right now. Please send details in writing. I will reply tomorrow at 2 p.m. Example, I can't talk today. Please document the rationale for refusal in my chart. I will respond in writing tomorrow. Ledger entry, track when hyper or shutdown states hit. Note which script was used. Over time, you'll see patterns that reflect institutional triggers. Translation lines. You're overreacting. My nervous system is protecting me. Here's my boundary in writing. You don't care. My silence is not apathy. It's shutdown. I will respond tomorrow. You're unprofessional implies I am state aware. My scripts protect both me and the record. Plain truth. Institutions weaponize your survival states against you. State-aware scripts turn hyper and shutdown into armor, not liabilities. 9. Consequences, not punishment. When institutions refuse boundaries, the temptation is to punish, to try to change them through argument, pleading, or rage. But punishment assumes the institution cares enough to reform. Most don't. They survive on your exhaustion. That's why the work is not punishment, it's consequences. Consequences are what you do to protect your body and capacity. They are not about reforming them. They are about preserving you. My case, NAMI 2 from retaliation to EEOC. At NAMI, when HR insisted it was practice to use my sick time during medical leave, I argued, cited the handbook, escalated. The replies came back dismissive, circular, blaming. Punishment would have been to keep fighting until I collapsed. Instead, I moved to consequence. I filed with the EEOC. I didn't expect HR to suddenly respect me. I created an external record of discrimination and retaliation, the same with promotion denial. When my supervisor said, "Because you were quiet," punishment would have been to try harder to prove myself. The consequence was escalation. documenting the bias and including it in your legal case. You can call me a giraffe, but that doesn't make one. My case. Reasons ED to charting refusals. At Reasons, when my autism accommodations were denied and meltdowns pathologized, punishment would have been to keep arguing with clinicians who refused to see me. Instead, the consequence was documentation, writing requests, asking for refusals to be charted, escalating to CDPH even though I knew they would likely betray me. Punishment tries to win a moral battle. Consequences build evidence for survival. I wish I knew this when I was at Reasons. Why this matters. Judith Herman, 2015, reminds us that trauma recovery begins with naming, but repair comes through action. Consequences are that action. They shift the story from "I was erased" to "I responded." You don't need their agreement. You need your record. Tools and scripts. Consequence statement. If tone continues replacing content, I'll move feedback to email. If policy isn't provided, I'll file with what I have and copy compliance. Exit script. Soft. Scaling to written communication for now. Hard. Not workable for my body, ending this process. Escalating externally. Ledger. Note. Date. Boundary. Ignored. Consequence applied. Translation lines. You're being dramatic. No, I'm applying consequences to protect myself. Why escalate? Because refusal without consequence is self-erasure. You should try harder implies I already did. Now I'm conserving my life, not your comfort. Plain truth. Boundaries don't work because institutions agree. They work because you enforce consequences. Punishment drains you. Consequences preserve you. 10. Boundary grief. Nobody warns you about the grief that comes with boundaries. The cultural myth says that once you stand up for yourself, you'll feel empowered, lighter, free. Sometimes that's true, but more often, boundaries cost belonging. They sever ties with institutions, workplaces, or even families that demanded your self-erasure as the price of admission. Grief is not proof you made the wrong call. It is the price of refusing a rigged game. My case. Leaving NAMI. Walking away from NAMI was not triumphant. It was devastating. After months of bullying, retaliation, and the cruel, quiet label used to block my promotion, I fought through HR, escalated to the COO, then finally to the EEOC. Each step left me more isolated. When I finally left, I wasn't celebrated for protecting myself. I was treated like the problem. The grief wasn't just about losing a paycheck. It was about losing the illusion that this institution might one day treat me fairly. It is a loss of trust that echoes, "Nobody cares," but it will eventually heal the more witness it finds. My case. Oversight boards. When I filed complaints with the Board of Behavioral Sciences and CDPH about negligence and abuse at Reasons, the replies came back with lines like, "No evidence to establish a violation. We regret we were unable to assist you further." Those letters weren't just dismissals, they were tiny funerals. Each one marked the death of hope that oversight boards might protect patients. Grief here wasn't just personal, it was systemic. I wasn't mourning only my own erasure. I was mourning a world where institutions could have chosen to protect people like me, but didn't. Why this matters. Judith Herman, 2015, writes that trauma recovery requires grieving what was lost, safety, fairness, belonging. Boundaries accelerate that grief because they strip away illusions. You lose not only access to systems, but also the story that they might one day save you. This grief is not weakness. It is evidence. It shows that you stopped paying the price of silence, even though the cost of leaving is real. Tools and practices. Stabilize. First, food, water, vitamins. 2 safe contacts who know your stoplight protocol. A body anchor. Walk, shower, rest. Grief script. This grief does not mean I was wrong. It means I left a rigged game. Review ritual. 90-day check-in. Which boundaries are holding? Which needs tightening? Which grief is still raw? Translation lines. You must regret leaving. Arrow, I grieve leaving. That's not the same as regret. You cut ties too fast implies I cut ties with self-erasure. The grief is proof of the cost, not of a mistake. If you were right, you wouldn't feel sad. Arrow sadness is the body's record of loss, not of error. Plain truth. Boundaries can cost jobs, relationships, even entire communities. The grief that follows is not weakness. It is the evidence that you chose yourself over erasure. 11. When institutions weaponize self-accountability. One of the cruelest tricks institutions play is flipping responsibility back onto the individual. You raise a boundary, and they accuse you of deflecting. You name systemic harm, and they demand self-accountability. It sounds reasonable on the surface. After all, who doesn't value accountability? But in practice, it's a form of institutional DARVO, deny, attack, reverse victim and offender, Fried, 1997. The message is familiar. If you were more professional, if you communicated better, if you were more resilient, if you tried harder, this wouldn't have happened. This mirrors childhood gaslighting. Harm lands on you, but you're told it's your fault for not handling it correctly. My case, NAMI and quiet. When I was denied a promotion at NAMI, the explanation wasn't about credentials or performance. It was because you were quiet. This wasn't feedback, it was scapegoating. I had disclosed my autism diagnosis and had stood up repeatedly to coworkers who bullied both staff and clients. The quiet label was code, a way to flip responsibility for discrimination back onto me. Instead of addressing the bullying and bias, NAMI turned the blame into a personality flaw. Why this matters. Institutions use self-accountability as a shield. They know that if they can reframe systemic harm as your personal flaw, they can avoid responsibility while still looking righteous. Smith and Fried, 2014, note that institutional betrayal often takes this form. Policies exist to protect the institution's image, not the survivor. Fricker, 2007, calls this a hermeneutical gap. You are denied the very concepts needed to explain your harm, leaving you vulnerable to minimization. Real accountability is relational. It recognizes power differences and systemic duties. What institutions call self-accountability is scapegoating in disguise. Tools and scripts. Name the pattern. I hear the request for self-accountability. I am willing to own my part, but I also need the institution's role named here. Refocus on evidence. Per the written criteria you provided, I met X and Y. Please explain in writing how that was applied. Translate the tactic. This sounds like deflection. My concern is policy application, not my personal worth. Exit script. If you continue to frame this as a character issue rather than a policy one, I will escalate to compliance. Translation lines. Your deflecting implies I am refusing to carry institutional guilt disguised as feedback. Take self-accountability implies I will not accept scapegoating for systemic betrayal. You're not resilient enough. Arrow resilience doesn't excuse abuse. Systems have duties too. Plain truth. Accountability without power is scapegoating. When institutions weaponize self-accountability, they aren't asking you to grow, they're asking you to carry their guilt. 12. FOIA/records requests. Institutions thrive on controlling information. The most common trick is selective disclosure, giving you some pieces of your file while withholding others or claiming documents don't exist. The Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, and state-level equivalents are designed to break that control. In workplaces and healthcare, similar laws often entitle you to personnel files, medical records, and grievance records. Principle: if an institution has written your name down, you have the right to request the record. Even if they stall or deny, the refusal itself is evidence. My case, NAMI HR file. At NAMI, I asked for my HR file when I was being demoted and denied promotion. HR sent selective information, citing practice instead of policy, writing about not being able to share due to the privacy of applicants, including my files, omitting documentation of retaliation, and eventually cutting off communication altogether. Imagine if every step had been framed as a records request. Under California Labor Code, Section 1198.5, I am requesting a complete copy of my personnel file, including performance reviews, memos, and correspondence. Please confirm in writing what records exist under my name. Even if NAMI still resisted, those refusals would have strengthened my EEOC filing. I didn't know about this myself then, but we live and learn. Why this matters. Dorothy Smith, 2005, argued that institutions rule through text, handbooks, memos, files. If you don't see the text, you don't see the power shaping your life. Requesting records is a boundary that says, I will not live under invisible rules. Even when FOIA or record requests don't yield what you need, they expose the institution's priorities. If they say, we can't release this, it proves secrecy. If they redact everything, it proves overprotection. If they delay, it proves stalling. Every response is evidence. Tools and scripts. Personnel file request, employment. Under State Labor Code, I am requesting my complete personnel file, including but not limited to evaluations, complaints, disciplinary notes, and job title changes. Medical records request, HIPAA. Under HIPAA, I am requesting my full medical record, including all clinician notes, assessments, and test results. FOIA template, public institutions. This is a request under the Freedom of Information Act. Please provide all records that include my name, case number, or student ID. Follow-up. If responsive records are withheld, please specify the statute permitting non-disclosure. Translation lines. We don't have those records, then confirm that in writing. Your denial is now evidence. It's just practice, not policy. Practice without text is not enforceable. Show me the written rule. You don't need that information implies if it's about me, I have a right to see it. Plain truth. Records requests don't guarantee access. What they guarantee is a receipt, proof of what an institution holds, hides, or refuses. In a system built on erasure, demanding the record is demanding to exist. Shu-san. Shadow file awareness. Every institution has two archives. One is official, the personnel file, the medical chart, the student record. The other is unofficial, shadow files. These are back-channel notes, supervisor memos, for internal use only spreadsheets, and email chains that never make it into your official record. Shadow files are dangerous because they shape how decisions are made while leaving you with no ability to contest them. You might request your file and see nothing negative, while a supervisor's side notes, never disclosed, are the reason you were denied promotion. Shadow files keep bias off the books. Principal, expect that shadow files exist and demand accountability for them. My case, NAMI title, demotion. When NAMI told me my title of employment specialist was eliminated company-wide, I believed them until I saw colleagues' business cards later still carrying the same title, only now upgraded as community care advocate, employment specialist. That discrepancy was the shadow file in action. On paper, the change looked universal. In practice, HR had made a selective decision to demote me while masking it under policy. Shadow files also appeared in the way HR handled my leave. I cited the handbook showing I had the right to elect how my paid time off was used. HR brushed it off as practice. That gap between what the handbook said and what was carried out was the shadow file. Why this matters. Smith, 2005, describes how institutions coordinate people's lives through texts. Shadow files are the texts you never get to see. They allow institutions to maintain a facade of fairness while hiding bias in informal records. Workers, patients, and students often don't even know these files exist until contradictions surface. The missing memo. We've decided that no one can trace back to a policy. The business card that proves my demotion wasn't structural, but targeted. Tools and scripts. Comprehensive record. Request, please provide all records that reference my name, employee ID, or case number, including informal notes, emails, or supervisor memos that influence decisions about me. Shadow file audit. If contradictions appear, for example, company-wide changes that aren't, document them and attach receipts, business cards, emails, colleague accounts. Escalation line. This decision appears inconsistent with other staff records. Please explain the criteria in writing. Translation lines. It was a company-wide change. Then why do my colleagues still carry the title? It's just practice implies practice without documentation is shadow policy, and I will expose it. We don't keep those records, then confirm that in writing. Your absence is evidence. Plain truth. Institutions keep two files, the one you see and the one that controls your life. Shadow files are the hiding place of bias. You can't always access them, but you can expose their contradictions and turn them into evidence. 14. Whistleblower protections. When you call out harm inside an institution, retaliation almost always follows. Sometimes it's open, demotion, pay cuts, insurance cutoffs. Other times it's subtle, exclusion from meetings, sudden poor evaluations, being labeled quiet or difficult. This is retaliation, and in many contexts, it is illegal. Whistleblower protections exist precisely for this reason, to shield those who expose unsafe, discriminatory, or unethical practices from punishment. They don't always stop retaliation, but they create leverage. If you can show the timing, report to retaliation, you've already built a case. Principle, document not only the harm, but the order of events. Retaliation speaks in timelines. My case, NAMI retaliation. At NAMI San Diego, I stood up repeatedly to coworkers who yelled at me and belittled clients. I reported it. Instead of protecting me, management retaliated. My specialty title was stripped while others kept theirs. Later, my college was given my omitted title to put on his business card. A promotion was denied with the excuse that I was quiet, code for my autism disclosure and refusal to play politics. My insurance was cut after I accepted a part-time accommodation, leaving me vulnerable without notice. The pattern was clear. I spoke up, and retaliation followed. A whistleblower framework reframes this not as personal failure, but as evidence of institutional betrayal. Reporting leads to retaliation equals case. Why this matters. Smith and Freed, 2014, describe institutional betrayal as what happens when organizations fail those who depend on them most. Retaliation is a prime form of betrayal. Labor laws, OSHA statutes, and federal whistleblower protections exist to guard against this, though institutions will try to bury them. The key is documentation, dates, actions, timing. A demotion that follows weeks after a complaint isn't random, it's evidence. Tools and scripts. Timeline. Ledger. Report date. What you reported. Retaliation action. Time gap. Anchor. Email. I am following up on my report of unsafe discriminatory practice submitted on date. Since then, I have experienced retaliation. Please confirm in writing what protections apply under your whistleblower policy. Escalation line. This appears to be retaliation for my protected disclosure. I will be escalating to OSHA/EEOC/State Board with documentation. Translation lines. This was just a restructure. Then why did it only restructure me after I reported harm? We treat everyone the same. Arrow. My timeline shows otherwise. Reporting led directly to retaliation. It's not retaliation, it's performance. Where is the documentation prior to my disclosure? Plain truth. Retaliation is the institution's confession. Timelines expose it. Whistleblower protections turn that sequence into evidence. 15. Media and public records. When internal appeals and external boards dismiss you with no evidence or "we regret we cannot assist you," sometimes the next step is not legal but public. Institutions guard their image more fiercely than they guard your health or livelihood. Media, testimony, and public records requests are tools to pierce that armor. Principle. If institutions bury your complaint in silence, take the evidence to places they cannot control. How to use news tips as a tool. Finding where to send a tip. Most newsrooms have an online form or email address specifically for tips. Look for links that say, "Submit a tip, Investigations Desk," or "Contact our newsroom." Examples in San Diego include NBC 7 Investigates, ABC 10 News/Team 10, Voice of San Diego, InUSource, and KPBS Investigates. National outlets like ProPublica also run tip lines. If you can't find it, check the Contact Us page or the investigations section of their website. I don't have much experience with this myself. I've only submitted a few tips and didn't hear back. But just like setting boundaries takes practice, so does truth-telling through media. Journalism can become a powerful ally in turning the wheels of truth-telling when institutions refuse to listen. How to write a tip. Keep it short and factual. Journalists need to see quickly what happened, why it matters, and whether you have receipts. A basic structure is the harm. 1 or 2 sentences. I was offered a lower salary than peers, then threatened with deportation when I raised concerns. The evidence. Mention what you have. I have emails, denial letters, and documents showing this pattern. The impact. Why it matters beyond you. This isn't just my story. It shows how USD discriminates against students and employees with disabilities and racially. The ask. What you hope. I believe this deserves public attention, so others are protected. Attach or offer documents, but don't overwhelm. They'll follow up if interested. What news tips do. When a newsroom receives your tip, an editor or investigative reporter reviews it. If it seems credible, systemic, and important to the public, they may reach out to verify details, request documents, or interview you. They decide whether to pursue it as a story, connect it to other tips, or set it aside if they can't confirm. Even if one outlet doesn't take it, another might. So persistence matters. Why they matter. Tips change the balance of power. Inside systems, your truth is just your perspective. With journalists, your truth becomes evidence. A good investigative piece can hold institutions accountable in ways internal processes never will. Plain truth. A news tip is not a cry for attention. It is testimony placed in a wider arena when internal systems collapse. Translation. Don't air dirty laundry implies going public is sometimes the only form of protection left. Why this matters. Nancy Fraser, 1990, describes counterpublics, spaces where marginalized voices build their own circulation of truth outside the center's approval. Media and public testimony can serve as counterpublics. When institutions call you too sensitive or not severe enough, the press translates it into a headline. Patients say regulators ignore complaints. Public exposure does not guarantee justice, but it shifts the balance. The institution is no longer the only narrator of your story. Tools and scripts. Press packet, one-page summary, complaint to response to betrayal. Attach denial letters, for example, no evidence from the board. Op-ed frame. As a patient/employee/student, I filed X complaint. The response was Y. This is not just my story. It's systemic. Public records request. Under state public records law, I request copies of all complaints filed against institution in the last 5 years and the agency's dispositions. Witness move. Share documents with survivor networks. Counterpublics amplify when evidence circulates. Translation lines. This is private. Privacy is how you bury harm. I am making it public. We found no evidence. The evidence is in your refusal. I will show the world. You're damaging our reputation. Your reputation is built on erasure. My story is repair. Plain truth. Institutions fear exposure more than accountability. Media, public records, and testimony drag their betrayal into the light they can't extinguish. 16. Collective complaints. Institutions are designed to dismiss individuals. A lone complaint can be minimized as a misunderstanding, an overreaction, or a matter of tone. But when multiple complaints point to the same harm, patterns emerge that can't be ignored as easily. This is the power of collective complaints. They turn isolated betrayals into systemic evidence. Principle: one voice is easy to erase. Many voices together expose the pattern. My case, CDPH and reasons ED. When I filed my complaint with CDPH about abuse at Reasons, the board brushed me off. We regret we were unable to assist you further. Alone, my testimony was minimized. But I know I wasn't the only one. Dozens of patients have experienced dismissal, minimization, and re-traumatization in eating disorder programs. Imagine if my complaint had been submitted alongside theirs, a collective filing backed by multiple survivor accounts showing repeated speech bans, pathologized meltdowns, and denied accommodations. That's the point of collective complaints. They move the institution's betrayal out of the frame of your perception and into their pattern. Why this matters. Research in organizational sociology shows that institutions act only when patterns become undeniable. One grievance is an anecdote. 10 grievances form a class action. Nancy Fraser, 1990, calls this the power of counterpublics, marginalized groups creating alternative forums to circulate truth. When survivors gather their receipts and file together, they create a counterpublic inside the system itself. Tools and scripts. Survivor Network. Reach out to peers, coworkers, or fellow patients. Ask, Did you file? What was their response? Patterns emerge quickly. Joint filing. We, the undersigned, are filing complaints regarding institution. Our individual cases differ, but the pattern is consistent. Denial, minimization, retaliation. Escalation. Anchor. If an agency dismisses you, cite the collective. I am aware of X other complaints regarding the same institution. Please explain in writing how these patterns are being addressed. Class action. If resources allow, consider legal counsel to explore class action. One survivor's lawsuit can be buried. A class action forces discovery. Translation lines. This is just your perception. It's not just me. It's dozens of us. We don't see a pattern. You don't see it because you refuse to look. Here are 10 more receipts. Your case is unique. My case is common. The uniqueness is your denial. Plain truth. Institutions deny individuals. They tremble at patterns. Collective complaints transform isolation into power, not because institutions suddenly care, but because their excuses collapse under repetition. 17. Demand a witness. Gaslighting thrives in private rooms. Institutions know this. HR calls you in just to talk. A dean invites you to clarify your concerns. A doctor delivers devastating news in a flat voice, then marks your reaction as inappropriate. These conversations are designed to leave you isolated with no one else to confirm what was said. Principle: never walk into a high-stakes meeting alone if you can avoid it. A witness changes the room. My case, HR and insurance cutoff. When NAMI HR cut off my health insurance after I accepted a part-time accommodation, I was alone. The email said it had been processed, but no warning was given, no consent asked. Alone, I were left stunned, spiraling into shutdown and grief. Imagine if a colleague, advocate, or even a union rep had been present. HR would have had to address me differently, and their dismissal would have had another pair of eyes attached to it. My case: clinics without witnesses. At Reasons. ED, you were subjected to speech bans and staff pathologizing your autistic meltdowns as manipulative. Each interaction was structured to isolate me from other patients and prevent witnesses. That wasn't just control, it was institutional design. A witness in those moments, even another staff member documenting the exchange, could have disrupted the silencing. Why this matters. Research on institutional betrayal, Smith and Freyd, 2014, shows that institutions structure power to maximize their control of narratives. In meetings with HR, deans, or clinicians, they will say one thing verbally, then document another in their notes. Without a witness, their record stands as the truth. With a witness, the power dynamic shifts. The institution knows their words are no longer unobserved. Their gaslighting has an audience. Tools and scripts. Bring a witness. I will bring a colleague/advocate to the meeting as a witness. I'd like to have another person present to help take notes. If they refuse. If you're not comfortable with a witness, please provide all discussion points in writing. Witness role. Take contemporaneous notes. Confirm key statements verbally. I heard you say her insurance is ending today. Is that correct? Translation lines. This is between us. No, this is accountability, and someone else will hear it too. There's no need for anyone else. That's exactly why I need them there. You don't trust us implies trust is not the issue. Documentation is. Plain truth. Institutions want you alone because isolation is easier to erase. A witness doesn't guarantee fairness, but it collapses the lie of privacy that protects abuse. Shiba. Trauma-informed escalation plan. Escalating against an institution is labor. Endless calls, paperwork, deadlines, denials, appeals. Each step extracts energy from a nervous system already carrying trauma. Institutions know this. Exhaustion is their most reliable weapon. If they can drag the fight out long enough, you collapse and they win. That's why boundaries must apply not only to them, but to the fight itself. A trauma-informed escalation plan is how you protect your body while pursuing justice. Principle: you cannot fight 24/7. Escalation needs time caps, energy caps, and fallback plans. Otherwise, the process becomes another wound. My case: NAMI, USD, and reasons. At NAMI, months of back and forth with HR drained me. I kept writing long, detailed emails late at night because I felt I had to capture every contradiction before it vanished. The fight itself consumed my life. At USD, discovering my advisor used AI to grade my work was devastating. I filed complaints, demanded evidence, pushed for review. Each delay left me spiraling, replaying every dismissal. The escalation consumed my coursework and my sense of belonging. At Reasons, I fought for having a voice. Staff ignored, pathologized, and silenced me. After 4 years, I escalated to CDPH, only to get the response: "We regret we were unable to assist you further." That denial flattened me for weeks. The complaint process itself became another form of re-traumatization. Why this matters. Judith Herman, 2015, notes that trauma recovery depends on stabilization first: food, water, sleep, body safety. But escalation processes ignore this. They demand urgency, deadlines, and composure from people already in survival mode. Without trauma-informed boundaries, the process eats you alive. Nancy Fraser, 1990, reminds us that counterpublics, collective forums for resistance, are how marginalized groups survive institutional betrayal. Escalation must be collective not only politically, but biologically. Your nervous system cannot carry the fight alone. Tools and scripts. Time boundaries. I will dedicate 1 hour per day to admin or escalation tasks. No calls or emails after 4 p.m. Pause. Rules. If I'm in shutdown, I will delay big decisions for 48 hours. If hyper-aroused, I will draft, but not send until morning. Support scaffolding. Identify 2 safe people who can review letters, hold deadlines, or remind you to rest. Share your escalation plan with them. Escalation tiers. Decide in advance how far you will go: grievance to board to law. Revisit monthly. Is this worth more energy, or is the grief of walking away the safer choice? The cruelest voice is not always the institution. It's the one inside you, repeating what they trained you to believe. Inner critic. Why didn't you push harder? Truth teller. Because my body is not disposable. I capped my labor to survive. Inner critic. You gave up too soon. Truth teller. No, I chose not to collapse to prove a point. Inner critic. You're not resilient enough. Truth teller. Resilience isn't endless labor. It's survival with boundaries. Plain truth. Escalation without limits becomes another form of abuse. A trauma-informed plan reclaims your body from the institution's timeline. Justice without survival is just another loss. One sentence to carry. We are not just petitioners in their maze. We are truth tellers with ledgers, records, witnesses, and voices. And the day we fight together without letting them consume us is the day the walls collapse. Part 4, Meaning, Power, and the Future. Chapter 11, From Survival to Truth Telling. Survival is not the whole story. For years, I thought it was. I stacked receipts like a desperate archivist, believing each letter, each denial, each "we regret we cannot assist you" was proof of my own failure. Survival felt like drowning in paper. But survival was not stupidity, and it was not weakness. It was record keeping. It was my body refusing to let erasure win. Every grievance filed, every appeal ignored, every email where HR wrote practice, not policy, was not proof that I was broken. It was proof that the system injures repeatedly, predictably. This chapter is about the turn, the moment survival bends into truth-telling. Receipts stop being weight only I carry and become evidence others can hold with me. Humiliation transforms into testimony. Silence becomes pattern, and pattern is what institutions fear most, because once betrayal is visible as pattern, it stops being your private shame and becomes their public confession. I did not collect receipts because I enjoyed the fight. I collected them because otherwise the harm would have lived only in my chest, my stomach, my nervous system, and that of many other patients, employees, and students like me. Without the record, I would have carried it as a defect. By naming it the record, I learned to carry it as evidence and a lantern for those who were harmed after me. Survival says, I am still here. Truth-telling says, here is what they do, over and over. Now I see with eyes wide open. It's not me, it's the system. This is where survival turns into resistance, and where individual shame turns into collective witness. It's not us, it's the system. Truth-telling as method. Survival was the stacking of receipts, the letters, the denials, the humiliations preserved so they wouldn't vanish. Truth-telling begins when those receipts are no longer private weight, but public evidence. Truth-telling is not confession. It is not about performing trauma for sympathy. It is method. It takes one lived scene, attaches the structural tag, and translates it into evidence others can use. This is what separates survival from truth-telling. Survival holds the record to protect your own nervous system from gaslight. Truth-telling places the record where others can see the pattern. Testimony, as Fellman and Laub, 1992, describe it, is not just recounting. It is witnessing, speaking in a way that insists the harm be acknowledged in collective memory. In truth-telling, humiliation doesn't disappear, but it stops being mistaken for private defect. It becomes systemic confession. Truth-telling is also contagious. Once one person names quiet equals retaliation, others begin to recognize it in their own stories. Once one survivor says, not severe enough equals rationing care, others recognize the same pattern in their denials. This is how counterpublics form. Fraser, 1990. Not from polished manifestos, but from raw testimony retagged as evidence. Plain truth, survival proves I lived. Truth-telling proves the system injures. Translation, it was just my bad luck arrow. No, it was the pattern, and here is the proof. How to truth-tell in practice. Truth-telling is not only philosophy, it's practice. It happens in the small, raw, everyday choices where survival shifts into witness. Public testimony. Speaking your receipts out loud at a hearing, a community meeting, a classroom, or even at a dinner table. Testimony doesn't have to be polished. Its power is in refusing silence. Writing, turning humiliation into paragraphs, essays, poems, or books, putting receipts into words others can hold. Writing doesn't erase the pain, but it makes the pattern visible. My emails to HR, my grievance letters, my no evidence denials, they became not just mine, but part of this book. Survivor groups, sharing receipts with peers so the archive multiplies. Alone, each denial looks like my bad luck. Together, the stack is systemic. Groups create counterpublics. Fraser, 1990. Spaces where our truth circulates without asking permission from the center. Social media activism, posting screenshots, letters, timelines, not for spectacle, but for visibility. Social media is risky. Institutions retaliate. But sometimes a single tweet or post breaks the silence more effectively than 100 quiet appeals. Coalition building, linking your archive with others, students with workers, patients with caregivers, tenants with neighbors. Patterns travel. Each coalition widens the map of betrayal and makes it harder for institutions to hide. Truth-telling is contagious. One person naming the harm turns into a 10 seeing the harm next time it appeared, and eventually naming it. It might take us a while, or it might light us up like fire. Whatever happens, we as deserve better. Plain truth, truth-telling doesn't have to be grand. It has to be spoken, written, shared. Translation: it was just me implies it was never just me. It keeps happening, and here is the proof. Will truth-telling change anything? Truth-telling doesn't magically reform institutions. Boards won't suddenly start protecting patients. HR won't wake up and put justice before liability. Telling the truth doesn't melt the bars of the maze, but it does something even more subversive. It collapses the lies that keep the maze standing. Institutions run on silence, on people blaming themselves, on workers thinking, I was just unlucky, on patients thinking I wasn't sick enough, on students thinking I wasn't smart enough. The whole system depends on each of us carrying shame as if it were private. When we tell the truth, the shame shifts. It leaves our bodies and enters the record. Alone, one story can be dismissed. But if everyone spoke, patterns would become undeniable. And patterns change things. They change how survivors see themselves. The inner critic loses power when you recognize your failure was actually design. They change what communities know. Counterpublics form, spaces where truth circulates without approval from the center. Fraser, 1990. They change what's possible in law, policy, and culture. Every movement that ever cracked a system, labor rights, disability rights, civil rights, began with people refusing silence and insisting on testimony. Will truth-telling topple capitalism overnight? No, but without truth-telling, the system wins by default. With truth-telling, the system's cruelty becomes visible, undeniable, nameable, and once it's named, it can be resisted. When one person tells the truth, it's fragile. It can be denied, pathologized, ignored. When 10 people tell the truth, it's uncomfortable. It can still be dismissed as a few bad cases. When thousands tell the truth, it becomes culture. It reshapes what counts as normal, what is tolerated, what is shameful to cover up. That's how every shift in history has started. Enslaved people telling the truth about slavery, workers telling the truth about exploitation, survivors telling the truth about violence. At first, nothing moved. Then, slowly, what was personal became public pattern, and public pattern became undeniable. Truth-telling doesn't automatically topple institutions, but it robs them of their strongest weapon: silence. And when silence cracks, even a little, people see differently. Once you see, you cannot unsee. That's what I believe in, not instant justice, but the slow collapse of lies under the weight of too many receipts, too many voices refusing erasure. I have so many ideas regarding how we can go about a different culture based on sharing, caring, and abundance. In the next sections, I'm going to share some of my practical solutions to how to go about creating a different societal structure with loving and caring scaffolding that can bring with it opportunities for all and true, satiating connection and love. Plain truth: telling the truth may not free us all at once, but silence guarantees nothing changes. Translation: it won't matter if I speak implies it always matters. My truth is a receipt, and together, receipts make the pattern impossible to erase. a culture of sharing, caring, and abundance. Here is the scaffolding for a different world, not built on scarcity and punishment, but on care, abundance, and justice. Universal basic income and universal basic services. Every person guaranteed food, housing, healthcare, and education. Survival is not a prize, but a birthright. Voluntary 100% inheritance tax. Wealth cycles back into the commons, not hoarded by bloodlines. No more dynasties of privilege. Regulated salaries equal worth. Work is valued equitably. A nurse, a janitor, a coder, a teacher all earn with dignity because worth is not measured by profit margins or privileges. Free schools and clinics. Learning and healing are lifelong, universal, and free. No gatekeepers, no debts, shorter work weeks, and time sovereignty. A 20 to 30 hour or 4-day week as standard. Time to rest, care, make art, and build community. Time becomes wealth. Housing as a right. Homes as shelter, not speculation. Rent caps, community land trusts, and abundant public housing designed for dignity and beauty. Abolishing for-profit prisons and carceral alternatives. Replace punishment with restorative justice, rehabilitation, and trauma healing. After all, a lot of current crimes happen out of lack. Where there is abundance, there is much less crime. Climate as commons. Energy, water, and land are shared resources. Transition is green, jobs are guaranteed, extraction ends. Tech for care, not extraction. AI and platforms developed for service, co-owned by users and workers. Data belongs to people, not corporations. Global solidarity instead of borders. Safe migration, no more criminalizing movement. Global floors for income and services, so survival isn't dictated by birthplace. Democratic workplaces, worker cooperatives, profit sharing, and shared decision-making as the norm. Participatory democracy. Budgets and policies shaped by assemblies and deliberation, not just elections. Radical transparency in research, science unhooked from profit, open access journals, publicly funded studies, patents treated as commons. Cultural flourishing, public funding for arts, gardens, festivals, murals, music, beauty and creativity treated as everyday rights, not luxuries. Low crime, high healing, with needs met, crime falls. Trauma is healed by those with abilities serving those with needs. No borders, no wars. Shared abundance ends hoarding. Humanity belongs to itself, not flags. No baby is born belonging to a flag. We belong first to each other, to humanity as a whole, to the earth that sustains us. Together, these principles describe a world where truth-telling doesn't just expose injury, it births a culture where survival is guaranteed and thriving becomes the baseline. A day in the world where survival is guaranteed. You wake in a home that hums with quiet belonging. You chose it when you were 18 and ready to begin your own life. 2 bedrooms, an office, a small backyard with a landscape that you later made your own. It feels safe here. There are no threats of eviction, no rent notices, no fear that safety could be taken away. Housing is a human right. The walls are painted in the colors you love. Soft lilac for calm, sun-warm terracotta for joy. Morning light glances across the window, carrying the scent of basil from the shared garden out front. You can feel that the soil remembers everyone who has tended it before you, so every sprout grows from a lineage of care. If one day you marry or have children, a larger home will be waiting, not as a privilege, but as part of the promise that everyone will always have enough. There are no good or bad neighborhoods anymore. Every place is safe, and each has its own personality. One neighborhood glows with cafes, murals, and gardens. Another is alive with art painted across every wall. Because people have time, real time, they pour it into beauty. Some express it through painting or design, others by cleaning, planting, or repairing. Every corner holds a trace of someone's love. Your morning begins without panic. The rhythm of universal basic income moves through the world like breath, steady, dependable, enough. You no longer check your balance with dread or live in the arithmetic of fear. Work still exists, but it is no longer an altar to exhaustion. You give what you have in hours of focus and purpose, doing work that actually matters, not endless bureaucracy, not survival tasks disguised as meaning. You spend part of your day helping people who need your expertise, then you return home with energy left to live your life. Jobs are no longer about prestige or power. There are no bosses, only leaders, people who guide, listen, and learn humbly from the teams they help organize. They see their role as no more or less important than any other. No one praises overwork anymore. No one mistakes depletion for devotion. Outside, the neighborhood hums like a soft machine of care. The bulletin board at the corner lists today's offerings: a communal breakfast, a citizen assembly in the courtyard, a class on ocean ecology taught by a 12-year-old who loves the movement of tides. You choose freely. Every contribution matters, and none outrank another. People do things not for profit, but because they enjoy them, because every act of service is an act of care. It's not driven by obligation, but by a strong reciprocal love, not the kind that extracts, but the kind that gives and receives in balance. Everyone knows that children come from the heavens. They grow up in this rhythm of care, where curiosity itself is sacred. Schools are no longer factories of competition or complicity. They are gardens of becoming. A child might spend one morning tending solar vines with engineers, another afternoon sculpting clay, or debating philosophy with elders. Grades have disappeared, replaced by joy and wonder. No one asks, "What do you want to be?" Because being itself is already enough. As children explore the world, they naturally discover what they love and what they're good at. And when they're ready, they choose how they want to contribute to the world, not out of pressure, but from genuine desire. The nurse, the janitor, the coder, the poet, all are held in equal dignity. The purpose of work isn't profit anymore, but connection. After work, you stop by the market. The shelves are full, from freshly made cheeses and warm loaves of bread to factory-packed goods for those who prefer convenience. You take only what you need for the day or the week. There's no reason to hoard anymore. You know that tomorrow everything will still be there, fresh, abundant, and ready. Sometimes you eat out instead. The restaurants are alive with music and laughter, and the meals are made with love. The chefs don't cook for salaries now. They cook because it brings them joy. Each dish feels like an expression of someone's soul, a gift, not a transaction. You can taste care in every bite. If you ever feel sick, you walk into a clinic with open doors. There are no forms thick with suspicion, no sliding scales, no denials. Health is not a transaction here. It's a shared commitment. You don't need insurance to be seen, and you never have to prove your pain. There are enough doctors, all trained not only in medicine, but in compassion. No one rushes to the next patient. Each person is given time, presence, and care. Healing has become an ecosystem. Medical care, rest, friendship, and art all woven together. Patients and clinicians often sit in circles, sharing stories as part of treatment. Charts record not just vitals, but moments of understanding. Recovery is not billed, it is witnessed. In the afternoon, a restorative circle gathers beneath the old banyan tree. Someone has hurt another, not out of cruelty, but out of fear. And the community comes together to heal what was broken. There are no prisons here, no cages, no lifelong branding. Justice is repair, naming, listening, rebuilding. Even the one who caused harm is met with both accountability and care. The goal is not punishment, but return, a return to self, to others, to the web of belonging and closure for the harmed. Everyone is invited to sit with their fears until empathy begins to grow again. Most people keep that empathy from childhood, but for those whose souls were deeply wounded early in life, there is steady guidance. They are surrounded by consistent love, not from one person alone, but from a circle of caring people known as soul healers. Their work is simple and sacred: to love, to guide, to listen, and to help those who lost their way remember that they, too, are worthy of love. The streets pulse with murals and music. There is no longer a hierarchy of fame or riches. Art is no longer a contest or a currency. It is simply the expression of a soul. Paintings don't collect dust in galleries anymore. They are gifted, shared, or traded with those who love them. Every wall, every corner, holds a trace of someone's imagination. AI now collaborates with humans like an orchestra of creativity, algorithms improvising beside violinists, painters coding color that shifts with breath. Data is no longer a commodity. It is a commons, our shared story, freely given and gently protected. Knowledge flows without gates or ownership. There are no paywalls, no hoarded patents. Discovery belongs to the planet. Technology, too, has become universal. Everyone can travel safely in self-driving cars, on quiet trains, or even by jetpack if they wish. The tools of progress are shared, not sold. Everyone, regardless of race, culture, or gender, can contribute to the world's collective knowledge. Words, memories, and intuition are honored as forms of knowing. Science is still treasured, but it stands beside other kinds of wisdom, the kind that grows from experience, from feeling, from the deep remembering that all truth is human. There are no longer categories of race or ethnicity, because everyone is simply human, equally worthy, equally seen. Society moves fluidly between those with abilities and those with needs, guided by care instead of hierarchy. Competition still exists, but not for survival. It has become a healthy spark that inspires creativity, a friendly challenge to imagine beyond our wildest dreams. Imagination itself is sacred now. In some communities, people even practice imagination as their work, designing new worlds, new possibilities, new ways to care. When you travel, borders no longer bruise you. Every crossing is a welcome, a quiet recognition. You are human, therefore you belong. Citizenship has been replaced by stewardship, the shared responsibility of caring for one another and for the planet. Communities exchange resources, protect the climate together, and celebrate joy across regions. Migration is no longer exile, but connection. All cities and countries now exist as parts of one living whole, a shared, responsible humanity. By evening, you gather at the long table in the square. Food is abundant, grown in vertical orchards, cooked in collective kitchens, shared without price. Conversation drifts easily between poetry and policy, between quantum mechanics and dreams. Children run through the square wearing crowns of dandelions. An elder reads a new poem. A musician plugs her instrument into a solar port and begins a song that sounds like gratitude. When the assembly begins, democracy feels like breathing together. Decisions ripple through conversation, not decree. Every voice matters, not symbolically, but tangibly. There are no election cycles anymore. Participation is continuous. People speak, listen, and adapt in rhythm. No opposition is more powerful than a new idea. Every thought is heard, celebrated, and carefully processed by the collective. There are no politicians deciding for the many. Instead, the many think and feel together, shaping what they need until consensus emerges. Life is no longer a rat race, but a slow, steady flow of being. As night deepens, lanterns bloom across rooftops like fireflies. The air smells of citrus and earth after rain. Somewhere, an AI orchestra plays the symphony you once dreamed. Each note alive, each instrument a bridge between imagination and code. You lie in bed knowing you will wake safely. Scarcity no longer stalks your sleep. Crime has faded with desperation, and grief is met with care instead of judgment. You rest not because you've earned it, but because rest is the rhythm of life itself. In the stillness, a quiet prayer forms, gratitude for existence, for the simple miracle of being alive. This is what a day looks like in a culture built not on survival as contest, but survival as guarantee. Plain truth, scarcity is designed, abundance is possible. Translation, this is utopia. No, this is a blueprint waiting for courage. Keep holding and expanding this vision. This kind reality is waiting for us. You have been listening to Compounded Relational cPTSD, The Truth Teller's Path, written by Samina Rose and narrated by Alma Sagi. Thank you for joining me on this journey. The end.